Lead instead. Back to Şengün up top. Şengün dribbles on Draymond. 9 seconds, 8 seconds to the paint. Spins, jump hook for 14. It's up and no good. Rebound Butler. Butler is fouled with 4 seconds to go.
So it's Şengün.
Draymond got the stop when the Warriors had to have it.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Massive, and I mean massive win for your Golden State Warriors last night at Chase Center. 109-106. Jimmy freaking Butler with the clutchest of rebounds here late in that game. And I mean, wow. Just, Joe, good morning. There's so many layers to unravel in this game. But the most important aspect is now the Warriors in a game that we all knew was going to come down to timely rebounds, big shots, and it was going to be physical, and it's going to get nasty. The Rockets had their backs against the wall. They were down 2-1. That was going to be the game for them. If they were going to make this a series, that was going to be the game. And they, hey, to their credit, they tried. But you know what? The Warriors, they're just better. They have the better players. They have the better leadership. And they have Jimmy freaking Butler, and they're up 3-1 in round one game away from getting to the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. Incredible win, incredible game, incredible atmosphere. Good morning. Wow.
That was a unbelievably stressful game. How am I supposed to go to bed at 10 o'clock at night after that game? I mean, like everybody who's waking up right now in the Bay Area was thinking the same thing. Oh my God, my heart's racing. That was an unbelievable. The difference between 2-2 and 3-1 felt like the end of the season, or, oh my God, we can move on to the next round and we get to actually get some breath. Jimmy could barely walk in the first half, it felt like. He was so compromised. And then he had the foul on Dylan Brooks, which I'm going to come out and say, I love that foul. That was an old man. Oh, no. I am raking the arm to try to break the forearm. Metaphorically, not really. I love that foul. And then Dylan missed both free throws.
Yep.
And they could not have ended that first half any worse. And at the end, chef's kiss as the suspendables in tandem come together to finish that out. The guy with 5 fouls the entire second half, stuck on the bench. The guy who we all thought, man, is he getting kicked out of this game? Man, is Draymond going to accumulate enough text to where he might miss a game down the line? These are why you got to put this team away. This is why, because of the shenanigans. The officials lost control. Draymond got a resume call on a flagrant. The officials, we'll get to them in a second. But then at the end, to go straight up on Şengün, who had been destroying the Warriors, and for Jimmy Butler to snag the biggest rebound and be perfect from the free throw line. It was a chef's kiss as the suspendables closed one out because Curry did not have it going yesterday by Curry standards.
No.
And Podziemski playing supporting actor of the year rule was just unbelievable. Jimmy Butler, and I'll say this right here, and we better be lining him up. I didn't know that I needed Jimmy in my life. I'm in love with Jimmy Butler. But now that I have him, I can't envision a life without him.
Oh, heck yes.
He has been one of the greatest acquisitions in Bay Area sports history, whether you want to say it's Fred Dean or Christian McCaffrey. I'm talking about in season, not a couple years later, in season. He's been one of the greats. And to see him compromised and do what he did, not only is playoff Jimmy as advertised, playoff Jimmy is one of the baddest MFers I've ever seen in my life. And that's who I want to go to war with against that Rocket team who's a bunch of goons trying to muck it up because the only way they can win is not playing basketball. It's playing hack a guy. That's what they did the whole game. And the referees lost control. None of that crew should be allowed to officiate any significant games moving forward. I could talk all day. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Jimmy, period.
And you can call or text that number to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. You can also hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, 109-106. And like I said, that game had everything.
Everything.
It checked every single box. Now, I would have liked it if it was like 2.5 hours instead of 3 hours. But you know what? That's because we're selfish and we have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I'm still wired after yesterday. After all the stuff because we had to go straight to golf after that, Chasky. We played 18 holes. It was beautiful. Stone Tree, shout out them. Shout out Atco Pest Control. Shout out all of them. The Agape tournament was on fire. It was great. I got sunburn. My allergies are everywhere. But even through all of that, I fought through adversity. I was fighting for my life yesterday. I was watching that game. I was like, oh my God, like, this is the game that's going to decide the series for the Warriors. And this could decide the next series, if you will, because the last thing you want to do is have this series bleed into 6 or 7. And had it been 2-2 today and we're reacting to a loss, that is what we'd be talking about. The last thing you want to do is give a team like that, a young team like that, hope. We talked about it yesterday.
No doubt.
Step on their throats. Don't allow them to breathe anymore. You know, they have Ime Udoka, who I called Suge Knight. They're death row records. You know, they're going to be doing their stuff. They're going to be trying to, get under your skin. You're going to do the Dylan Brooks antics. But you know what? There's levels to these things. We like to talk about. There's levels to this. There's levels to greatness. And Dylan Brooks, his high watermark in his playoff career is the second round with the Memphis Grizzlies. That's his high watermark in his career. Since then, it's been a first round exit as a Grizzly, trying to do the same thing he did to LeBron James, and he got punked for that. Now, in the first round with the Houston Rockets, same thing against the Golden State Warriors, and he got punked by Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Brandon Podziemski, and Buddy freaking Healed, by the way. Buddy Buckets, I never doubted you. Let's real quick.
Buddy was
never
great.
Doubted you.
Buddy was great.
Huge buckets. The efficiency I don't care about.
I did
but
want
when
him
they
to
needed
pass the
baskets,
rock late.
That's fine. But even the one that fadeaway late that he missed, it went in and out 3 different times.
I know,
like,
but
damn.
it's like kick it to Steph.
I know. Pods had one that
Quentin Post.
Oh,
Quentin Post
QP.
wants all the smoke, not some of the smoke, all the smoke. And I love the way he was reacting as a teammate, getting in guys' faces, shoving guys around. The officials. I don't want to start this show railing on the officials, but I swear to you, I've watched over a decade of playoff basketball with a fine-tooth comb. Not once. I've watched every game twice and most games 3 times. You know how I watch them. I'm an insane
Ain't
person.
nothing you can do about it.
The referees lost complete control. Adam Silver, get control of your league. Ime Udoka is on the floor at all times, chesting guys, getting in the mix. You need to reprimand this team. Dial it back. The whole thing started because Dylan Brooks needs Steph in the groin. He maliciously need him in the groin. Now, that's just a simple foul. We move on. Steph said a little something, and then you assess 2 techs. And only one for them?
He put the number 2 up, and that's what they said. He initiated the taunt because that's his second foul. He did the first one earlier. I know. I'm just telling. I'm explaining.
Would LeBron get that call? Would Chris Paul get that call? Would James Harden get that call? None of those guys. I watched James Harden throw a punch the other day and not get a technical. So I'm sorry. I'm over it. The officials have lost control of this series. It's not basketball. That being said, it's like I could go all day on the officials. And anyone that wants to defend them, get out of here. No. Both teams have major gripes. Major gripes. They lost complete control of that game. And Draymond Green at one point lost control of his own emotions, right? And look, he rolled over them. Tari Eason, I thought it was inadvertent. It was a complete resume call. I know everyone wants to slow things down, whatever. You know, the way Tari Eason tried to kick his legs up, I get where Draymond's coming from. I'll defend him. I really will. I've traded him away 10,000 times. I've ripped him when I felt appropriate. I will defend him in this particular instance. The first sack he got with Steph was absurd. He was breaking it up. Where's the tech for Ime Udoka walking on the floor on every dead ball situation? Where's that? I thought you're not supposed to leave the bench. No, I'm tired of Ime Udoka because Ime knows he's like, we got to treat this like football. It's basketball, doggy. It's basketball. What sport am I watching? Like, get control of the game. And I thought the officials, all 3 of them, I don't want to see any of them in any of the playoff series moving forward. It's Steph Curry. This guy helps save your league in terms of viewership, and you're giving him a tech because he gets like kneed in the groin. And then Quentin Post coming to Quentin Post in one night became a warrior. And what I mean, the way he protected Steph, the way that he wanted to like yam on Steven Adams. And by the way, Steven Adams out available. Steven Adams, for the rest of your career, if you're available, we want you. We want you yesterday. And then Steve Kerr. We have not even talked about Steve Kerr. The brilliant masterclass of subbing in Looney to get a couple of those Hacka-Adams fouls to get him off the floor because he was destroying them. Steve Kerr did some brilliant things in this one. And Podziemski, I mean, that's one of the finest games of Podziemski's career. When the team needed it the most, the young man totally stepped up. Big shot after big shot. And the play of the game was the incredible defense on Fred VanVleet. Make VanVleet dribble. I could go all day. I'm so fired up.
No, I'll let you do that.
So one of the best wins of the year.
Hey, that's fine. 3.5 hours, Shasky. Let's go. 888-957-9570. You should be fired up.
Thanks.
They're 3-1 right now. In the history of the NBA, there's only been 13 teams to ever successfully come back from that. And it hasn't happened in, I think, 5+ years. And that was in the bubble. So really, it's almost been like 10 years since it's been like real basketball that it's happened. And we know what series that happened in. I don't care about that. Historically, this means you win the series. Now, I don't want it to get to a game 6. So wrap this up in Houston, make it all the more sweeter, and get some rest heading into round 2. We're reacting to a win tonight. Today, I should say, last night, if you were there.
How deflated would you have been had they lost that game? If
that jump hook from Şengün went in, that would be like going from, oh my God, we could beat anyone. We can go on a deep run too. Are we really not going to get out of the first round? That's literally how I was feeling.
Jimmy missed up. I call it a put-away shot. Would have gone up 3. Then Steph missed a shot to go up 3. And they have the ball with a chance to win it. And they call timeout with whatever, 12, 13 seconds. And it's Şengün, who we have not stopped the entire fourth quarter, Joe, because Draymond had the 5th foul and was on the bench. And like the fact that Draymond stood him straight up and then Jimmy got the rebound. I mean, it was just...
Is it weird? I'm saying, I know that he was incredible yesterday, Şengün, for the most part.
Did he hit a free throw?
Well, that's the thing. Actually, for him, 7 to 10 from the free throw is huge. But again, we talked to Jay Billis yesterday, who was on the call for game 3 for ABC, 19 of 31 free throws. And Jay said it yesterday. He's like, if they can just make their free throws, they'd be up in the series. But they're not. They're down 3-1 now because you can't make your free throws. I'm sorry. That's the hallmark of either an inexperienced team or a team that relies on too many big men that can't shoot their free throws. And it's a combination of both. And that was it yesterday. 19 of 31. You saw a couple misses from Dylan Brooks, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, Şengün, Steven Adams. Those things accumulate. And towards the end of the game, and I tweeted this first quarter, at Spadoni_Joe, give me a follow. These are going to come back to haunt you. They always do in the playoffs, in big moments, in big games. And Jimmy Butler, juxtapose that with what he did on the free throw line. Getting to the line 12 times and making all 12. 12 of 12 from the line, 20 of 22 overall for the team. That's the game. And that's the game.
When he hit the 3 free throws after it was a hand check on the hip by Dylan Brooks as he's shooting the 3. Just a terrible foul by Dylan Brooks.
I don't know what Dylan Brooks is doing. I'm Jimmy Butler, and his career is not a good 3-point shooter. You're taking that all day, every day.
No doubt. But when he starts limping the way that he did, I think we were all thinking the same thing. Oh, God. Yeah. And that's why you got to win that game, because you could tell.
He's hurting.
Jimmy's compromised.
He's hurting.
Jimmy is absolutely compromised. And the way that he picked and chose his spots. How about the pass he made to Moody in the lane as he's twisting? He made another one to Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II, another big layup in crunch time. Another big layup. Like, this team, the contributions on a night when Steph didn't have it going, that was a team win. That was a huge team win. And the coming of age in a playoff series for Podziemski, for Quentin Post, for some of these other guys, it's as good of a feel-good win. Look, the series is far from over. Far from over. You have got to finish this team off, because every game that goes on, some goonery is going to happen. Some texts are going to get accumulated, and you're putting yourself in a position to where stuff gets out of your control.
That win last night was probably the best win I've seen from the Warriors since the championship run. Just given the circumstances, given everything that's taken place in this, given what took place a couple years ago when you got, it's game 7 against the Kings. I get that. You got out of the first round then. This is different. This feels different. This iteration of the Warriors, that version of Jimmy Butler, who's only hopefully going to get healthier, right? It's a pain tolerance thing. And clearly he was grimacing a lot. Reggie Miller kept referencing ad nauseum on the TNT broadcast.
Reggie was standing up the entire
I know.
final 4 minutes because you could see him on the floor. And then when Draymond got the stop, he like yelled at Reggie, and I was like standing up, and I didn't yell because the little guy's asleep. I was like, ah, like that, and then the dogs went running.
It was funny. Eddie Johnson, friend of the program, obviously Suns pre- and post-game analyst on the television side, he tweeted out something about Reggie. He's like, Reggie forgot he does a national telecast and should be partial. Up cheering on Draymond and the Warriors, the pom-poms.
I thought Reggie was cheering on the Rockets.
Well, then Draymond quote tweeted that, and he says, no, he's just not a hater. I'm paraphrasing here. I was like, so Draymond's he's got time for everyone today after that win.
And we're here, like Warrior fans, like, I get it. You got to lose to a team. You got to go back and forth for it to be a rivalry. Doesn't matter. I still hate the Rockets.
You should.
Fred VanVleet, I
got respect for VanVleet. That guy just makes buckets after buckets of big moments.
Did you think he was hitting that last shot?
I thought he was. Look, that's why I was said like,
I'm like, come on. Why are you flying up so hard? Just stand there.
Well,
I almost wanted them to foul him before he get the shot off.
Well, that's why, like, in a weird way, even though Şengün was balling, like, I didn't mind him taking that last shot. Like, I was afraid of Fred VanVleet taking that last shot.
I felt like if it was a three,
I thought if it was a 3-point shot, I was like, oh, he's getting that. Like, right, it's money. But again, they get the big stop, they get the big offensive rebound, basically night after that.
The Pods blocked from behind on Fred VanVleet.
That was the play.
It was such
that was the play of the game for me.
And you know what? Pods played great individual defense on Fred VanVleet in that moment. But to me, it's all with him, with Fred VanVleet specifically. Just make him put it on the floor.
Right.
He can't dribble. He can't go by anyone. When you allow him to be a catch and shoot guy, he's deadly.
But I mean it when I say this is the best I've felt about a Warriors team since that championship run back in 2022. This is the best I felt. And we all know what took place in that run to the playoffs a couple years ago. Dark cloud over the organization. It just didn't feel right from start to finish of that season, with just how it started. We hate to go Hawaiian and bring up the punch. That's how it started then. And then the year after, the whole Clay stuff, it didn't feel right. This feels right.
It feels like Jimmy Butler's been a Warrior for a decade. That's what it feels like.
It's only been a few months. It's only been a few months.
Did you see when there was a stoppage on the free throw line and he turns to Dylan Brooks? He's like, "You're a bum. You're a bum." And like everybody in Warrior Nation was like, "Yes, let's go, Jimmy. Let's go. Finally, somebody is matching Draymond's intensity. Another junkyard dog. Finally."
He said, "You a bum and you a snitch." Not the word snitch. You know what I mean. And you weak. And that was reading the lips.
Every Warrior fan felt, "You weak. Shut up."
And then Kevin,
God, I hate him. You know what?
There's so many things in this game to break down today.
Oh, heck yeah.
I'm so fired up.
888-957-9570. What's coming on the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. We're going to dissect this game all day long. We want all of your calls, all of your texts, all of it. And again, hit us up on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. If you can't call in, text in 888-957-9570. Warriors 109, Rockets 106. Dubs up 3-1, a commanding 3-1 series lead. Can they wrap it up mañana in Houston? We'll find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm in love with Jimmy Butler.
floor to Buddy Hield. Takes a dribble. It's a three. It's good! Buddy Hield has given the Warriors a 1-point lead. It's 102-101.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy was on fire last night right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. We're reacting to the Warriors 109-106 Game 4 win to move up to 3-1 on the series. They can wrap it up tomorrow in Houston, and boy, would that feel great. You saw Jimmy towards the end grimacing a little bit, but that didn't stop him from getting the most clutch rebound I've seen since God knows when. I don't even know. He has been a godsend for this team. 27 points to lead all scorers for the Golden State Warriors to combat Alperen Şengün's 31 points for the Houston Rockets. But it was the other things. It was slowing the game down when it needed to be slowed down. It was getting to the line. It was the ball distribution. It's everything we've come to expect from Jimmy Butler, Joe, these last few months, all compacted into one game and one performance where we knew if you win that game, the series is all but over. Now it's not, but it basically is if we're just going by the math and going by history. It'll tell you it's over. Now, can you get it done in 5? That remains to be seen. That would be huge for the rest, for all these old guys, the Stephs, the Draymond, and Stephen Curry. He didn't have his best game. He had 4 turnovers, but that's why you got Jimmy Butler. Because in years past, if you had that Steph performance, you're not winning that game. But now you got Robin. Batman had a night off. That's okay. The Joker was doing his thing. You know, he was busy. That's why Robin steps up. That's why Alfred steps up and Buddy Hield. Draymond Green being massive. I don't know who he is in this scenario. Green Lantern, I don't know.
But Draymond was out for pretty much the whole second half.
He was.
I mean, he was on the bench. And so that's why
when you needed him, yep.
No doubt, no doubt. When you needed him, he was there. But I'm saying, I think to your point about Jimmy stepping up, Curry's playing terrible, like by his standards, okay, by his standards. And, you know, Draymond's off the floor. He's the one who had to take on the assignment for a big chunk on Şengün, which is a load. I mean, it's an absolute load. And then you can clearly tell in the first half, he's not moving well. He's just sluggish. He can barely run. He's kind of like, he's called it scooting. So like not only is Steph having that game, Draymond's on the bench and Jimmy, who is compromised, is willing this team into victories when really Moses Moody ain't hitting. Quentin Post, though he was trying really hard, he wasn't really hitting. They're searching for offense. I mean, let's just call it what it is. Right now, this team is searching for offense, which is why Podziemski's contributions and Buddy Hield's contributions were massive in this one.
Well, and we were talking about it yesterday. Some of these players are due for a good game. I thought Pods was due. He had a good game 1 performance.
I
don't think his game 1 was as efficient, but they needed the scoring obviously, and they got the win.
He had some big rebounds in this game.
Yes, no,
I thought Curry had some big rebounds.
Yep.
Buddy had some big rebounds. I thought the guards collectively really did a great job because Steven Adams how many shots did he block? Forget the rebounds. What did he get? 5, 6 blocks?
4 blocks, but it felt like 5.
He was awesome.
But he had 4 blocks and 5 offensive rebounds. That's what he does.
Steve Kerr for hacking him and getting him out of there.
Right.
If Steven Adams is available,
you love Steven Adams.
Him. No, I want him.
Well, I think it's important to note too, like the guys that have, pelts on the wall, if you will, or playoff experience, they showed up yesterday and they were their better players. Steven Adams, who's had 70 career playoff games, I think it was heading into it, and Fred VanVleet, who they mentioned ad nauseum. He's got a championship. Yes, we know. You've told us the entire series. We know
he's special.
He was a great, that's the guy. That's big moments, big shots. That's the guy I remember from the 2019 NBA Finals.
And how about Amen Thompson with multiple ridiculous layups in the lane? Like, I thought Quentin played that as well as he could. Straight up vertical, and Amen's like twisting, and like as he's falling down, putting it in, that kid's coming.
And his shooting performance, that was his best shooting performance by far this series. 7 of 12, 17 points for him. And I thought he had clutch defensive rebounds late in that game as well. No, his future's very bright.
He's a stud.
Jalen Green, though, again, we were talking about it. This team's only going to go as far as Jalen Green's going to allow them to. 3 of 8, 8 points.
But if you're going to talk
back-to-back single digits performance,
if you're going to talk that talk after the game, you better bring it.
No, I totally agree with you. Speaking of bringing it, Jimmy in San Jose wants to bring it. Talk about Jalen Green.
What a great game.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're taking your calls all day long. No guests. The only guests are you, the people. Jimmy.
And we'll get into the officiating because
yeah.
I'm telling you, let's go to Jimmy.
We'll get into it. Don't worry.
My head's going to explode.
Joe, we got 3.5 hours. Trust me. We got time, but we got time.
Yeah.
Let's go. Jim, what you got? Big time Timmy Jim. Jimmy? He gone. Oh, no, he's there? Okay, go ahead.
Right here,
there you go. Go, Jimmy. Come on, let's go.
Hey, Joe Spadoni. Hey, I just wanted to say, oh, my God. You were talking about Jalen Green, that little boy from Merced. He ain't going to show up. He had 30 points last night, but last night, he ain't showed up. He ain't ready for the big moments. And playoff Jimmy, he's a real deal. And Dylan Brooks, he ain't about that life. For sure he's not about that life. You know what I'm saying? Jimmy punked him, and Warriors in 5.
There you go. Jimmy's feeling it. That team is only going to go as far as Jalen Green allows them to. And if he's scoring, they are a different team, but he's not. He's not a reliable scorer. And Steiny actually made a great point yesterday. He was talking about it.
What he said?
And they did a hell of a job in the live broadcast of the Agape tournament yesterday at Stone
Did
Tree.
a good job. I'm lukewarm on Steiny's performance.
Okay.
He barely said hi to me.
He didn't. Well, he's locked in. He gets flustered.
Will never die.
There is a part of him that'll never die. He gets flustered at those things.
I think he was jealous.
Well, maybe.
Because I know that he would want to golf.
You see all those donuts that were out there? He was smashing like 5 of those things. Anyways.
The tacos.
I know. It was great. Everything was spectacular yesterday. The weather, all of it, except my face was draining the entire time with allergies. You can kind of still hear it. But he was talking about Jalen Green yesterday, Steiny was, and saying, if you're getting that kind of performance and inconsistency from him, that's a 6-man kind of a guy. That's like a Malik Monk kind of a role.
Williams?
Yes. And I was like, I agree with him on that. If he's not going to contribute much defensively, he's like 6'2", 6'3". He's a shooting guard. Point guard. He's not a point guard. That's a bench player. And I agreed with him. He's looked more like a bench player in this series for me. And the guy I would want in the starting lineup, we were talking about it. Jabari Smith, man. I look at the end of the box score. It's like he only had 6 points. It feels like every time he's attempting a 3, it's going in. He only attempted 2 yesterday. He was 1 of 2, 2 of 4 overall. He had a couple of assists. I leave this series, and if it ends in 5, it ends in 5. I would want more Jabari Smith going forward if I was the Houston Rockets and Ime Udoka, and maybe that's going to be a wrinkle for next year for them. But that's one of the guys I was fearing heading into the game. I heard Tim Roy on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He was talking about as I was sitting in traffic forever. He was talking about that's the one guy you don't want to get going. And for whatever reason, they don't feature him enough. And I don't know. He's 6'10".
I love him.
6'10".
If he's available, I would love to acquire him.
You love a lot of these Houston Rockets
I think
players.
Jabari Smith has, he's a 3-level scorer.
He's not Kevin Durant, but he gives you those kind of qualities, right?
He's a great bench piece. He's a 3-level scorer. He can defend out on the perimeter a little. I think he can rebound a little. You're right. I think he's underutilized in their system. But going back to Dylan Brooks, when they zoomed in, I don't know who's shooting the free throws, but they zoomed in, and Reggie's like, I love this playoff atmosphere. It's like, pipe down, Reg. But it's Jimmy Butler. They're at the free throw line, and Jimmy Butler is at the lowest point on the block as everyone's lined up. And he turns to Dylan Brooks, and the TNT camera's like just stuck on the two of them. And he's like, you a bum, you weak, you a bum. And I was just like, oh my God, I love Jimmy so much. I never thought I could love Jimmy more. He was looking into his soul, not just into his eyes. It's like, you a bum. And he was speaking for all the Bay Area. We are so over them. And
No, real quick. He wasn't speaking for the entire Bay Area. I think he was speaking for the nation yesterday because there are so many people that hate Dylan Brooks. It's really the only people like Dylan Brooks is the Houston area. And maybe after yesterday, maybe they're souring on him.
I think there's a difference for me from physical play and what I would call goonery. And a lot of what they do, which is absurd to me, is they get away with all of the extracurriculars. And then in this, great example. Curry is coming through a high pick and roll. And Dylan gives him a knee to the groin. Yeah. Now, you want to say it's inadvertent, fine. But if we're going to look at everything in slow-mo, and we're going to look at all this like intention, he kneed him in the groin. Curry falls to the ground and goes 2, as in, that's your second foul.
Yes.
Somehow, some way, Draymond, who's in the first time ever, is de-escalating the situation and actually trying to separate people. It's Quentin Post who I thought came in a little hot.
Well, it was Quentin Post and then Jabari Smith going back and forth.
But here's my point. It's like, it's the playoffs. Like, I love physicality, but also a little taunting back and forth. It's the playoffs.
Yeah, it got spicy. I like it, though. Yeah.
That's the reason I get pissed.
No, I love it.
No, but what I'm watching, And how do we walk away with 2 techs?
I know.
They get 1, and they're shooting free throws. When our, not just star, mega star, face of the league is the guy who started the game, the sequence by getting groined. Like, need straight in the groin. What are we doing? Like, we've lost the narrative, officials. How can you look at that and walk away with them getting free throws? If anything, they negate each other. We keep it moving. And Draymond got a reputation tech for breaking up a fight.
Let's pick this up on the other
for the
side.
first time in his career.
The chippiness that was the Dylan Brooks, the Tari Easons, all of it wrapped into this. And you know what? I don't even care anymore if I'm the Golden State Warriors and I'm a fan right now.
This is why I care, because if he accumulates enough, it will come back to bite us. You have to get out of this series with the limited amount of techs and flagrants, because we know this team is resorting to non-basketball. Let's call it what it is.
We'll pick it up on the other side. I'll tell you why I'm not super worried about it. 109-106 the final. Warriors improved to 3-1 on the series. We're talking about it all day. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Come on back, and it's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Hand off Podziemski. Podziemski fades to his right, takes another bomb. It's up and good for Podziemski. Right in front of the Warrior bench. Another 3-ball for Brandon. He's got 6 of them tonight. And it's 85-80.
Dub Nation is Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yes.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Shout out Brandon Podziemski yesterday. Massive, massive contributions. 40 minutes, gets the start, 26 points, 9 of 18 overall, 6 of 11 from beyond the arc. And the biggest number for me, 4 offensive rebounds against a team in the Houston Rockets that ball out on the offensive glass. Hey, Brandon Podziemski is doing his thing, man. That's what I've come to expect from Pods. He loves the big moments. He's not scared. He's not scared.
He had a big rebound, too. Like a very big rebound. I thought that, but he healed at multiple big rebounds. To me, it's not just the shots that he makes. How about the pass backdoor to Gary Payton?
Again, his ball distribution, 5 assists too, second only to Jimmy Butler on the team. He was being that ball distributor and point guard that they need him to be at times while Steph is running around. It wasn't Steph's best game, but you need other people to step up in games like yesterday. And that's why, for me, one of the best wins since that championship run back in 2022, if not the best, considering everything that's taken place, considering your opponent, this Rockets team, which feels like it was built it's built in the 90s, by the way. This is a 90s
built to fight you.
It's built to, but again, 90s again. Like that's kind of what 90s basketball was.
Okay.
Physical, hard nose. They're going to get in your face. That's what Ime Udoka wants. They're going to try to get under your skin. But it ended up being Draymond getting under the skin of the Houston Rockets, which I felt like early in that second half. And again, the Warriors came out swinging. They came out firing. Rockets punched back. It was. I'll credit Houston here. Every single time where I felt like the Warriors were going to go on a huge run.
A 12-2 run, a 10-2 run. They did it 3 times.
And the Rockets came back every single time.
12-2, 10-2. They did it every time.
And I was shocked because this is a young team, and I get it. They have veterans on there, veteran leadership. Fran VanVleet, who was massive yesterday.
Huge
Steven Adams
down the stretch.
And Şengün, who at times he can go in some spurts here or there where he's missing and hacking.
He was pretty dominant in the second half.
But he was. When Draymond Green went out with that 5th foul in that third quarter, he took over that game. But again, at the end of the day, who am I trusting to make shots for me? Big shots and big opportunities and big rebounds. I'm trusting Jimmy Butler. And you know what? And it comes in unexpected places sometimes in Golden State. Brandon Podziemski, who, again, I think a lot of Warriors fans have been up and down on Podziemski in the years, but it's been a lot more up these last few months for me, at least. The confidence is sky high with him. It was absent all at the start of the season. There was injuries baked into it. We didn't know where Pods was mentally. He was in the NBA select team. He was working. It just wasn't there. And these last few months, again, coinciding with Jimmy Butler, it's just worked. Buddy Hield, it's been a lot. It's been a lot.
It's awesome.
It's been a mixed bag all season is what I'm trying to say. The last 2 games, he's showed out. Give him his flowers, Dub Nation. All the people that are scared. I still see it on social. Oh, I don't know what Buddy. No. You know what you're getting with Buddy's last 2 games. Big shots and big opportunities. He's going to do some knuckleheaded things at times. Buddy Butterfingers. It's okay.
I thought he was playing really good D.
Really hard.
Say, I'm sorry, sir.
Exactly. Thank you, Coz. Say I'm sorry today. And I'm not apologizing for a 3-1 series lead if I'm the Golden State Warriors. Absolutely not. God, but just a huge win.
It was a huge win. You keep referencing, like, Ime, they want to play tough. Like, I get this whole, like, we want to be tougher than everyone.
That's their calling card. That's their calling card.
Yeah, no. But you know what wins in the NBA?
Shots.
No. IQ. Literally IQ.
And scoring.
No, it's IQ. Do you play basketball the right way?
You got to score the ball, though, too.
Well, part of that is understanding who the matchup is. Yeah. Part of that is understanding who has the hot hand. What's a good shot, right? Like, shot making is an easy thing to say. There's a lot of guys that score that haven't won a damn thing. Is James Harden a great scorer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't won anything, right? Situational basketball still plays. Tari Eason fouling Draymond Green on an inbound play. When Ime Udoka's losing his mind, it's like, Ime, you're losing control. Your players are losing control. They're not thinking. The last guy you should be fouling on an inbound play is Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green. Şengün leaving his feet on the side inbound to Steph Curry for the big corner 3. Like, there's 2 seconds left. Stand still. You're 7 feet tall. He gave up. It was It was a terrible play. Another example is the whole Adams thing. That was brilliant by Steve Kerr. Look, it didn't work, but playing TJD a couple of minutes and just trying it, just seeing if they could squeeze something out of him.
You like that? You've been calling for it.
It's just try it. Like, that's smart. Like, high IQ, smart basketball wins. Dylan Brooks fouling a non-shooter in Jimmy Butler at the three-point line when he's clearly compromised and the shot clock's going down. That is stupid basketball. That's why they're losing. And they could do this whole, we're going to out-punch you and we're going to be tough. Well, we're going to be smarter than you. Smart always wins more games.
888-957-9570. I'm not disagreeing with that. You have to have team IQ. Only like smart teams win the titles. There's no dumb team that ever won the NBA Finals or a football championship or a baseball. Doesn't matter. You have to be smart and level-headed. I understand that. Also, it helps if you can score late in late game situations. And I feel like the Rockets, time and time again, they're searching for someone to score. Like, I love Şengün. He's a really good player. He's an all-star. He's really good. I don't want him taking my last shot. I don't like a big man taking my last shot.
He had been dominating that whole second half.
I understand. I still would fear more Fred VanVleet. I would trust him more in a big shot situation, which sounds crazy because he's only 6 feet tall. But like, I feared him more in that situation, maybe because of 2019. I don't know.
But when you're coaching,
I know.
Your theory is this: like, I'm going to get it to Şengün, who's one of my best players, and not only can he get his own shot, Draymond's got 5 fouls, and if he gets compromised, he can kick it out to someone else because he is a good passer. So, once the ball's inbounded, it's up to the players to execute.
No, I totally agree with you. The actual higher efficiency shot yesterday, just going by yesterday's box score, Fred VanVleet was 8 of 12 from beyond the arc. So, and 12 of 28 was Şengün.
Was the final shot.
Exactly. So,
which was kind of a prayer.
I know. So that's all baked into it there. I would have feared that more, but you know what? I don't really care if I'm a Warriors fan this morning because you won the game. You're up 3-1. You should be feeling great right now. This situation, given where physically where Jimmy Butler is, and he's hobbling, man. He's hurting out there. That's why winning yesterday was so massive to try to wrap things up tomorrow if you can and get some rest heading into the second round. You don't want to play with your food now. You stepped on their throat. Now it's time to go for the tongue, rip it out, eat it. I don't know if you're a lion, whatever. Go David Attenborough, Planet Earth, whatever on their ass. That's what you got to do tomorrow in Houston. That would feel great because I do think they're going to be deflated. I think tomorrow is where you rip away their soul. Because that's what I saw yesterday, by the way. We're talking about Jimmy Butler and how good he feels. The Miami Heat, where Jimmy Butler used to play, by the way, it's a team that quit. Quite frankly, they quit. They were down 0-3. That's a young team, and they just didn't even try yesterday. I don't know if that's going to be the Houston Rockets tomorrow. I don't know if Ime Udoka is going to allow that.
No, they're not going to lay down.
But it could happen.
No, they're not going to lay down.
Get up early tomorrow is what I'm saying.
That team's too young to want to lay down. They're going to play really, really, really hard. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They're going to play very, very hard.
Real quick. Jimmy was loving that Miami getting destroyed yesterday. You know, he's not going to say it. He was feeling some type of way though, probably after the way this game ended.
Probably warming up for the game and not thinking about it.
Oh, okay. You could think that. I think Jimmy Butler loved every single second of the Miami Heat getting swept and him winning that game yesterday.
I just think Jimmy is so happy to be a Warrior right now.
That's exactly why.
The perfect spot for him right now in his career. He clearly, look, I'm not going to do he fits and is happier than KD because I know that people will do that. But I would just say this, like, he fits like a glove in the sense that it feels like he's been here a decade. And I can just, again, I'm watching through the TV. I'm not pretending to know him as a person. It sure feels like he appreciates the situation. There are two guys about his age that play the game the way he plays the game. Super cerebral. And he appreciates high-level winning and competitive ferocity at the highest level. Like this guy's a winner. I mean, it's just what it is. And it feels like he's destined to play for Steve Kerr. Kerr called him Iguodala. Obviously, he could score better than Iguodala, but I get exactly what he's saying. He's talking about the mind.
Yep. No.
And the guy just makes winning plays.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Let's go to Motor the Calls right now. Jason's in Concord wants to talk about last night's win. 888-957-9570. Good morning, Jason. What you got, man?
What's up, Jason?
Good morning. Great show. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, Steve Kerr last night, I thought he coached up last night. This guy is not getting enough credit, man. I mean, I'm one of those callers who called in the past and criticized the dude for some tactics. And, the starting lineup and the rotation and things like that. But last night and the game and game 3 as well, he coached up, man. He came through. And you know what, man? We got to give this guy enough credit. This team came in and punched us in the face for game 2, and he came back game 3 and did what he did. Game 4 last night was a heavyweight fight, man. It was a heavyweight fight. It was a time like we punched him in the mouth. We're about to knock him out right now, and now not yet. They come back and knock us in the mouth and then make their runs. And at the end of the day, it came down to you seen that tactic he did. Hack to Adams. He dictated the game. You know what? I'm gonna send him to bench right now. And sure enough, he sent him to bench. Kind of cleared away a little bit because they were playing big and oversized on us. They already out-rebounded us. I don't know about how many, but adding Adams wasn't helping. So him doing that was great. And also,
your phone's cutting out.
You're good, Jason.
Steve Kerr, just in this game, starting the first quarter, has that been a problem for the Warriors in this series? Okay, he tweaked the starting lineup. They scored over 20 for the first time all series. He put Buddy in the starting lineup. At some point, he went TJD just to try it, which I'm not mad at that, okay? He kind of downplayed Moses Moody. So he throttled him down in terms of his minute allocation, specifically in the first half, but then went to him in the second half, wasn't as good. Like, Moody's got to start hitting shots. I think he might be a DNP next game, right? But again, this is understanding the form of where someone's at and the matchup, and it just might not be his series. GP2 did not have the impact offensively that he's had before, but late in this game, defensively, he was brilliant. How many times...
4 assists, by the way, for GP2.
How many times late in the game did Steve Kerr go offense for defense in terms of substitution patterns?
Yeah.
All right, brilliant with that. Number 2, he went at one point, Quinn Post alongside TJD. He went super big. He did the hack of Adams. Like, there were about 50 little things that Steve Kerr did within this game that showed me he's 4 steps ahead of Ime Udoka. He is. I mean, he was tinkering lineups, combinations. He was trying to win the possessional matchups, possession by possession, and I thought he did a great job.
How many times do I have to say it, Joe? And I preach it all the time. Steve Kerr, there is no other head coach in the rest of these playoffs. I'm taking over him. The guy's got 4 rings.
He was awesome.
Where's the respect for him? We give it to Joe Mazzulla. Oh, he won last year. That's great. The Celtics are really good. They're a great team. Oh, Ty Lue, he's one of the best. Great. He's won 1 championship. It was awesome. They came back from 3-1. You had LeBron James, maybe the greatest player of all time on your team. Great. Outside of that, okay, it's Steve Kerr. And it's easy for me. He's lost, I'll say it again, 1 Western Conference series in his career he's lost. Outside of that, perfect.
Joe, if I would have told you Draymond Green got his 5th foul early in the third quarter, okay, Steph would have a very subpar shooting game. You're thinking there's no way you're going to win that game.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with you on that.
All right, like Draymond didn't play for huge stretches,
and you tell me that Fred VanVleet and Şengün are balling. Then it's like, oh,
how did they win that game? Well, you know how they won that game? Tactically, smartly, and being very methodical. And this is part of the Jimmy experience. You can see late in the game, even Steph was like, yeah, I should probably defer to Jimmy. How about the Jimmy Buckets left-handed layup over 2 guys? I don't know how that got in.
Muscle. He's a big guy. Like, people sleep on his size and strength. That plays in the playoffs. That's why it matters.
Yes.
Physicality matters. And I get it. We all like to talk, oh, it's a jump shooting team. It's not a jump shooting team with Jimmy Butler.
Size matters.
They can be, but they could also be an ISO team. They could also drive to the rack. And that's another refreshing thing. And even with Podziemski, his willingness to try to drive to it. Now, it's not going to work every time, but the dribble drive penetration yesterday, too, and being willing to go at them at times was refreshing to watch. It really was.
He even dusted off Guy Santos for a couple of minutes. Just to see, like, no, but I'm not mad at these moves. Like, these are like, you start getting into a series, you start one way, okay, this guy's playing good, this guy's not playing good. All right, they're making this adjustment, I got to make this adjustment. I thought Steve Kerr was in his bag.
Again, I'm not taking any other head coach over him these rest of these playoffs, not even close. It'll be probably Chris Finch in the next round, and then we'll see if Dagnall, we'll see if it's Ty Lue. Doesn't matter. I trust Steve Kerr at the end of the day. I think Dub Nation should too. And again, next time they lose, we'll be here blaming him because that's just what fans do. 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni, it's Jasky. We're 1 hour down, 3 to go. It's all about y'alls and your calls today, people. That's it. Call or text 888-957-9570. 109-106 the win for the Golden State Warriors as they improve to 3-1. And historically, in NBA history, teams leading 3-1 in a series, their success rate of winning that series, 95%. Math says pretty
you
good.
Can't say that to Warrior fans because we get triggered.
Well, that's in the finals. This is the first round. All right,
I know, but we also did it to OKC.
Exactly.
So,
there's a lot baked into it.
I know, but like when you say 3-1, it just triggers us. So it's never over. That's what I've learned. It's never over.
I will say this.
Talking about this.
Yeah, exactly.
The Rockets.
Belichick's girlfriend.
Can you get the Rockets actually have come down from a 3-1, a 1-3 series deficit? Do you remember when that happened?
Or was that a CV franchise?
No. Remember when that happened?
No.
It was the Warriors' first championship run. Doc Rivers was up 3-1 against them as the
remember that.
Clippers.
When the Warriors were lucky to avoid the Clippers?
Yeah, lucky to avoid. Please, I think Joe
words.
Shasky wanted the Clippers and all that smoke back in 2015 with Blake Griffin and Chris Paul and all them boys, right?
DeAndre Jordan.
Please. I mean, he's still playing. He's on the Nuggets. DeAndre Jordan.
He's poorly. Well, that's like when I watch Steven Adams, I'm like, he's got to be 42.
He's not. He's like 30. He's been in the league for 11 years.
Steven Adams is 31. I'm like, I want that man. By the way, late in that game, under 2 minutes, because you can't really do the hack Adams in that situation. Yeah. How many times did they have to stay glued to Steven Adams and couldn't help on Şengün? Like, Adams is an absolute monster.
That's why that Jimmy Butler rebound over him was incredible.
Apparently, he said to Draymond, you get the stop, I'll get the rebound, before the possession even started.
He just soared. And Adams, to his credit,
big boy rebound.
Adams, to his credit, was in good position. He was boxing Looney out, who's not an easy guy to box out. He lives for those things. Timed it perfectly.
God, he's such a beast.
You know who else times things perfectly?
I love him.
Nick in San Jose usually.
What's up, Nick?
He times things pretty well. Nick, good morning. How we feeling about that one yesterday? Dubs up 3-1 in the first round. You got to be fired up, brother.
Oh, brother Paizone, and I got to tell you, I don't want to say strength in numbers, but I've been just so down on Hield all year. He actually played some defense, hit some clutch shots, and it's nice when Curry, I don't want to say he's off, but it's just nice when someone else picks him up. Couple things, and of course, as a Santa Clara grad, I'm cheek to cheek seeing Podziemski. I mean, I watched him 6 times his last year at Santa Clara, and he never popped on me for 6 games, and look at what he's doing. Here's my question, though. Why aren't we on occasion doubling Şengün? Can you answer that for me, number one? Because I want to give Kerr his flowers. I really do.
Nick, they did.
Yeah.
They did. Pods did it late multiple times and left Van Vliet open. Yeah. And then I think they were like, you know what? Okay. We can't leave him open.
Okay. And the last thing I want to say is Draymond got baited a little yesterday, but he is just such a man. And that play at the end of the game, I mean, and then Jimmy Butler coming out of nowhere like a Marvel superhero. I'm telling you guys, I don't want to get hyperbolic here, but I really think the Lakers will win tonight, extend it, and Minnesota will finish it up at the great up there. And I really think we're going to have a path to the Western Conference Finals and bring it on with SGA and those boys. Bring it on. Oh I love you guys, man.
I love you. That was the most subdued Nick in San Jose I've ever heard in my life.
So intense. I've been up all night partying, man. I love it. Let's go!
Hey.
Let's go, Paisan! Let's go! Love you guys.
Love you, Nick. When
totally redeemed himself.
When Quentin Post got into the mix with Draymond and all that, and I was like, Quentin, like this guy's endearing himself to Warrior fans. And he shot an air ball. Draymond shot an air ball.
Steph shot
an air ball. It was an air ball sensation. Thank you, Dan Hibley. And then, but you know what? I'm not mad at Quentin Post at all. If anything, I know I can go to war with that guy. Like that guy, he tried to dunk on Steven Adams and end his life. I loved it.
You know, Jay Billis said something yesterday with us, too, when it came to Quentin Post. We asked him about it because Jay Billis, obviously, ESPN, does the college basketball, has been calling first-round action for ABC. He was like, yeah, Quentin Post, he's one of the best players in the ACC last year. This team just stunk, so no one talked about him. I was like, yeah. I was like, why didn't I hear about this guy? He's like, no, he's really good, and he showed why yesterday. Something about those 4-year players, man. Like, we still sleep on it. I know the one and done, the Caliparis, all that stuff. Like, that's in vogue right now, and it's going to continue to be because it just is what it is. Yes. People want to get paid. Kids want to get paid. I hear them. They want to establish themselves and have generational wealth early on. I get that. but there's something to be said about the 4-year players still, and knowing where you fit on a basketball court in the playoffs matters, and just doing things the right way. Listen, no one else was shooting off the bench. No one else was. Gary Payton had 3 attempts. Moses Moody had 6 attempts. Quentin Post, he was 4 of 11. He got his shots up. I wasn't mad at it, though.
I thought his first half scoring was vital for this team.
Yeah.
They were searching for offense, and they needed it. And he had, what do you have, 12 in the first half?
Yeah.
10 in his first half?
Yeah.
I thought his first half scoring was huge. And to me, like, just not backing down is a big component of being a playoff player. If you want to be a 16-game player, as Draymond cites, you cannot be afraid of going toe-to-toe. The worst moniker to be is a soft big man. It's the worst. It's the worst label you can have in basketball. A soft big man.
Yeah. What was it? Steve Kerr said it. We talked about it a couple months ago, and he was early on saying this. He's not a fake 7-footer.
No.
And I was like, I think that's such a funny way of saying. I was like, well, Steve, no one could fake being 7 feet tall. But what he's trying to say is not using his size. Like there's so many players in today's NBA that are 7 feet or 6'11" or 6'10" plus that just chuck three-point balls.
Yeah.
They just don't use their size to their advantage. Like, I think of a guy that the Warriors were kind of rumored on last year, Lauri Markkanen, I think about that way. Not saying he's soft, but he just doesn't use his size that like players like Ivica Zubac or Nikola Jokic use, right? I'm not saying those guys are defensive all-world players. Zubac's pretty good, but Jokic not. But again, using their size and dictating the pace of play with said size matters a lot. And I thought Quentin Post, I think his best performance is still, for me, Game 3 on the defensive glass and the offensive glass. He came up massive in that game. But again, yesterday, when the shot wasn't there in the second half, what did he do? Ball distribution, 3 assists. And I thought that was so refreshing yesterday for the Warriors. That goes back to IQ, Joe. The team play and the team chemistry yesterday was on full display for me. Everyone being unselfish, but at the end of the day, being willing to shoot the ball when you need to shoot the ball. How many times in this series or the last few games of the regular season, the callers we had, why is everyone scared to shoot? Why is everyone scared to shoot and make a mistake? Pods was not scared of the moment. Buddy Hield was not scared of the moment. Quentin Post sure as hell wasn't scared of the moment. And Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Stephen Curry, they're never going to be scared of the moment. And it was refreshing to watch yesterday.
You were talking about like playing bigger than your size, right?
Yeah.
Like a true 7-footer. That's the hallmark of Jimmy and Draymond.
Yep.
They play way bigger than their actual size.
Yep. Hell, I'd say Stephen Curry, to be honest, too, because he has to.
Sure.
But he is 6'3", but you got to play bigger than your size.
Him and Pods, they both rebound very well for guards.
Absolutely. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors 109, Rockets 106. They're just a game away from advancing to the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. Massive win yesterday. Let's talk about it. Spadoni at Shasky. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Been up all night partying, man. I love it. Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go, Paisan. Let's go. Love you guys.
Bounce pass to Butler, guarded by Brooks. They clear the side for Jimmy Butler. Now Curry off the screen. Head fake, dribble drive, down the lane, stops. Triple team throws it away. Threw it right to Brooks. Another breakaway for Houston. Goes up, stripped, whistle, and a foul by Butler. Brooks goes tumbling over, and he's going to shoot two.
But the Warriors have made a mess of this last 90 seconds.
As well as they finished the first half of Game 3.
Yep.
They're finishing as poorly here in Game 4. Good hustle by Butler, though, to put Brooks on the free throw line.
Now back to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond Green doing his best Paulie Walnuts impression yesterday. Being an instigator. You see that early on, Joe, when they were huddling up the Rockets yesterday, and Draymond tried to insert himself in there.
I love this song because
all time.
Nowadays everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. And I'm talking to you, Jalen Green. I'm talking to you, Dylan Brooks. Just a bunch of gibberish.
No boats, no snowmobiles, no skis.
Don't forget about Draymond Green. You know, look, the guy gave us the full experience yesterday. Oh my God, he's unhinged. He's gonna get suspended.
Shocked you talking to me.
He's gonna get attacked. He's gonna jeopardize this game.
Absolutely incredible.
I thought he was ejected from the game after the Tari Eason play, although I will defend him on both of them. I thought it was a reputation tech on the front end where he actually was separating people. Like, I know, me, Joe Shasky, defending Draymond. I'm here to do it. I'm not a homer. I have traded him away 10,000 times. I have ripped him for some of the other shenanigans, the goonery, whatever you want to call it, the extracurriculars. Mm-hmm. I will defend him for both of them. And then the second one, when we got tied up with Tari Eason, like, his feet landed on the top of Eason. I know, his feet always land on the top of someone. But he was twisting around. Eason said, get off me. He grabbed him like, don't do that, which I saw both ends of it. That's a blown whistle, separate it, let's keep it moving.
Okay.
I didn't think it warranted a flagrant or a tech.
I think the second one, if anything, it would have been a double tech for me. But the first one, as you mentioned, I don't know why he got one at all. I thought that was weak.
Ime Udoka's tech?
Right.
He's the one getting onto the floor, getting into the mix of players jostling. Well, why is Ime Udoka allowed to be on the floor?
By the way,
I'm asking that question.
Udoka, I think after 2 smoked free throws from Alperen Şengün, was just like, they just put the camera on him. He was just smiling ear to ear. I was like, the most frightening smile I've ever seen in my life from that guy. He shouldn't smile. By the way, you are listening to Spadoni and Chasky in the Morning Roast, and we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. 888-957-957, the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Dave in South City will get to you in a second. I do have to mention this news because not only did the Warriors win, Joe, they're up 3-1 in their series, a game away from advancing to the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. They're rolling. We got Jimmy Butler. We got Draymond Green. We got Stephen Curry. And now we get to keep George Kittle in the Bay Area. You know why? Because he signed a new contract worth $76.4 million, an extension over there, $40 million guaranteed, and the annual average of $19.1 million in new money makes Kittle the highest paid tight end in the NFL now. And I'm just going to say in the history of the NFL, because there you go. So Kittle stays. Yay! Kittle, never a doubt, right? We got Kittle staying here in the Bay. Let's go.
Yay. Anybody who's complaining about George Kittle getting his money, $35 million guaranteed.
Is there really people complaining about that?
Well, no. Like, I look, is it risky? Of course. Every player that you pay is risky.
Yeah.
You just gave $40 million guaranteed to Javon Hargrave, who no one had he had no sweat equity with the organization at all.
No.
If all the players, if you're going to overpay for somebody, let's just say hypothetically in this scenario, it better be somebody that is beloved, who's an old-time player, who's probably going to the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I'm okay with them paying George Kittle. Of all the contracts they've given out, it's the last one I'm going to be nitpicking.
No, I'm with you on that. The guy was a
stud.
Tremendous leader on and off the field. He's been a great ambassador for the league, I want to say, as a whole. He's in every single commercial you see. He is one of the faces of the NFL. They cannot get enough George Kittle, excuse me,
but Joe,
him with WWE, but specifically with this team, and I keep going back to the Devondre Campbell thing, like, That was a leader when he stepped up. During that whole thing, that whole debacle, when that was one of the worst teammate situations I've ever seen, refusing to play, going on the field, George Kittle called him out immediately after the game, saying that's sucker behavior. That's a guy I can gravitate to. Offensively, defensively, it doesn't matter. He deserved to be rewarded. Now reward Fred Warner. You're going to pay Brock Purdy. Get all this drama out of the way, and let's focus on some football here in a couple months. But in the meantime, we are talking about the Golden State Warriors because it is basketball season, Joe. So I just wanted to mention that, though. George Kittle got paid. It's a great day in the Bay.
It's a great day. And one last thing
Beautiful
on this.
outside, too.
If you're going to sign Brock Purdy, you better give him his safety blanket, which is George Kittle, right? You gave Brandon Ayuk twice the amount of guaranteed money, and he's been like a third of the player. And I like Brandon Ayuk. I do. I like Brandon Ayuk. So, look, this is a great day. 85 stays in the Bay. 85 gets re-upped. You have your number one target for your quarterback. He fits the environment. He's a team leader. Like, even if he ages a little and he doesn't, have the same exact impact, you're paying for the leadership. You're paying to unify the locker room. You're paying to prove it that you're keeping your own. I love this move.
Speaking of leadership, and I love that word right now because I think, not that it was lost on this team because Steve Kerr is a leader. He's proven. Stephen Curry is a leader. It's been proven. Draymond Green is a leader, but I think his leadership from the fan base has been in question these last few years, given everything that's taken place, the indefinite suspensions. Jimmy Butler on this team has been a tremendous leader. And it's not something I say lightly, considering the narrative surrounding him when he was first acquired a couple months ago was that he was a horrible leader, that he was a bad teammate, that he was all of those things baked into it. Now, I think that is still somewhat true from a Miami perspective. If you were to go to Miami, those things happened. It went down that way. It is what it is. That's their story, and that's their thing. But since he's been a Golden State Warrior and been with the Warriors, he's been nothing but excellent. On and off the court, inside and outside the locker room, the media. He's been funny. He stepped up in a way yesterday that, and it is playoff Jimmy. Don't get me wrong. It is playoff Jimmy, but him talking that talk to Dylan Brooks, the way he was doing it in his face and in his grill, and then backing it up on the court, made him already, to me, a Warrior playoff legend just in that one game. If nothing else happens, I will have that moment to look back on with Jimmy Butler going right at Dylan Brooks for that sucker, behavior, and balling and getting that key rebound and getting a key bucket. That was a leader yesterday that I saw from Jimmy Butler. When the other leader, Stephen Curry, he didn't have it offensively. That's okay. That's why you got Jimmy Butler. What did we talk about when they first acquired him, Joe? And I told you, this could be the best playoff performer in the Golden State Warriors. Like, this could be your 1A, 1B situation. A lot of people are like, whoa. This is Stephen Curry country. I know. I don't say that lightly. Jimmy has shown, whether you've watched the Miami Heat or as a Golden State Warrior, when push comes to shove, he's going to make the winning plays. He did yesterday.
He had the left-handed layup, which was ridiculous. He had, 5 free throws, which were all mandatory. They weren't like, I hope you hit these. No. Have to hit them. And then 3 big rebounds down the stretch. He affected winning on every single level.
Leadership, man.
And he drew fouls. The guy, throughout the bulk of the game, the guy is, he's such an interesting person because if they try to make this deal, and I put it out there like, hey, none of us knew we wanted Jimmy Butler, but now that we're here, I can't envision a life without him.
I wanted Jimmy Butler on the Warriors. I did. I'm not going to. I don't want to be that guy.
Didn't.
I was the guy saying, I don't know if Kevin Durant's going to want to come back here. He didn't. I think this mindset that he instilled in this team was desperately missing from the Golden State Warriors. Desperately missing.
He helps them in areas that they need help. Rebounding, a second playmaker in the half court. I'm talking about be able to facilitate, get to the free throw line, a toughness. There's just a toughness level to him. Not that KD's not tough. They're just very different players. And I think that the way that he's shifted the floor in terms of spacing has made it a little more unique. And I think that it's allowed other players to thrive, like Quentin Post.
Right.
Because the spacing, now you have more guys that are able to operate on the perimeter. I actually think, in a weird way, he's better for Podziemski, too. Podziemski's gotten more open looks from three-point land. But again, Podziemski would have been able to adjust to KD. But here's the thing. had he not made it so ugly in Miami, I think a lot of people are like, well, they should have made this deal a year and a half ago. It would have cost twice the cost. And a year and a half ago, they weren't ready to deal him. He needed to make it ugly. As you see Giannis dealing with the Milwaukee situation that he's got, a lot of players aren't willing to make it get ugly. And there's going to be a 30 for 30 someday about Jimmy self-sabotaging his way out of Miami and basically taking his value at whatever it was, 100%, and cutting it in half.
Oh, well, if
the cost to deal for him was half of what it would have been a year ago.
Well, and you're on fire. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Like, there's going to be a 30 for 30 if this whole thing ends up in another championship. Knock on wood that it does. Even if it doesn't. But if it does, it's going to be all in that Warriors doc, that dynasty doc. It's all going to be a part of it. And the Jimmy Butler story is going to be a massive piece of it. You mentioned something there that I thought was interesting. You brought up Brandon Podziemski. He's like, yeah, he would have been able to, play with, Kevin Durant. But it's all the other things with Jimmy Butler was why he's perfect for a guy like Podziemski, because not that Pods is going to be Jimmy Butler, but it's all the things you want from Podziemski that you see in Jimmy Butler. The ball distribution, right? Knowing where to be on the floor. He's not going to be the defender. He doesn't have the size. He can't be the defender that he is. No. But I saw some of that defense yesterday one-on-one on Fred VanVleet, a guy that's smaller than him in stature. That huge block that he had as Fred VanVleet's trying to, dribble, drive, penetrate. Just huge, massive block. That's Jimmy Butler. That's his effect. You saw Jimmy Butler when he was out last game. What was he doing? He was coaching up Buddy Hield. He was getting on Buddy, saying, hey, you need to do this. He was doing it with Kuminga when Kuminga got the start. That is what we were missing in Golden State. A little bit of that. Not to say we weren't getting it with Draymond and Steve. I think there is something about a different voice, though. In life, sometimes you need an outside voice to give you a different perspective on things, and it hits harder in a different way. I don't know how to explain it or quantify it,
I agree.
But outside voices are needed sometimes, and this was an outside voice that was needed, and now he's become an inside voice because he's a part of the team. And again, I think he's a Warrior legend just for that game alone yesterday and talking that talk with Dylan Brooks. Now you become more of a legend, if you will, if you actually do the whole damn thing. And that was a huge step in doing it. I do think it was poetic before we go to the calls, before you respond, Joe. I do think it was poetic yesterday, though. The way the Miami Heat season ended on the same day the Warriors have their biggest win
There's no doubt.
in a few years in the playoffs, and basically put a stamp on that round one series as Miami is getting absolutely blasted. The end of the first quarter in Miami yesterday, 43-17. The game was over in the first quarter.
And Jimmy doing it with playoff Jimmy activated while he's compromised.
Yep.
And Steph's not playing great.
Yep.
And Draymond's got foul trouble, right? And I'm telling you, the play of the game for me, I know I'm railing on the officials. I would have put it as a flagrant one. So I'm admitting that on the front end. When he fouled Dylan Brooks in transition, I loved it. That was old school. Like, okay, we're losing the war here in terms of like the physicality. I'm going to give you a hard foul, and I'm going to foul you in transition. And it was on the arm, not on the head, not on the shoulders, on the arm, old school style, backyard style. And Dylan missed both free throws. And I know their close to that half was horrible. Steph had horrible turnovers. Jimmy had a bad turnover. Poz it was bad. That foul to me was the signal being sent. We're not backing down. And Jimmy looked so compromised in the first half. Then in the third quarter, you could feel he was a man on a mission and he was going to make plays. Him and Pods had a couple of sequences where they were kind of playing a two-man game and Pods kept relocating for the wide open three. And he was feeling it.
Nick in Berkeley, Dave in South City, we'll get to in a second. I want to hear from Jimmy Buckets. I want to hear from all this great sound after the game, by the way. This was walking off with TNT yesterday, their broadcast, sound courtesy of them. Jimmy Butler asked how he got through the game physically.
Well, in a game that we didn't know if he'd play or not, you played nearly 40 minutes. I mean, how did you get through it physically and mentally?
Oh, man. Somebody said something to me. That's all it takes. Somebody to say something to me gets me going every single time.
I take it you won't share it with me.
No. Y'all, that mic's underneath the goal. You can hear it.
Oh, my God.
Hey, maybe we should, honestly.
I love him so much.
Maybe we should be thanking Dylan Brooks for that.
I love him so much. I'm in love with Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler basically credited Dylan Brooks for him, balling out in the rest of that game. Thank you, Dylan Brooks. You know what? We love you here in Golden State.
Jimmy
the gift that keeps on giving.
Jimmy. Pods, QP. I mean, it was just, God.
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
He believed in him all along. Dave in South City wants to join the conversation.
God, he's
Dave,
great.
good morning. How we feeling about that win last night, man?
Oh, that win was off the hook. I was just like stunned. I thought the whole team showed up in the second half. A lot of three-pointers. Even Curry wasn't on fire. They made up for it. But at this point, I'm predicting Boston and Golden State in the finals. That's my prediction.
I want to
Lock
finish
it
the
in.
Houston series first
Lock it
before we
in.
get ahead of ourselves. But I'm not mad at
They
them.
put themselves in, again, a huge and great position to win this first-round series. Teams that are up 3-1 in the history of the NBA in a 7-game series, they're winning it 95% of the time, if we're just going by percentages. So that would be a huge plus. But again, some of those series go 6. I would rather this not go 6. I would rather just giving up what I saw yesterday, the grimacing from Jimmy Butler, and I'm going grimace here, shout out McDonald's. Like, I don't want that to be a thing and lingering like for a couple more games in a couple more days. I don't want that. So take care of business tomorrow. That team's already down on themselves, and the Houston Rockets put them out of their misery, man.
Given that
Old Yeller them.
Given that Jimmy was like limping, to the free throw line after getting fouled on the three. God, it's just, I can't believe he hit all of his free throws and then comes through with the big rebound. He looked like the guy was going to have to sub out of the game.
Credit Dylan Brooks for giving him that motivation, Joe. Hey, Dylan Brooks might have been the Warriors' best player yesterday. 888-957-9570. We are streaming
Warriors
on Twitch.
legend, Dylan Brooks.
Yes, exactly. We are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And shout out my Aunt Patty, who's watching on YouTube right now. 70 years old, Aunt Patty. I love you. You're out there in Montana. Happy birthday, Aunt Patty. Nick in Berkeley wants to join the conversation. Talk about the win last night. 109-106. Warriors up 3-1, Nick. How we feeling, buddy?
Man, all I can say is, man, we slapping the taste out their mouth. That man was so red hot for them last night. Van Cleef, he was hotter than a single chip challenge, dude. But you know what? We overcame it. Youngsters are contributing, man. And, for Jimmy Buckets to come back like that, man, on the day when the Miami sent a statement to the ownership saying we don't like the coach or the general manager for trading Jimmy, I guess that's what they did, because you can't lose by 55 points unless you're trying to lose like that, man. I mean, I don't know what it was. They tuned in and then checked out real quick without even watching the show. And I'm just like, I know Buckets is so happy. And right now, man, like if Draymond can just keep his composure and not get tough, he's doing a great job all season. He's focused. Man, the Warriors are on point, man. If McCurry to come after the game say that statement about Heald, man, and it's just like it's a tough game and they got to go on the road, and he just crushed the joke, man, that no one has ever heard before. It's the funniest shit ever, and that they're all laughing.
Hey, he was feeling good. It's all right, Nick. 888-957-9570. Hey, that's what we come to expect after big wins, all right? People are feeling comfortable, they're feeling fired up. You're going to drop some S-bombs and some F-bombs. That happens. It's okay.
It was such a fun game. The anxiety was
always a fun game. Always a fun game.
All I kept thinking was when they had the ball with 13 seconds left and Şengün catches it right there, everyone in Warrior Nation, your entire organs are in the middle of your stomach ready to be thrown up.
Hey, how much did you miss playoff basketball? Like yesterday felt so, like, I know it's been but there's just a different feeling with playoff basketball.
The best.
And this is what Stephen Curry wanted. He just wanted to be playing in meaningful games, not the play-in crap.
No.
None of that. That's a meaningless game. Unfortunately, it had some meaning this year. It ended up being perfect because you ended up playing the Houston Rockets in the first round instead, and you're up 3-1 on them. So it all worked out, but he wanted to be playing meaningful basketball. Talked about that at the start of the season, during the season, when it was after the hot start and it started slowing down, they were mired in mediocrity. Like, that's all he wanted to be doing. And Mike Dunleavy, again, I cannot give him enough credit. We don't bring up his name enough. General manager of the Golden State Warriors, going out there and making that move for Jimmy Butler, getting rid of Andrew Wiggins, first round pick, making all those trades, the Dennis Schroeder era gone, Kyle Anderson, Anthony Melton. I know it sounds funny.
I've almost chosen to forget it.
And he's actually been really good with the Detroit Pistons, by the way, Dennis Schroeder.
I know he had a pass yesterday, the other day in transition. He threw it.
No, he's great. He's a playoff performer. He is. But it just wasn't right for this team.
Not a regular season performer for the Warriors.
It didn't work for the Warriors. This system is difficult. Yeah. And Dennis talked about that. He's like, dude, it's really hard playing next to Stephen Curry, which makes it all the more crazy how seamless it's been with Jimmy Butler. Like, how many people have talked about how difficult it is to play in this system with that player? And it's been seamless for Jimmy Butler. Why? Why has it been so easy? That's what I guess my question is.
Such a great player. He's so smart. I mean,
but he's not a three-point shooter. That's why it's funny.
Because he knows how to make the right play. This goes back to IQ.
I know.
Like the number. Why has Pods been so successful in this system?
Why? Because he's a high IQ guy?
Yes. Why has Post been so good?
High IQ guy?
Yeah, like you got to be smart. You have to have instincts. You have to understand how to play in the read and react, and you have to be able to make quick adjustments in game, and then carry out whatever the game plan is and what it's required of you. Like, there's a reason why Kevon Looney's been on this team a decade. He's smart. You know, what he lacks in physical prowess, he makes up for in IQ. Like, the number one attribute for this team is intelligence. I'm talking about basketball intelligence.
Can we give credit also when it comes to the intelligence, the head coach, putting Buddy Hield in the starting lineup? Like, that was a big move. Moses Moody had been starting. That starting lineup was at one point undefeated. We were talking about, is this the greatest starting lineup in the history? It's like, everyone relax. It's like a 10-game sample size, but they were really good together. Pods, Moody, Draymond, Jimmy, Steph. That was the lineup. Moody's just not, this isn't a series right now. It just isn't. Offensively, it has been challenging for him, to say the least. Put in Buddy Hield, riding the hot hand. We were talking about that. We were talking about that in a given game, Joe. Hey, in a given series, just keep doing it. Hey, get the starting role. An opportunistic defense and him being a willing defender, that has been the most refreshing part. I know that the offense is why he's out there and making the three-point balls, but Buddy's defense, man, I've been impressed. He's got size. He's been using it, and he's no slouch defensively. And it's refreshing to watch.
The thing I slept on with Buddy Hield is actually his effort level is way better than I thought.
Yeah.
He tries really hard. Like, defensively, he can get turned. He can, come way too far out on someone and get blown by. But, like, the whole league is filled with guys like that. The key with him, he actually rebounds better than I gave him credit for, and he gets to loose balls. He has a knack for getting to these loose balls. Does he over dribble? Yeah, he does from time to time. Does he take a couple of heat check threes? Yeah, he does. But they kind of need him to. And I think that he offsets it with just activity. And I've been very impressed with his effort level, which, again, I didn't see that coming with him.
Steve Kerr talked about it after the game yesterday, the contributions from Brandon Podziemski and Buddy Hield.
Both guys were amazing. Brandon's big time, second-year player, but plays like a 10th-year guy. I mean, he's just got so much poise and confidence, and he was obviously a key to everything. And then Jimmy getting to the line 12 times really carried us, especially in that fourth quarter. It was just an incredible performance by our guys against a great team that gave us everything we could handle tonight. So it's a big time win.
It was a great playoff game. I know everyone's like, it was pissed off that the pace and the officials and all of that, but that's baked into the playoffs. And I love the chippiness. I love the spiciness. I love Dylan Brooks and Steph going at it. I loved all of it. I love Draymond Green trying to break up a team huddle and being that instigator first and foremost. I love Ime Udoka getting out on the court and being angry. I know you hate the guy. I love that stuff though. It makes it fun, man. I'm tired of buddy, like everyone being friends. I'm tired of that.
I agree with that.
I love Jimmy Butler talking smack to Dylan Brooks. Say what you will about Dylan Brooks. I'll say he's good for the league in this sense. Everyone hates him. Yeah. So that's something. The worst thing you could be is just no one cares about anything. It's just indifferent. That's the worst thing you could be when it comes to entertainment. Like, if I would rather people hate me. I get a lot of hate. That's fine. Good. Hate me or love me. Don't be indifferent about me. And that's what Dylan Brooks is. Everyone hates him, and it was great for the league yesterday. I loved it.
Kerr on the front end said that Pods plays like a 10-year vet. There was a point in time this year where he would dribble into trouble, jump stop, and then pivot into infinity and either throw it away, throw up a poor shot, or the entire possession would be compromised. 3 different times last night, he dribbled into the short corner and then realized, oh, here comes the trap, and either dribbled back out or kicked it out quickly, which got the action going and got Houston scrambling. Those are the subtleties of Podziemski's game that have grown tremendously in the last 2-3 months since his return from the original injury, not the abductor strain, whatever that first one was that he missed 12 games. He isn't dribbling into trouble. And then when he does dribble into trouble, he acknowledges it immediately and either dribbles out of it or passes out of it and then relocates. He's done a great job growing this year. I mean, he really has. Like, I've been very critical of Podziemski at times. I will not question his effort. I will not question his irrational confidence, which is required for him to play alongside these legends. The guy has grown so much in this year. And I think, to Kerr's point, like he identified it before all of us, and he's lived through a lot of the growing pains. And now you get the birth of a kid who showed up in a big playoff game that you had to have.
You know what I love about Pods too? The showmanship. He loves it. He walks that fine line of arrogance and cockiness and the confidence, all of it. But you love it when he's on your team. And he's still doing the challenge. He just does it all all the time now. Which I think,
the little kid?
Yeah, the little kid behind the bench. I think Matt Hegan posted it.
Challenge. Steve Kerr doing the challenge thing. And it was hilarious. He had Pod's hair too. Right, the little, whatever they call that.
Yeah, I call it the Mahomes thing, whatever it is. The curly hair, the faux hawk, whatever it is.
Jack Harlow.
Thank you. You got the curls. Yeah, curls for the girls. Am I right? Pods.
For the girls.
Pods after the game on.
Oh, heck yeah.
Thank you, Jan, for Jana Mountain View. And sound courtesy of NBC on talk about Chase Center being amazing.
It was electric. Chase was on fire tonight. And we know the odds when we get up 3-1 instead of 2-2. And so to protect home court and now have to win 1 out of 3, hopefully we can just get it done on Wednesday. But Chase was amazing. Fans are great. This is crazy.
The other part about Podziemski, it's a really important one, actually. We talk a lot about Kyle Shanahan and how he treats a quarterback. You have to have a specific demeanor and toughness about you to be on Kyle Shanahan's team at quarterback. Mm-hmm. I think it's even more difficult to play on Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green's team. Ooh. And to be scrutinized with this fan base and those players, these legendary players. You've got to have a level of bounce back. And some guys kind of, where if I'm getting yelled at on the court, I just kind of sink. Pods just kind of doesn't back down. He's like, all right, no problem. And just keeps going. There is something about his demeanor that it's almost perfect. I call it irrational confidence. There's more to it than that. I can't put my finger on it. But to play alongside Dre is tough.
Well, it's what they had when Jordan Poole on that championship run, that irrational confidence, the pool parties, the money time, all of it. He was a showman.
Yeah.
He was a showman. He did. I know how it ended wasn't great. I know people still cringe, Jordan Poole. We can talk about Jordan Poole was a really good Warrior and part of a championship squad that'll be remembered forever. And you need scoring contributions from players like that. Players like Brandon Podziemski. When Steph doesn't have it, how many times, God, the last 2 years, if Steph didn't play well, they were losing.
They were done.
They were cooked.
And if Dre was in foul trouble like he was yesterday, and he sits the entire second half, there's just no chance for winning that game.
These last 2 games showed you why the Warriors can go all the way through the Western Conference finals, I should say, and maybe even go through them. You had a great Stephen Curry game when you needed it without Jimmy Butler. And then when Steph didn't have it, Jimmy Butler returned and balled out and was your leading scorer. That's the recipe right there. And watch out if both of them are on. That means it's scary hours if you're the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Denver Nuggets or the Los Angeles Clippers, Oklahoma City Thunder, Boston Celtics. If those 2 guys are on and playing well together and you get contributions from a Pods and a Buddy Hield, they're unbeatable. Well, they are. No, they're unbeatable.
But Joe, they've got to stay healthy. They need a little bit of rest.
Which is why that win was huge.
Exactly. They're going to have to not get baited into additional texts that could come back and bite you a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now. There's a lot that has to, I hear you, a lot has to go into it. But the difference between 2-2 and 3-1 is monumental.
It's funny you said that because I'm just, I'm looking in the future here. I'm going to my DeLorean and going to the future. Shout out Doc Brown. Potentially awaiting on the other side is some more hilarity, and maybe not to the level of the Houston Rockets, but there is the Stifle Tower.
I mean, it's Gobert.
It's Rudy Gobert. He's awaiting that. You were all ready for the chokehold. All the videos they're going to be showing. Anthony Edwards is no saint in his own right. He's going to try to get under your skin on the court.
Jaden McDaniels.
There's going to be a lot.
And don't forget Julius Randle.
How can I forget Julius Randle?
He's actually had moments against the Warriors.
He's actually been playing sneakily. Not even sneakily. He's been really good for them.
Going back to the Lakers, going back to the Knicks. He's had a lot of different things with the Warriors.
He's going to be a tough guard. I think Jimmy Butler's probably going to have the assignment. That's a conversation for another day. As both teams are up 3-1, we expect them to close out those series. But again, do they do it in 5? Do they do it in 6? Or hell, does one of these teams push the other team to a 7-game series. I think the Warriors would love if the Lakers won tonight to extend that series, because now you can start looking a little bit after you took a commanding lead. And can you take care of business tomorrow in Houston? I would love that.
So,
yeah.
The one last element regarding the Minnesota Timberwolves, you do get the A-Rod factor, too.
Oh,
But I don't want to get ahead of myself. But there is an A-Rod factor to this as well.
There is. I keep posting the meme of A-Rod going nuts. He was at like the crypto arena just yelling on the court. I cannot wait for that.
But I need
can we
the
get
Lakers.
Can we get a Joe Lacob versus sitting next to Alex Rodriguez?
I need the Lakers and the T-Wolves to go into overtime for the next 3 games.
I'll bring out a LeBron jersey for you. You can rock it tonight. You'll be the biggest, as you say, HGH fan. Joel in North Bay wants to join the conversation. Joel was at the game yesterday. Hey, Joel, how was the vibe yesterday?
That crowd was loud.
All I got to start off with is Warriors.
Heard that
but no, hey guys, it was great. The energy was great. It reminded me a little bit about Roracle. Don't get me wrong, Chase Center, I don't think we'll ever get to that point, but there was definitely moments where it felt like that vibe was all there. The way the Warriors started at the beginning, defensively, they locked down, got those turnovers, quick points, they went up quick, got on the board. And then when Draymond was in foul trouble, I know you guys already touched base on this a little bit, but Jimmy Butler, man, coming in there and saying, my guy's out, I'm going to step in, I'm going to take over, I'm going to be that bad dude on the court. And he slowed down the game, and he turned it up when it was most needed.
That's Joel in the North Bay. Thanks,
That's right.
Joel. Hey, the Warriors' chance, to his point, from start to finish in that game, they were fired up. After that first one, were they up 12 points, like in a blink of an eye? I was like, oh, this is going to be a blowout. And then, of course, in typical Warriors fashion, in typical Rockets fashion, they battled right back, and they have a closing end of the quarter where it's 28-26 Houston. I was like, wait, what? And then Houston builds that lead. They get a 7-point lead at halftime. It's like, oh boy, here we go again. Warriors bounce back. They win the third quarter and narrowly win the fourth quarter to narrowly win the game 109-106 to take a commanding 3-1 series lead. But the atmosphere, that is something, man. Chase definitely has a soul because they've already won a title. Now it hasn't been in Chase Center. Has any of the Warriors titles ever been at home?
2018?
The first KD one.
The first
2017. Okay,
2017.
I knew one of the KD ones was.
Because it feels like almost always it was on the road for the most part, whether it was in Boston or Cleveland, obviously.
I felt the energy through the TV last night late in the game.
No, I felt it.
Especially in the last 5 minutes.
I felt it. The fan base was engaged from start to finish. There were, as we talked about yesterday, the halftime, there were a lot of empty seats coming back from halftime. But again, that's baked into the playoffs. People got to go to your potty breaks, got to do your food, got to do whatever you got to do.
Concourses are crowded.
No, they're very crowded. It is. That place was packed. It was like sardines packed in a can yesterday, Joe. Let's go to E in San Jose.
What's up, E?
Wants to talk one Jimmy Buckets. What's up, E? What you got, ma'am?
Good morning, gentlemen. I don't know if you remember, I called you last Monday. I called Dylan Brooks baby braids, and I said that if Draymond kept his cool and somebody else stepped up to do what needed to be done, and sure enough, there it was. Jimmy Butler even quoted after the game saying, I don't like Dylan Brooks. He did what needed to be done, put Dylan on his you-know-what. Draymond, for the most part, kept his cool. He towed the line. It was close, but he got it. And Warriors in 5, baby. I'll take my answer off the air. Thank you, boys.
Good. No, it should be Warriors in 5. That's what you want. You don't want this coming back to Chase Center. I don't want that. Sweep the leg tomorrow. Sensei Crease. All right. Johnny Lawrence on LaRusso. That's what I want. Is it Danny LaRusso? Danny LaRusso. I just finished Cobra Kai a couple weeks ago. Great series. Highly recommend it on Netflix. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, here's more from Jimmy Buckets. Sound courtesy at TNT. Trying to answer some questions, but he's getting hounded by all of his teammates.
Well, Jimmy, we meet again as your teammates come over to you, just pouring you with love, saying, this is why we got you. How rewarding is hearing that from these new teammates?
It means the world. I die for these guys, for real. It's so fun. I got my joy back, as some would say. But more than anything, it's always good to win. Let me go, man. Go back there. Nothing on national TV.
Save that for later, right?
That's awesome. I mean, just I would die for these guys. Wow. No, that's okay. Like, see how love that guy is? This guy was enemy number one.
I can't believe it.
8 months ago. It was on ESPN. It was everything. Jimmy Butler, Pat Riley, Jimmy Butler. Oh, they hate each other.
He was so toxic. Only the Phoenix Suns and the Warriors wanted him.
He was wearing Phoenix Suns Kevin Durant shoes to try to force his way out of there.
As happy as we are, isn't he also as happy, if not more?
Did you just hear what he said? I got my joy back.
It's incredible.
He's having fun playing basketball again.
It's incredible.
And by the way, Ian San Jose referenced it. He was asked by Anthony Slater, our guy Anthony Slater will join us tomorrow, of The Athletic, covers the team at a very high level. He was asked about Dylan Brooks and the chirping.
You've said people start talking to you. You're talking about Dylan Brooks?
Yeah. Yes.
Anything you want to share that he said?
No. I mean, I like it. I think we all like when people start chirping. It's been this way this entire series. I don't think it's going to change. And we're going to go out there, we're going to compete, and we're going to go do what we're supposed to do in Houston.
And then he obviously had said, yeah, I don't like that guy. I don't like Dylan Brooks. It's like, but he liked the chirping because you know what? It brings something out of it. Like, that is what the Michael Jordans of the world, not saying he's Michael Jordan, but that sort of mindset.
Well, there are rumors.
Well, I know. Stop. That he's his son. I know. I think I've seen the Anthony Edwards one too, where they put the faces together where it looks just like Jordan. I know. Relax. Well,
the internet.
Yeah, no, it's funny that it's Anthony Edwards. I'm not going to go down that road. Anyways, but talking about Jimmy Buckets in this regard, the mindset, right? You don't want to poke the bear. And Dylan Brooks has a history of doing that. Whether it's to Steph, whether it's to LeBron, whether it's now to Jimmy Butler, is he ever going to learn his lesson? I guess is what I'm asking.
No, but that's what he does. Like you know
what's unfortunate though, real quick on that.
Of his game.
You know what's unfortunate, real quick. I think Dylan Brooks has actually had a really good series.
No, he's been. I would say their most consistent player outside of Şengün.
I think he's been really good offensively and defensively. A little bit better defensively. That's what he's known for. But efficiency's been there for him offensively. But no one's going to be talking about it because he's doing all the other crap. That's why. So that's what, and I get it. That's where he hangs his hat on. It worked a little bit, and the Warriors.
I mean, he got Draymond off the floor.
Sure, but he poked the bear in Jimmy Butler, and he eviscerated them later. He eviscerated them.
That's true.
Sorry, that's it. That is what you are going to do when you play with fire. And you're Dylan Brooks. You try to pump your own team up. No. You have too many young players on your team right now. That shouldn't even be a factor. They should be up for this already. Like, their juices are already flowing. Like, there is something to be said, and there's a lot to be said about the experience factor, but especially when you have the likes of Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, and Jimmy Butler. How many playoff games and playoff moments do they have combined?
Oh, there's so many of them.
Yeah, thank you, Joe Horn. They have like hundreds and thousands of playoff minutes allocated to those three guys alone. And I love Fran VanVleet, and he showed up yesterday, and he showed why he's a playoff performer, and he was a champion and a one-time All-Star. He showed out yesterday. Alperen Şengün, I think, showed why he was an All-Star. Steven Adams in this series has shown why he has had big moments in playoff series. Outside of that, the rest of those guys came up small. Dylan Brooks I thought was good, but Amen Thompson, they needed that a couple games ago. Not in that game yesterday.
Yeah, but
they
he's
needed
22. He's in his second year.
Jalen Green, inconsistent, man.
No, I would agree
That's
there.
a guy that I'm scratching my head out going forward saying, yeah, maybe I should look at Jabari Smith off the bench. Maybe he should get a starting role a little bit more and go even bigger, if you will, because he's not doing it defensively. If he's not doing anything defensively, he better be scoring. And if he's not scoring, what is he doing? He had 5 turnovers yesterday. 5. Those are killers. Absolute killers.
Well, and he's not understanding his assignment defensively, and Ime benched him.
Let's get to the injury report. Oh, man. The worst fears were confirmed for Oakland's own Damian Lillard when he was diagnosed with an Achilles tear in his left foot. The injury comes a few days after Lillard returned to the court following deep vein thrombosis in his right calf. The injury will, without a doubt, keep Lillard out all of next season. But at age 34, one has to wonder, what this could mean for Dame's career as well. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're halfway home on a Tuesday here as the Warriors are up 3-1. Let's talk about it. 109-106 the final. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
12 for 12 from the free throw line, 27 on the night. In a game that had a little bit of everything, the Warriors went to their star coming down the stretch. Draymond Green with an incredible stop on Şengün, and Butler with the board. Wow. Wow, indeed.
Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. 109-106 the final. Warriors now lead the Houston Rockets 3-1 in the first round series of the Western Conference. Man, playoff Jimmy. We got playoff Draymond. We got playoff Pods. We got Buddy Hield, the starter. Oh, yeah, and Steph Curry, he had 17 points and he was solid. There is so much to bake into this game, and I am so happy we're talking about it this morning, Joe. A 3-1 series lead as opposed to a 2-2 tied series heading back to Houston. That is not what I wanted for the Golden State Warriors. They got it done yesterday. And welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on all those platforms. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And you know the number, 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We want all your calls today. And by the way, it's not just the Warriors. There's other good news in the red and gold front in regards to the San Francisco 49ers. George Kittle signed a new 4-year deal. Oh, Stone Cold. It's Stone Cold. It's Austin. No, it's Kittle. $76.4 million contract. That is an annual average of $19.1 million, making him the highest paid tight end in the NFL currently, surpassing Arizona's Dre McBride. $40 million of it guaranteed. So there's a lot to be happy about this morning. I say good morning to you, sir.
Just a thrilling game, and you're watching it on the couch. Maybe you were in the arena, and you're thinking to yourself, like, entire second half, wow, Dre's on the bench. He's lucky he's not kicked out of this game. And he's got 5 fouls. And who's going to stop Şengün? And he is just scoring at will in the paint. Wow, Steven Adams is destroying them. He's blocking shots. He's getting rebounds. Fred VanVleet hitting shot after shot after shot. Every time you feel like the Warriors have a chance to put that team away. 10-2 run, 12-2 run. Steph Curry doesn't have it going in this game. He comes out, you're like, when is he going to check back in? When's he going to check back in? Like 8.5, 9-minute mark, he checks back in. And it's just, he's just not hitting like he normally does. Jimmy is the one taking on the assignment with Draymond Green on the bench of guarding Şengün as best he can. Jimmy is the one trying to facilitate offense as Podziemski is doing his best impersonation, trying to replace Steph Curry from beyond the arc, hitting shots, big, timely shots. Buddy, who has been on a milk carton for months, hitting big, big shots. Steve Kerr utilizing Kevon Looney to hack at Adams to get him off the floor, to just salvage some possessions and free up the paint. And then when it's winning time, Draymond Green comes back into the game. And Butler hits multiple big free throws. And you have to get a defensive stop. And you have the DPOY candidate, who was the DPOY over a decade ago, or under a decade ago, in Draymond Green going one-on-one against Şengün with 5 fouls. And Jimmy Butler, who's compromised with that butt injury, they get the stop. Jimmy gets the rebound, and you find a way to win that game. Yeah, commanding 3-1 lead. The difference between 3-1 and 2-2, life-changing.
And it's how you did it, right? You get off to that huge start. You're up 12 points in the blink of an eye. Houston fights back like they've done all series.
All series.
Like, this has just been a tight series overall. It's been very even, quite frankly. And I give credit to the Houston Rockets. They're the 2 seed for a reason. I know they're down 3-1. And I think most people, like, if you're just to poll America, probably were leaning towards the Warriors because of Steph, because of Jimmy, because of Draymond. But I'm not sleeping on the Houston Rockets. Still, even tomorrow, they're a deadly team. And you know what? They have a lot of pride to play for tomorrow. The series isn't over in their eyes, because if they win, then the pressure shifts back to the Warriors Chase Center. So this series is not over yet, but you did sweep the leg. And we know historically, teams that are up 3-1 in the history of the league in a 7-game series, more often than not, they will win it. 95% of those teams that were up 3-1 in a 7-game series go on to win said series. So Warriors in great shape. Can they take care of business tomorrow? Let's see. But today we're reacting to a massive win, 888-957-9570. It's a simple question. Of all the performances yesterday, which one was the best for you? Your game ball is going to who?
It's not going to the officials.
That's who's not
for
going
damn
to.
sure.
What about Dylan Brooks? Give it him because he gave all the motivation that the Warriors seem to need. I might give it to Dylan Brooks. Thanks, Dylan.
For a guy that
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
I actually think that his game is underrated because I think that everyone thinks that he can't play at all. He hits big shots. He actually is a really good defender. Yep. He does a lot of little things to win. He does a lot of what I call gray area stuff, and then he goes way beyond that. Right. And I thought he started the whole thing by kneeing Steph Curry in the groin. And to me, it was intentional. If we're going to slow these things down and we're going to look at everything Draymond does and we're going to slow it down and then go body of work and resume, which, look, I get it. That is real. Why are we not doing that with the Dylan Brooks thing? And that set off a chain reaction of Steph on the ground like, that's two, that's your second, which is not taunting. Have you watched what some of these other guys in the league are doing? John Morant is throwing grenades and shooting guns into the crowd.
Well, that's
metaphoric guns.
That's just emulating Call of Duty. That's what we do as a society.
So now going like this, that's two, that's taunting? It's ridiculous. He's one of the greatest players in the history of the game who isn't known as a taunter, quote, in point. And Draymond, look, he's not a choir boy, but in this circumstance, he actually was breaking it up. Well, he was. And for them to walk away with two techs and they're the ones shooting free throws was absurd.
Well, I didn't have a problem if it was Brooks and Curry because they did zoom in on the two and he kind of looked over it. I'm like, I didn't have a problem with that.
That's a tech.
Well, no.
That's a tech.
Well, stop. Relax. It's offset. Like, both of them get their text. That's fine. The Draymond one on top of it.
It's the playoffs.
I didn't care. I hear you. That's just what they did.
Steph Curry. Would they have given LeBron that?
Who cares?
No.
They're down 3. LeBron's down 3-1. Why do you care about him right now?
Because he's one of the greatest players in the history of the game. He deserves a little bit of leeway. He's not a taunter.
Did that end up hurting them? It didn't. I'm not worried about Steph accumulating text. The ones I'm worried about accumulating. No, the one I'm worried about accumulating is for Draymond Green. That one I thought was ridiculous, first and foremost. The second one, like, it ended up being a flagrant one. I thought that one, you kind of had more of a maybe that could have been a tech, but it wasn't.
He's rolling over Tari Eason.
I know, but it was what he did after that.
What Tari Eason lifts his legs up and he just grabs his jersey?
No. Okay. I don't want to turn this into what Draymond did after that Tari Eason. He literally kicked him. He kicked him up and he almost hit him. He almost had a Steven Adams part 2. Like, let's not act like that didn't happen. Did you forget that happened?
If we're going to slow things down and we're going to go body work, this is why I think the refs lost control of the game. If you're going to do that to Dre, you better do it to Dylan.
Okay. I hear you. You're very excited. You're happy about it. Let's not act like that second flagrant on Draymond Green.
It was like a full-on kick, like his OG kick on Steven Adams. But like he kicked the leg out a little bit. And that's enough when you're Draymond Green to where...
How about teching up Ime Udoka for coming onto the floor when we have rules that basically say stop instigating a fight by coming onto the floor? Like, he does it on every possession. If you watch every tussle, who is standing within feet of whatever melee is happening? Not Steve Kerr. It's Ime Udoka.
Stephen Curry on our radio here on 95.7 The Game after the game talking about that playoff game in totality.
Exactly how you'd expect. Obviously, the first half was super choppy and emotional and physical and text and flagrants and all type of stuff, no flow. But the way we started that third quarter, it was Warrior basketball, getting stops, keeping the game simple, made that huge run that it almost felt like a little downer towards the end of the third quarter, but then you got to remember we were down 7 at halftime. We did our work, so we were able to withstand some of those runs. And what can you say about Jimmy, BP, Buddy, and then a defensive player of the year, Draymond? They go at him one-on-one down the stretch. He got to stop.
All 4 of those guys that Steph alluded to stepped up. Who gets your game ball? 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Shasky said his game ball is not going to the officials. That much we do know.
I thought, look, Jimmy is the headliner to me, right? Obviously, Dre getting the big stop at the end.
Right.
Jimmy's the headliner. Podziemski came up monster in this one. And for a young player in his first ever playoff series to do this after being sick, I mean, he's essentially just a lost cause in game 2. Of the poor guy probably shouldn't even have played.
He had bad sushi, they said in Houston.
Like,
don't do that again.
Whatever it was, whatever.
Really?
Like,
that's
I credit him for suiting up. He probably shouldn't have played. Game 3, this one, They don't win this game without key buckets and the defensive block on Fred VanVleet, which was just monster, and then had some huge kind of loose ball just grabs. And then the other guy, I thought Quinn Post was monster in this game. First half, he scored. I thought in the second half, he did not back down. Like, they got some big contributions. Gary Payton II, better in situational basketball. He was really good in this one.
4 assists for GP2 off the bench in 16 minutes. Again, he was the scorer when they need him to be in game 3, obviously, but in game 4, he was the glove, the distributor. Quentin Post, 3 assists as well. His shot wasn't going. You know what? Facilitate for others. There was a moment. There was actually a moment where Gary Payton, I think late in it was either the 3rd or early 4th, I want to say, he had a wide open corner 3 if he wanted to take it. He's like, no, I'll dribble in. Pods runs around, gets an open 3 look, hits it to Pods. Pods knocks it down. I was like, that is what we're looking for. Pass up you know what? Maybe not a high percentage shot for GP2, for a better shot, and the guy that's the hot hand, feeding the hot hand. And that goes back to Steve Kerr and instilling that within the rest of the team. He stuck with the hot hand in the starting lineup. That was a big swing. Going to Buddy Hield and putting Moses on the bench because Moses, he's just not hitting it right now. Offensive end. And they need to score against this team. When a series like this, where scoring is at a premium, and it's not going to be this if they advance to the next round. Things are going to be different in every given series. There might be a series, who knows, if you go up against the Thunder, where it's going to be like a 130, 125. Like, there might be a high-scoring affair. This is what the Rockets want, and the Rockets have dictated pace for the most part, but the Warriors have been able to adapt and do their style offensively and defensively, and it's led to a 3-1 series lead right now, and Buddy Hield is a big part of that. And it's kind of funny, Steve Kerr after the game talking about Buddy, you know what? In a weird way, setting the tone defensively.
Hey, fellas, I'm going to utter some words that have never been spoken before by anybody on earth. Buddy Hield, you set the tone defensively.
Buddy Hield set the tone defensively, which we kind of laugh at, but it's kind of true.
No, but I also think that Steve Kerr's pulling all the levers. Yep. Like, to me, this game was as much about the players as well as the coach tinkering. You referenced the starting lineup, right? So he tinkered that. They had 7 or 8 different defensive sets, whether they were blitzing Şengün, laying off Şengün. They went zone. At this time, they tried TJD. Hey, let's just see if it works. It wasn't. That's okay. They went TJD post, for crying out loud. He subbed offense for defense down the stretch over and over and over again so that he didn't have Steph Curry as a liability defensively. He did a great job just kind of stabilizing things with Draymond on the bench as Şengün is dominating them in the second half. They could have easily been in the bonus in both the 3rd and 4th quarter much sooner than they did. I thought he did a good job trying different lineups, staying away from Moody because he's not hitting right now. Limiting the turnovers in the second half.
Huge.
I think going with the hot hand, going back to GP2. Steve Kerr was brilliant in this one. Fouling with Looney on Hack Adams to get Adams off the floor because he was a nightmare. Steve Kerr was one step ahead of them at every time. The inbound play to Steph Curry to get the wide open 3, where it's just like everyone going one direction. Steph comes off. It's a one-on-one with Şengün, and because of the switches and the screens preceding that play, you get the matchup you want. Pump fake, Şengün goes flying. Bang, I get the 3. Steve Kerr was brilliant yesterday.
888-957-9570. Who gets your game ball yesterday, Dub Nation? Can it go to that coach? Absolutely, it can go to Steve Kerr if you want to hand it there. And you mentioned the turnovers. I mean, they had 8 in total, so anytime you're under double digits for this team, that's a huge win. Rockets with 13. I mean, half of those are from Stephen Curry, the chef, and it felt like they were at half court just being lackadaisical like he usually is. It wasn't Steph's game, but that's okay when others step up around him. In the past, when Steph didn't have a good game, they were screwed. They were absolutely screwed.
And Draymond's in foul trouble.
And he's not scoring the ball. He was 2 of 7. He did hit his first 2 threes in the game yesterday, right? And that was
Those were monster, actually.
Right? No, they were early on. They had a 12-point lead in the first quarter.
They scored 20 for the first time all series in the first quarter.
Right.
That's crazy.
20. Again, it just talks about the pace and the pace that was dictated by Houston for most of this series. And the Warriors, you know what? For as much as we want to talk about them as an offensive team, I think defensively, they've shown the entire nation, if you haven't been paying attention, they're up for this. Like, defense travels in the playoffs, and when I have the contributions in a DPOY candidate and Draymond Green and another two-way player, an elite two-way player, and Jimmy Butler, I'm adding in those contributions from Buddy Hield. Steve Kerr saying Buddy Hield set the tone defensively. If I can get Buddy Hield buying into defense, and Pods opportunistic with the block late on Van Vliet. Am I going to expect him to be an elite defender? No, I'm not. Just like I'm not expecting Stephen Curry to be an elite defender. But can you give me moments in a given game, in a given series? Absolutely, they can do that. Oh, and by the way, off the bench, I still got Gary Payton. I still got Moses Moody. I got Quentin Post to be a big body at times. Brush off Trace Jackson-Davis for a look here or there.
Got him in.
Gee got him in.
How many did Gee end up with?
Oh, a minute, literally. That's what it says in the ball. A minute.
He was banging underneath.
There you go.
He tried to create a couple of extra possessions.
I love banging underneath. And then Jonathan Kuminga, you know what? He was a DMP. He'll have a moment here or there. I know. He had a start, but again, defense, and preaching that in a series where the Rockets are probably, I'd consider them the best defense in the league. I know I don't watch a lot of the Knicks of the world. Cleveland's good.
I mean,
I think the Rockets are known though for their defense.
I would agree, but
they're pretty good.
There's different
styles.
Yes,
there's different. No, for sure. But I think there's a good scenario here and a good chance. This is the toughest defense they go up against in all of these playoffs. Now, not to say that, the Minnesota Timberwolves, if both of those teams advance, and that's who the Warriors would play if both these series hold true, Minnesota Timberwolves, Golden State Warriors next round, those would present different challenges, obviously. They have a Rudy Gobert, they have a Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels, Anthony Edwards. Different, right? Dante DiVincenzo, who, as we know.
Naz Reid.
No, again, I mentioned
the one that I fear more than any.
And then the Thunder, obviously. They have the Shea, Jalen Williams, the Dortcher Chamber, Lou Dort, all of it. There's Chet, exactly. So every single team presents different challenges, but I think what's unique about this series is what the Rockets do. It's like the antithesis of the Warriors in a way. They go with the two bigs.
True.
They got all the young players. They don't rely on the older guys, if you will. So it's been a clash of styles, and it's been so fun to watch. And it's made for I know it's a 3-1. It's a pretty even 3-1 series, if that even makes sense.
Yeah. The one thing, like watching the game, just from an entertainment standpoint, the amount of challenges is just out of control. The stoppages and the looking and it's a tough one. And I like that now when you challenge something, you can look at did you get fouled or whatever. Like, I like that nuance. It felt like to me the Houston Rockets challenged every play. And then the Warriors got a delay a game, which led to a technical on them not lining up for the free throw because they were waiting to see the challenge on the replay. That was absurd.
Yeah, no, the delay of game.
That was absurd.
Well, they did. And actually, it was one of the few times I agree with the refs. I was like, you're like, Pierre, get off the pot, right? Like, hurry up. Like, you got to challenge if you're going to challenge. And by the way, I'm done with the twirling of the finger in the air.
We're challenging too much.
I hate it.
And here's a great play. Like this, to remove my Warrior bias, Steph Curry went to the lane. I thought Dylan Brooks met him at the rim and blocked the shot, and Curry went down. He fell out of bounds, and then Curry goes, hey, challenge it. So in slow-mo, he makes contact with him. I'm going to be real. As a basketball fan, no, I want Dylan Brooks challenging shots at the rim. To me, I thought that was a hard play, little inadvertent contact underneath. It should not have been overturned for Curry free throws. This is where I'm saying, like, we're reviewing way too many things.
Right.
It's a bad watch, and you're ruining the flow of the game.
And the worst part is you're reviewing them and still not getting it right half the time. That's what's frustrating for me.
Everyone's angry.
Everyone.
But
nobody's mad.
Players, but the one thing, the Rockets, keep those players and that coach off the floor. It's driving me nuts.
888-957-9570. Who gets your game ball as the Warriors win 109-106? You can go in so many different areas. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby, what you got, baby? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Look, obviously it was a great win. I think it was a great win because of the way they won, right? Steph wasn't necessarily Steph last night. Dre, in my opinion, tried to sabotage us. If I want to keep it 100, he should have been tossed. He 100% purposely kicked, what's his name, Tariq Eason in the head. He is a very smart player. He knows, thank you. He knows that he can, sorry, man, just picking up my Mickey D's. So he knows that he's in a situation where his feet could flail, and he continues that momentum to kick him. He's smart enough to know that. He should have been tossed. But I want to say this. I want to look. We're on the good guys' side, right? But this whole idea that Draymond is some great hero and Dylan Brooks is some agitator. Can we just keep it 100? If we're in Houston, it's the exact opposite narrative. I get it. We're Warriors, but they're the same guys. So look, I don't mind us saying it. Obviously, no one needs my permission. But let's just please understand that the only reason we feel this way is because we're Warriors fans. They're the same player in terms of being just agitators and playing out of control. And then finally, I just want to say I didn't realize how much of a dog that Quentin Post was. And maybe it's because he's got that little Vincent Van Gogh little facial hair, shout out post-impressionism. But when he cranked back and tried to go after Steven Adams, I just couldn't believe it because even on that play, even with all the momentum that Post had, did you see Steven Adams? He put up a pinky and stopped all the momentum. Steven Adams is a scary man, and the fact that Quentin Post would go after him, and then also I think Post was the first one to come in after that little Dylan Brooks scuffle and show his little mean Vincent Van Gogh face. I really respected that. And Buddy Hield, the first play of the game was like some quick hands defensive steal. I was like, dude, this team's going to be good. But this is the last thing. We could easily be down 1-3 if the Rockets hit their free throws. So let's quit pretending like we've dominated this series.
No,
we could easily be down 1-3.
No. Hey, Bobby, real quick. What's the order for Mickey D's? What's your go-to? What do we got right now?
Oh, so first of all, ain't nobody got more Mickey D's app points than your boy Bobby in the Bay Area. That being said, I have this buy one, get one free breakfast. I got this buy one, get one free breakfast deal that I'm sure all of you have if you downloaded the app. So to answer your question, it's a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle. You get 2 of those, and it's like you got the full breakfast. And then, of course, you finish it off with the Mickey D's McCafe Premium Roast for my cup of joe.
Strong. Look at that.
Their
well
coffee
done.
is really good.
That was well. With the cup of joe, that was well done from Bobby and Los Altos. So to wrap it up, I can go for McGriddle right now.
Look, I'm well aware of the stuff of what that Draymond does. In the same way, a Detroit Piston fan was well aware that Rick Mahorn and Bill Laimbeer would, be in the gray area and go flying over the line, whatever that line is.
I'm going to break somebody.
Well aware. I'm well aware of where I stand with Draymond Green. And there are times where I look the other way on purpose, and there are times I call him out. I try to do my best to call it like I see it. Yeah. And I'm the first to say, dude, we need you on the floor. Because we do need him on the floor. I probably traded him away how many times? 50?
Not
100?
5, not 6, not 7.
I thought yesterday he got a horrific technical on the first one. He was actually breaking it up. The second one, Tari Eason, is a little more in the gray area. I don't understand how he didn't get kicked out of the game. If the call was what it was, I don't understand that. I would love to hear from an official on that. To his credit. Now, this doesn't make up for what he did. This doesn't change what he did. What happened. But he did go up to Tari Eason and try to talk to him at the free throw line. And then Ahmed Thompson came over and got involved. He kind of pushed him away. So I don't know what was said. I'm not sure, how they went about it. But whatever. But I honestly believe yesterday's game, just in a vacuum, I disagree with both of those calls. I have Draymond's back on those. And I'm usually someone that, when he stomped on Sabonis, it's like, Dre, you can't do that. You deserve to be tossed in that game. When he did the Brandon Clark thing, Dre, you can't do that. In this one, I will defend him.
We're going to give our game balls out on the other side. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Why did I say use? I'm from New York or something. Use guys. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. Warriors 109, Rockets 106, with a chance to ice the series tomorrow in H-Town as the Warriors take a commanding 3-1 lead on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
By Dylan Brooks with 2.7 on the shot clock. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
Oh, we're feeling great today. Why shouldn't you if you're a Warriors fan? Or if you're a Niners fan, quite frankly, because it's good news all around in the Bay. Now we're still waiting on Brock Purdy contract. But in the meantime, not bad to get George Kittle and his contract signed. Signed a 4-year, $76.4 million contract. That was announced this morning. I think Diana Rossini at Rapport, it was one of them. Someone had it. But the annual average on Kittle's new contract, $19.1 million, which makes him the highest paid tight end in the NFL, surpassing Trey McBride. And in that contract, $40 million of it is guaranteed, as I go Charles Barkley. So that's good news. And the Warriors are up 3-1 in this series, which is great news.
It's been a great day.
Beautiful out, too. Look at that. It's beautiful out here.
Yeah. You know, real quick on the Kittle contract, very quickly. This is why tight end is the best bargain in sports. He is going to the Hall of Fame. He got half the guaranteed money of what Brandon Ayuk got at wide receiver. And this is not about Brandon Ayuk, more about the wide receiver market and how you overpay for it. Kittle can obviously help you in the red zone. He can help you in the run game. He can help you in the vertical passing game, on the short stuff. He could split out wide. He could stay in line. He helps you in so many different ways. And the most expensive tight ends in terms of guaranteed money are anywhere from a third to a half of what the guaranteed money is for an expensive wide receiver. It's just...
Why is that,
it's the best value in sports.
Why is that? Because if you got 3 legit wide receivers out on the field.
Goes.
But why?
Look, Joe, there was a point in time when running backs were highly compensated, and then we started to do a little more research, and we realized that actually, no, you don't want to give them that second and third contract.
But I could argue that tight end, like, just talk about the Super Bowl champions, like, you can just go down the list. The tight end's usually the most important player on offense, almost always. The quarterback, obviously, but Gronkowski, Kelsey, right? The list goes on and on and on of great tight ends that you need in big moments, in big situations. And George Kittle obviously being to multiple Super Bowls. Like, yeah, I can make the argument they matter even infinitely more. In today's NFL, absolutely, especially what Kittle does on this offense in particular, blocking. So he deserved to get paid. I'm glad he got paid. They needed him, and he's one of the leaders on the offense. So good for him.
Think about this. Just forget wide receiver. D-tackle. We gave Javon Hargrave $40 million guaranteed.
Grave digger.
For 2 years. Not good.
No.
He was not good. He was hurt, and he wasn't good.
No.
Then he goes and gets another $20 million guaranteed from the Minnesota Vikings. That's D-tackle. So I guess what I'm saying is the best bang for your buck in the sport, running back, tight end, in terms of money. Safety's up there too.
Right. Right now, the best bang for your buck in the NBA, hell, I'd be Brandon Podziemski. I mean, guy's on a rookie contract, dropping 26.
It was awesome.
In a gotta have it, or as Jassy called it, a must-win game yesterday.
Did it not feel must-win down the stretch?
Oh, no, it did.
Right?
It felt must-win, not in the given series. That's not how I was thinking about it, because I was like, oh, the Warriors can still win the series. But if they had aspirations of something more, that felt like a must-win situation.
With Jimmy hobbled and with Steph looking, a little sketch in this one in terms of just didn't have it going.
No.
With Draymond and the text now starting to accumulate. Is that 2?
I think so, yes.
Okay. There's going to be a conversation about Draymond. And, this has been a bad series for him, period. He has not been great. He's been okay. They've gotten away with it. I don't love the matchup for him.
I thought his last game, though, and Jay Billis alluded to it when he joined us yesterday, Jay Billis on the call for Game 3 ABC, he was like, yeah, the box score's not going to show it. He was elite defensively from start to finish. So I'll give Draymond Game 3 defensively. He was great. Offensively, it's been a challenge. Defensively yesterday, when they needed him most, albeit he was out for most of that second half with the fifth foul. But when you needed to make a defensive play, what did he do? He made a defensive play.
No, he made the play.
Against the team's best player.
And I love that Jimmy Butler basically said, you make the stop, I'll get the rebound. I mean, that's the stuff that when we talk 20 years from now, if they can go on like a little run here, like that's the stuff we bring back up.
Let's go to Joseph in San Jose, wants to join other Joseph and other Joseph on the Morning Roast. Broseph, what you got on the Warriors win, man?
I'm just excited that the Warriors are on their way to the drive for 5. I got a lot of confidence in Curry and the other guys, and I'm pretty sure they're going to, I'm more than confident that they're going to close it off in the next game.
All right, that's Joseph in San Jose. The drive for 5. Speaking of drives, I could not hit a lick yesterday at Stone Tree for the Agape charity golf tournament. Yeah, it was a struggle for you, boy. The short game was good. Yes. That was good. Nothing else. But you know what? When I got Shasky carrying me, I got Tom and Dan Daly. It was a great time out yesterday. Shout out to Warriors and shout out for Stone Tree. It was beautiful. Highly recommend if you want to go out golfing there. Just 70 degrees, a little bit of a breeze. It was nice. It was spectacular. Yeah, I got my base coat. It's fine, a little red. That I needed that. Yeah. Adam is in San Francisco. Also wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. We're giving out game balls. I'm going to give mine out. Shasky's going to give his. Sam Lubman. Your game ball for yesterday's win coming out of it goes to who? Adam, good morning. How are we feeling, buddy?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me on. Feeling great. Vibes in the Bay Area are immaculate. What the Giants are doing, the Warriors are buzzing. It's just been a good time. I just really quickly, before I got into my Warriors take, I just want to say I was at the Giants game on Saturday for the walk-off. I told Sam on this before I came on, the vibes back at Oracle are there. And I mean, I know it's early, but in sense of like the seats being full, it's almost all orange and black, the crowd noise. I mean, it's great to be. San Francisco is back. That's all I got to say. Game ball, though, for last night. Obviously, Jimmy coming off of his injury, and we thought, I mean, that was not a good-looking injury. The fact that he comes out and plays 40 minutes, Dylan Brooks is talking to him, kind of ignited, poking the bear. He was playing well, but I got to give my game ball to Buddy Hield for hitting some, because he did not have a good first half. He was like, 1 for 5, missing threes, but he hit some timely shots yesterday, and like his defense in the beginning of the first half was excellent. So got to give it to Buddy, and then also Pods just playing unbelievably well. Second youngest player in franchise history, or youngest to have a 25-5-5 game. I'm really hoping they can finish the series off in Houston. The closeout games are always tough, but they need that extra rest. But just hell of a time to be a Warriors fan right now, guys. Thank you.
What was that stat he said? Second youngest to have a 25-5-5?
Sounds about right. Let's look it up.
I know that Harrison Barnes, I believe he was 20 and scored 20 against the Spurs.
Let's see. I usually have my game. Do I have my Warriors game notes today, Sammy? I don't know if I have those. Usually those are little fun factoids that they have in there. Fun to look through. We got our producer extraordinaire back there, Sam Lubman. He's locked in. By the way, Giants are hot. Huge game tonight against the San Diego Padres in San Diego.
Two of the best teams in baseball.
Well, two of the best pitchers in baseball, too. Logan Webb v. Nick Pivetta. Both those guys with sub-2 ERAs. Cannot wait for that. Padres, just like the Giants, red hot because all they do is win in the NL West. And vibes are immaculate in the Bay, as Adam said. It's sunny. It's gorgeous. We got summer approaching. Cinco de Mayo's next week. Shasky's going to have a Corona. You know what? We're feeling great. We're feeling great. Modelo, I don't know what you have. But you know how I know we're feeling great? Is when Jimmy freaking Butler is talking that talk after the game. Not just this.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
But talking about what clicked in the fourth quarter.
I thought it was winning time. Doing certain things that the team needed me to do to go out there and help win finally. I started moving a little bit better, and happy to be able to go out there and compete with my guys.
Winning time. Winning time. That is what Jimmy Butler was brought here to do. Win in games and situations like that. It wasn't about just the regular season. That was a big part of it. because you were, a 10th seed at the time. So just getting into the dance was a big deal. And they got there. It took a little bit, but they got there at the end of the day. This is why you acquired him. For games in situations like you had yesterday. When Steph doesn't have it, when he has 4 turnovers and the shot's not there, who's going to step up? You don't have Klay Thompson anymore. You don't have Kevin Durant anymore. You don't have that strength in numbers, quote unquote, or maybe you do now. But, the Sean Livingstons, the Andre Iguodalas, all those players, the Jordan Pooles, right? You needed someone. Andrew Wiggins in that championship run was this number 2, right? This is why you have Jimmy Butler, to be that 1B to the 1A, to be the Robin to Steph's Batman, to be the Iron Man to his Captain America. Whatever analogy you want to use, the Legolas to his Aragorn, all right? All of it. That is what he was brought here to do, and he has done that. And he did it yesterday, and he is getting my game ball today. Who is getting yours? 888-957-9570.
His toughness was on full display. We knew he was tough, but I'm telling you, it's the foul on Dylan Brooks. It felt like we got to get you back foul. After the Warriors were throwing the ball around all over the place, it wasn't at the head. It wasn't at the shoulders. It was on the arm, right on the forearm, up in the air. I thought, in terms of like hard fouls, it was a clean hard foul, if that's even such a thing. I don't even know if that is such a thing.
No, it was. No, that was within the parameters of it. He didn't have a blow to the head.
No.
It wasn't a cheap shot to the knees. It was a tomahawk chop on his arm, which is legal. The hard foul. That was fine. That would have been fine in the regular season too. It was fine. It was definitely fine in the playoffs.
And then Dylan missed both free throws.
Of course he did, because it's Dylan Brooks. That's what he does.
I loved it.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
No one does.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
I like Dylan Brooks. You know why? Because he awakened the beast that is Jimmy Butler. Here he is talking about it after the game.
Well, in a game that we didn't know if he'd play or not, you played nearly 40 minutes. I mean, how did you get through it physically and mentally?
Oh, man. Somebody said something to me. That's all it takes. Somebody to say something to me gets me going every single time.
I take it you won't share it with me.
No. That mic's underneath the goal. You can hear it.
Well, what do you think he said to him? Your coffee sucks? That really pissed him off?
Dylan Brooks?
Do you think that's what Dylan Brooks said?
God knows what that guy's saying to anyone.
No.
I watched that Olympic.
Court of Gold?
Yeah, the Court of Gold doc, and it was him and his family because they went into Team Canada.
Okay.
And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's on Team Canada.
They had a really good team, actually. No Wiggins.
Kelly Olynyk.
Kelly Olynyk.
There's Olynyk. There's a few guys that are on the team, and Dylan's on that team.
Jamal Murray, too, right? But did Jamal not play?
But he wasn't like a featured player.
He might have been hurt too. Yeah,
go ahead. How they do like featured players, like on who they like Bogdanovich was for one of the other teams. Anyway, I have respect for him. He seemed like a good dude off the floor, and like his teammates really liked him, and this and the other. But he also understands what his role is. Like I think he's very self-aware that he has to play that way.
No, he absolutely is. But again, I do love it in a sense because you can take a step back, and the fact that you're up 3-1, it's easier to love it. Players like that, I miss that in the NBA right now. There's too much love happening. I need some good old pure sports hatred in my life, inject it into my veins. How fun was it, Joe? And again, it sucked when it happened to you, and I hate that it happened. But the fact that there's this bad blood between the Eagles and Niners, that made it fun when Debo went in there to the link and snatched their soul after the year prior and what happened, right?
Makes it way sweeter.
Way sweeter. Like
revenge is a great dish served warm. Forget cold.
Right.
Serve it right away.
Right. And we're going to have our own, again, I mentioned the game, there's a little bit of a rivalry between the Giants and Padres now because of the personalities involved. The Manny Machados, right? The Tatises. You guys don't like each other. Now it's probably more it's probably more Dodgers pods at this point, but don't get it twisted. There's no love lost between those squads either, or we can bring in the Dodgers in there. You want some sports hatred, and Dylan Brooks brings that out of Warriors fans, and I appreciate that. Now, you got to back it up, and I think he's backed it up for the most part, but he took the L yesterday, and he's going to take the L in this series, and you know what? He's the reason why Jimmy Butler went off yesterday, and he's got to wear that, and he's going to wear it multiple times now, because this is the third time in a playoff series where he's trying to poke a bear. Go back a couple years ago, 2022 championship run for the Warriors in the second round against the Memphis Grizzlies. He broke the code against Gary Payton II.
Hurt him.
And he got humbled by Stephen Curry and co. And Jordan Poole and everyone. Got humbled there. The season after that, against the Los Angeles Lakers in the first round, He tried to go at LeBron James. LeBron James clapped back, humbled him. And now he's doing it in a different uniform with the Houston Rockets, trying to go at Jimmy Butler, trying to go at Draymond Green, trying to go at Stephen Curry, and he got humbled yesterday. Shout out Kendrick Lamar. Night-night. Like night-night. And I want them to go, I need a Stephen Curry night-night tomorrow in Houston in the worst way. That's what I want if I'm a Warriors fan.
He makes it so easy to hate him.
Of course he does. But I think he likes that. He does. Doesn't he?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on in his head. He just drives me nuts. And when they were sitting at the free throw line, and Jimmy's sitting there, they're waiting for the 2 shots to go up, and Jimmy's just looking at him, and he's staring into his soul, and he's like, "You weak, you a bum." Like I felt
called
like he
him
was
a snitch,
for all of us.
Yeah, he called him a snitch. Replaced that.
God, I loved it.
There you go. I think David in San Francisco loved it too.
God,
David,
I just love Jimmy.
David's got a game ball he wants to give out. 888-957-9570.
Is it post?
David, who are you giving your game ball to? Good morning.
Well, it's not post for sure, but the first thought would probably go to Brandon Podziemski because he hit 6 3-pointers last night. Probably that's the most he's ever hit in a game in his life. But I'm going to give it to Jimmy Butler because we didn't even know that he was going to be playing for sure till about 6 hours before the game. And he only scored like 4 points in the first half, and then he just took over, especially at the end of the game. And, he hit 5 straight clutch foul shots besides the baskets. So I would give it to Jimmy Butler.
There you go. That's David in San Francisco. That's 2 balls for Jimmy Butler, 2 game balls, I should say. What do you got, Joe? Who you giving your game ball to? Well, you can't go outside of the box here on this one. I'm allowing it. It's not strictly for players. You can go somewhere else. You can go even more outside the box and give it to Dylan Brooks for unlocking playoff Jimmy yesterday.
No. If it's a player, it's got to be Podziemski for me, outside of Jimmy, right? Because you guys are all taking Jimmy, which is the right one. For Potts to do this at his age, think about where his season started with the broken nose. And everybody mad at him because they didn't trade him for Lauri Markkanen, apparently, whether that was
the owners saying he's a future all-star.
Yeah, whether that was real or not. And he started off bad. He had the issue with his equilibrium. What do they call that? A vertigo?
Vertigo, yeah.
And then it just felt like his shot wasn't right. And then, they bring in Dennis Schroeder, and he gets kind of marginalized. And it's just, was it a one-year wonder? Was he Eric Paschal? Like, I don't know. And then he gets hurt. He sits for like 14 games, comes back, and he's been a completely different guy. And for him to do this in this game, I don't care that it was at home. It's a huge playoff game. 26 at his age with the big defensive stop on Fred VanVleet when they absolutely needed it with some huge hustle plays, some great rebounds. Dude, Pods, you just balled out yesterday, dude.
I found the stat that Adam and SF was referring to. Brandon Podziemski made history in Game 4 of the playoffs yesterday, becoming the youngest player in Warriors history to post a 25-5-5 game in the postseason. He surpassed Jordan Poole for that feat. So, shout out Brandon Podziemski, now the youngest player in Warriors history to post a 25-5-5 in a game. And I think David was wondering if that was the most threes he's had in a game. No. In the postseason, yes. In the regular season, his career high is 8. He did that against the Lakers a few weeks ago out in La La Land when I think he had 28 points. He was incredible. Remember that just the whole game he was hitting shots left and right and at half court in that half court heave as well.
And I think that the thing I underrated with the acquisition of Jimmy Butler was how well him and Pods were going to play together in the 2-man game. Pods is doing a much better job in the last month of relocating. Jimmy will start to drive to the hoop, and then he sprints to the corner, and then the guy will flash to the corner defensively to get in the passing lane, and then Pods relocates back up, and then boom, he's wide open. Boom. He's been really good at shot selection.
Yeah.
I think shot selection was a big problem for me, and watching him early on in the year, I have really no issues with all of the rhythm shots that he's taking. Now, late shot clock, I call them grenades. They've been kind of few and far between.
Right.
Which is good. That tells me they're executing and they're getting the ball to the right guy in the right matchup.
Here is Brandon Podziemski after the game, sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. I think he's talking with Fitz here. Hey, Potts, where does your confidence come from, man?
I think it's the work, and I know I'm built for this. Good players in this league, they want the moment, and they don't back away from it. From 2 threes I missed at the end, I'm going to take those every time. I'm built for this moment. I know what I put into this when nobody's watching, and that's how you build confidence. You build evidence. You got a lot of reps to prove it. And so just by that, why doubt yourself?
All right, Pods, we never tell you what to do, but no sushi in Houston. All right?
Yeah, I'm bringing my own food from home.
There you go. Thanks for stopping, Brandon. We appreciate
Thanks,
it.
fellas. Appreciate you.
South of the border where the tuna fish play. Let's go to Telmo in San Francisco. That was a deep cut right there.
For them to get contributions from Pods and Post.
I know.
I'm telling you, dude, Post, I want to run up and hug him. Let's hear from Telmo.
Telmo, who's your game ball going to, man? Good morning.
What's up, fellas? The game ball, and that was a heck of a game last night. The game ball has to go to Pods because, I mean, Jimmy was clutch down in the fourth quarter, no doubt about it. But Pods' play throughout the entire game is actually what kept the Warriors in that game and put them in a position to be able to make a little run down the end. Pods in the beginning of the game, coming out of the half, not just the 25 or 26 points he had yesterday, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, but also, like we said, that block on Van Vliet, and then the hustle plays. There was one where, he takes a charge yesterday, gets an extra possession. There's a play where he dives out on the floor, stretches out, and tips the ball ahead. I think to Buddy, who went on to get a layup or a basket. So it was beyond the 26 points, beyond the stat line, the 26, 5 and 5. He just really did all the things yesterday, played with a lot of heart, and kept the Warriors in a game in a position for Jimmy to do his thing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's a great call.
Thanks, Telmo.
Buddy and Pods did a great job on these loose balls. And Draymond had 3 really big kind of like bats, or one that he got onto the floor and he passed it forward to Curry. Mm-hmm. And obviously Jimmy Butler's rebounding in traffic is, for his height, to do that against those big guys, those athletes, they did a great job winning the 50-50 balls.
Well, and then the second chance points off those, 21 points to the Rockets, 14. If you're looking at the points in the paint, the second chance points, the fast break, the only one of those categories that the Warriors did win were those second chance opportunities. And it felt like these last 2 games, a lot of those are those Buddy Hield 3-pointers. When they find Buddy, like he'll clank the first one, but if he gets the ball back in the same possession, get the offensive rebound, it's seriously, you're laughing, but it's kind of true, right? True. Why do I feel like it's going in the second time around? When they get the opportunities to get those offensive boards and get those second chance points, they are backbreakers if you're Houston, because that's what you hang your hat on. You get the offensive rebounds for yourselves, and you're trying to get the defensive boards as well. And when you don't get those defensive boards, and then the Warriors get those, and they put it back, they're backbreakers. They're huge.
As Moody's shot has completely been unreliable, it feels like Buddy's is coming around again.
Dare I say he's getting hot at the right time? Dare I say that?
Can you imagine a Buddy 25-point game in Houston?
Hey, he set the tone defensively. That's what Steve Kerr said.
Early in the game,
Hey, fellas, I'm going to utter some words that have never been spoken before by anybody on earth. Buddy Hield, you set the tone defensively.
It does feel like the whole team likes to tease him.
But he loves that. But that's okay, because I think he's the jokester of everything. Like, he loves that stuff. You know what? You know what I love about Buddy Hield? And Dibbs talked about this yesterday. I was in the car for like 5 hours on the way back in traffic. They were at Live from Chase, and I did a hell of a job. But he was like, you know what I love about Buddy Hield? He's a smile no matter what. He can have a good game. He can have a bad game. He can make a lot of shots. He can miss a lot of shots. He's going to smile through it all. He can have a lot of minutes, not a lot of minutes. Like, does not matter.
Pablo Sandoval like vibe about him.
Exactly.
People just want to be around him.
Correct. But also the way his teammates talk about him. Like, I wouldn't consider Jimmy Butler, and again, this is the totality of Jimmy Butler. He's been a saint here in Golden State. But I wouldn't pick Jimmy Butler as a guy that would be an easy teammate to work with, like off the court, in the locker room. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I feel like he's got like a Mamba mentality, right? Kobe was like this. He demands a lot out of you as a teammate. Like, if you're not going to outwork me, then you better like do other things, right? You better be a damn good player.
Good point.
Right? Like, you're never going to outwork me. Yeah. Like, and I don't respect your work ethic. I'm not going to respect you as a player, but everyone respects Buddy Hield. Steph says he's one of his favorite teammates. He said him and Nate Robinson, when it comes to teammates, that he loves and adores. Like, Buddy Hield's a part of that list. I thought Nate Robinson was a funny name drop, but this goes to show you, I forgot Nate Robinson was a Golden State Warrior.
That part you made about Jimmy Butler right there is an interesting one, because it's been crossing my mind at least the last couple of weeks. If they don't give him a contract extension, there's no way in hell this plays out the way it does.
You don't think?
No.
You get disgruntled, Jimmy?
Well, I just don't think you get this version.
Or
Or he doesn't, or they don't even execute the deal. I don't know.
Or he has an injury like this and maybe he's out for a couple of games. Like, I don't know. Like,
I just don't think you're getting this.
This is just purely speculation.
He clearly feels welcome. He feels a part of this. He feels empowered. He feels like, he even said, I got the joy back.
Well, and this is what he talked about, playoff Jimmy being unleashed.
We're not going to do this. This is part of the game. Your body starts to warm up. You start to move a little bit better. You gain confidence. People start talking to you, and then, good things happen.
Good things happen. He's not going to touch the playoff Jimmy thing. He's going to leave that to us, the Joe Shaskys, the Joe Spadonis, the Sam Lubmans, all of that. And how about we go to Dre and Lamore, who has a game ball that he wants to give out to. We're giving out game balls, 888-957-9570. Good morning, Dre. What you got, man? Who are you giving your game ball to?
Hey, guys, hell of a game last night. Hell of a game. Well, I'll let you know I moved to Mesa, Arizona. I'm moving in a 55 and older community. And I was the loudest person in that whole community right there, man. They know Warriors are representing. Butcher Boy, you see me on Twitter in the past flying my flag high.
Oh, yeah.
The flag is flying high. My game ball goes to that punk on Houston, Dylan Brooks, for waking up our boy, Jimmy Buckets, and he woke him up loudly. The game was exciting. I was screaming, just like Saturday, guys. Off the hook. Off the hook. My game ball goes to that punk-ass, looks like Ice-T, Dylan Brooks.
Thank you, Trey and Lamar. Hey, that's like the second or third off the hook reference. Are we still saying off the hook these days? I don't think we are. I don't think I've uttered the word off the hook in like 20 years. I don't think I said that when I was 20 years ago.
Well, there's phones now don't go on hooks.
No.
Right? And so I think that was part of the
vernacular. Well, you let someone off the hook too.
I know, but like
you still hang up stuff on a hook, but I hear you.
Yeah.
No, you have nothing to do that. Game ball going to Dylan Brooks. Well, I do think like we're laughing about it, but there is something too. Hey, Dylan, thanks, man, for like unlocking Jimmy Butler a little bit yesterday.
If you're going to give him to the Rockets, let's also give one to Jalen Green. As Ray Scarbozio is hitting me up hey, don't forget about Houdini, Jalen Green.
He's outside of the one game, he stunk. Let's just keep it what it is. He stunk. He had 5 turnovers yesterday. He was horrible. He might have been the Warriors' best player.
Well, if you're going to talk that talk
my gosh,
after the game, the last game, and then do a complete no-show in back-to-back games, come on, man. Maybe you just pipe down.
Tough scene for Jalen Green. I thought Fred VanVleet was excellent. He showed why. He had one, and it was the most obscure stat of the night from Reggie Miller on the broadcast. Kevin, Fred VanVleet's won 7 straight game 4s. Wait, he's won it or his team's won it? Like, Reggie, excuse me?
Reggie at one point, God, Reggie, and I loved Reggie as a player. He's tough. He's tough on the broadcast. He's like, that's a technical, and that should be a technical, and that should be a technical. It's like, Reggie, you played for the Pacers. You know what team you played on?
Yeah.
Dale Davis and Ron Artest.
He said something, Joe, that I wanted to quote tweet and just say, You gotta hope that's just inadvertent from Draymond Green. And I was just dying. When is it ever inadvertent? I know you were saying that the kick on the initial kick on Tari Eason, but that quote in and of itself, I just had to laugh at. You gotta hope it was inadvertent from Draymond Green.
I've realized Reggie's just a giant dork.
Oh, it's okay.
No, it's okay.
There's nothing wrong with being a dork. I'm a dork.
No, I know, but he's just he tries the. I don't even know. He gets excited by the moment.
I was getting a little melancholy yesterday because I don't know if we're going to hear a lot from Kevin Harlan moving forward on basketball because he's a Turner guy, right? Is he not going to be doing basketball
I have no
going
idea.
like that? No, like that. I got a little because it was a great game and it's exciting and hopefully TNT. I don't know the second round and the third round if it's ESPN and TNT when they divide up. I don't know which one it is. Maybe we can get on that, Sam, please. Again, I know you're juggling a lot there, so I don't need to put more on your plate. Sam's doing double duty back there. He's balling right now. Sam's been an elite producer this last week. Maybe my game ball is going to go to Sam today. You know what, Sam? You got my game ball. Shout out you, brother. But I'm going to miss Kevin Harlan. I am if he's no longer doing basketball going forward.
Bash at the
TV
beach.
assignments are TBD right now.
Okay, TBD. All right, thank you. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 3 hours down, one more to go here on the Morning Roast. This show has flown by. Warriors 109, Rockets 106. We've been reacting to it all morning long. We're doing game balls. Your favorite moment of the game, too. My favorite moment of the game is going to be Draymond Green breaking up the huddle or attempting to break up the huddle of the Houston Rockets. Early on, it wasn't Dylan Brooks that were sowing the seeds of chaos of this game. It was Draymond Green getting in the way and getting under the skin of Alperen Şengün, Dylan Brooks, Amen Thompson, Fred VanVleet, and Jalen Green. I loved it.
The best part of the game was after you realized Fred VanVleet airballed and you dropped to your knees like, thank God, thank God.
That's your favorite moment?
Would you have fouled?
Listen, I'm a big believer. I'm a big believer in doing that up three.
I agree with you.
You absolutely play the foul game.
That team that doesn't shoot free throws?
And I know I can get it to my guy Stephen Curry, or I know Jimmy Butler's been, I don't know, but lately Jimmy's money.
Came flying up, and I'm like, foul him, foul him, foul him. And that's when you just bear hug him, right? You just bear hug him.
Who do you trust most if you had to take, if Steph couldn't take the shot on this team?
Jimmy Butler.
Right now it's Jimmy to hit the free throw 100%. Shot? Okay. Fair enough.
But he's a close second.
I used to know it was actually always baked in that it was either Clay, because he was money too, or Jordan Poole.
Clay would do that. Right. He does he does this quick little dribble free throw thing.
When Jordan Poole, remember when Jordan Poole wanted to take the tech shot? And Steph's
he did have a higher percentage one year than Steph.
He did, I know.
To be fair to him. And it was absurd, confidence.
But again, kind of like Podziemski, you need that irrational confidence a little bit.
His free throws are not as good as Jordan Poole.
No, he's not as higher percentage.
But his 3-point shot is finally returned. And it does feel, in terms of the arc and how fluid it looks, how decisive he looks, it looks like he's in a really good spot in terms of his shot.
The only ones that were hitting from beyond the arc at a high clip yesterday consistently was Fred VanVleet on the Rockets and Brandon Podziemski. And you need to match every bit of what Fred VanVleet was doing yesterday.
How about him picking Steph and then falling on the ground and then passing it out?
Yeah.
He did a really good job just getting his chest on people.
Absolutely. Victor's in Alameda. He has a game ball. He wants to dish out 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Victor, what you got, man? Who you got your game ball going to?
Hey guys. I've been listening for the past 30 or 40 minutes, and I loved everything you guys had to say so far. But I want to give a game ball to this person that you guys have not mentioned yet. His name is Mike Dunleavy. I felt like yesterday was vindication of everything he's done for us. The draft picks, Quinn Post, Brandon Podziemski, Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler. You guys just mentioned him getting re-signed. I felt like Dunleavy was a part of that. I can't wait to see him cook in this offseason coming up and for off seasons to come. Thanks, guys.
It's a great point.
Thanks, Vic. It's Victor in Alameda. And we mentioned him earlier. Just give Mike Dunleavy his flowers when we can, because that trade, not that it was a full act of desperation, but there was some desperation built into it because of where this team was headed. It was mired in mediocrity.
If I told you
it was a mediocre team,
they were 25-26 the day they made that trade.
Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy would have them up 3-1 in a Rocket series in the first round, and you would be the 7 seed.
Yeah, I'd take that any day of the week. Any day of the week, twice on Sunday.
Get out of here. I'd be like, get out of here. Come on.
Well, if Jimmy Butler was a Warrior, I'd believe it, because playoff Jimmy's a thing.
I was wrong, and you were right on that. There's no doubt.
Thank you. Clip that. No, I'm not that guy. But again, that's why I felt like he was a better fit.
Screw that.
Given the circumstances built into everything that had happened with Golden State, I just didn't feel like Kevin Durant was ever going to be a real thing. Even when there were reports, it's 50-50, I was like, I'll believe it when I see it. Jimmy, what he brought and what he brings to this table of the Golden State Warriors is a mindset that they desperately needed, I should say, on the offensive end with the isolation at times, but defensively, he's just instilled a dog into everyone. Were we getting this version of Buddy Hield defensively without Jimmy Butler? I don't know. Were we getting this version of Brandon Podziemski, the timing-wise, defensively? I don't know. Were we getting this version even of Steph at times on Jalen Green?
Wiggins, the guy he was traded for?
What about him?
As in, were you getting the same? They're very different defenders. Jimmy versus Wiggins.
No.
In terms of defense.
Why
are you scoffing?
Am I getting that offensive or am I getting that defensive rebound from Wiggins?
Well, that's
yesterday?
part of that's the whole package of defense for me. When Wiggins did rebound, oh God, it was like a game changer. I feel like Jimmy Butler gets those big situational rebounds. I'm not trying to make this a Jimmy versus Wiggins thing, but they did get traded for each other.
Jimmy Butler's a better player than Andrew Wiggins. It's just simple. He's a better player. He's a future Hall of Famer. Andrew Wiggins was a one-time All-Star, one-time champion, second best player on a championship team. No one could ever take that away from him. There is levels to greatness, and Jimmy Butler is a greater player than Andrew Wiggins, and it mattered.
Did Wiggins ever have the signature final 4 minutes like Jimmy just had yesterday with all the free throws, with the big defensive rebound, the lefty finish in the lane? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to crush Wiggs. I'm not. It's just this was the trade. They traded Andrew Wiggins. It's why they fret over it for so long, because Andrew was a good player. Like, they traded Andrew Wiggins for Jimmy Butler, and I'm not trying to diss Wiggins in any way, but like, Butler's exactly what we needed.
Again, and it was poetic in a way. On the day you put a chokehold on this series, the Miami Heat, just a few hours before, Jimmy Butler's old team and the team that Andrew Wiggins currently plays on, got swept and got absolutely eviscerated. And they're going to be doing some major shakeups in Miami this summer. Maybe Andrew Wiggins is no longer a Miami Heat going forward. I don't know. But it was embarrassing, to say the least. So I had to have felt good for Jimmy Butler. He's not going to speak on it. He's not going to do that. But I'll do it for him. It was poetic in a way. Shout out Dr. Seuss.
And if they had made that trade, if they had tried to make that trade a year before they did it, meaning the prior deadline, it would have cost a couple of more firsts, Kuminga, and even then Miami might have said no.
Well, there was risk, absolutely risk baked into this. And Mike Dunleavy knew it, but you know what made Mike Dunleavy uniquely equipped to do this deal more so than any other general manager in the league? He played with the guy. He played with him.
And he had to convince Kerr, Dre, Curry to buy in on it. And I think they were rightfully skeptical.
Yes, but I do think there's this baked into it. I think after the dust and the cloud and the storm settled, if you will, there was a lot of, okay, this front office believes in us still. They are giving us an opportunity to play meaningful basketball. That is what I wanted if I'm Steph. So they're giving us the opportunity. They're giving us a bona fide star in Jimmy Butler, albeit a disgruntled star, but he got paid. He's here. He's buying in. And within the first few games, hell, I think it was after game 1 when they all played together in Chicago and they had that huge comeback win, right? Steph even said, he's like, man, we're kind of polar opposites, but it's yin and yang and it works. They said that after game 1.
Dude,
game 1
how
together.
Many calls did we take the day of that were like, I hate this trade?
Oh, ad nauseum. There's a lot of people skeptical. We were making fun of the suspendables. You said the suspendables earlier. They're not the suspendables. It works. It works.
I mean, it feels like every player outside of Kuminga has thrived alongside Jimmy.
And you know what? That happens in life. Not everyone's going to fit. Not everyone's going to fit. And you know what? Again, Kuminga had an opportunity in one of the games. He didn't seize the opportunity. It is what it is.
I still think he'll get another crack at it with a variation of a lineup down the stretch.
We'll see. Sure.
Yeah, but similar to how this series has played out, each game is its own little adjustment. And we'll see what Steve Kerr's got up his sleeve.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
I just can't play that enough. I'm just going to keep playing it. Jay Billis joined us yesterday, and this was really interesting from him. ESPN does a lot of college, but has been doing is dipping his toes in the NBA. Really good stuff. I think Jay, talk about stock rising for me as a just NBA analyst too, just exponentially. He's been amazing for ABC alongside Mark Jones and their coverage. But Jay Billis yesterday joined us, Shasky. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube, find it on the free Odyssey app. When healthy, he doesn't think there's a team out there that the Warriors can't beat.
When you've got Steph Curry and Draymond Green right now with Jimmy Butler, if they're healthy, there's nobody out there that Golden State cannot beat. I just still think Oklahoma City is so strong and so talented across the board that it's going to take an amazing effort to beat them deep into the playoffs.
But he's not saying they can't. There's no team that they can't beat right now. And if you were to tell me that a few months ago, I would have scoffed. I still said, yeah, well, the Warriors, okay, you got Steph, you got Jimmy, you got Draymond. They're old. Is Pod's going to take a leap? What's going on? JK's still hurt, right? I don't know. If we get to the second rounds or a conference finals, that would be a success. See, I think given where this first round has taken us and given the 3-1 series lead, I think anything short of a conference finals appearance.
Let's put the Rockets away. I'm not letting you do that.
Expectations shift after every single game.
I know, but let's finish this team out.
Let's finish this show today on the other side. You want to do that? Because Dave in Fremont has a game ball he wants to get to. 888-957-9570. We'll put a bow on this conversation. Warriors 109, Rockets 106. They take a commanding 3-1 series lead. We're talking about it all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. And it's brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Employee pricing for all is on now at Ceremony Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Ceremony Boulevard or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, from America, for America.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
You're a high-level loser, bro.
Curry takes the bounce of the ball off the rim. Puts on the brakes. Brings it across. Quick pass to Buddy Hield. It's a three. It's good! Buddy Hield sprinted down the floor, and he beat Van Vliet to the spot, and the Rockets call time again. 68-58. Down 7 at the break, and in 4 minutes and 39 seconds, they've outscored the Rockets 18-1. This is playoff basketball. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yes. Where's Jan at? She's fired up after that win, right? Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Final segment before handing it off to Steiny and Guru. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
The number one stunner?
Let's go. Stunner Man?
No, that's this song.
Oh, okay.
Big timers.
Not Stone Cold Stunner?
They're in the parking lot where it was a little wet and they got the doors open. It's the number one stunner.
It's Big Timers Still Fly, right? That's them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same album, different
Hood
song.
Rich. Get your roll on.
Manny Fresh.
Okay, let's go. I know. Hey, there we go. I love the beats have been on fire today. By the way, shout out Sam Lubman holding it down in the back. And shout out Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky because you can find them on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. That's right. We got the Warriors. We got the Kittle contract. We had the draft. The Giants are balling right now, folks. And you want to listen to Giants talk? Well, the best Giants talk in the world is with those guys and occasionally Steven Risotto. Subscribe now because this week they'll be talking about how the Giants, owners of the second best record in baseball, have not even begun to play their best baseball yet. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, check that out. Giants taking on the Padres tonight in San Diego. Can't wait for that pitching matchup between Nick Pivetta and Logan Webb. In the meantime, we're doing game balls. I gave my game ball out today for the Warriors in yesterday's win. Mine was to Jimmy Butler. Yours was Brandon Podziemski. Sam Lubman. Who's your game ball going to? I didn't even ask Sam. Slamming Sam Lubman. Who's your game ball going out to?
I think I might give my game ball to Draymond Green today, especially just for that defense he played down the stretch, forcing that Şengün miss at the end. Like, that's, we've been saying for the last few years, just dealing with all of Draymond Green's off-court nonsense and the frustration that comes with it. Shasky, you've traded him a couple million times. Like, but all that nonsense that we deal with him, the reason we put up with it is because of games last night. Like, the defense he played, especially down the stretch, in foul trouble, being able to defend without fouling in that situation when he knows the Rockets are going at him like that, like, that was the kind of Draymond Green performance in the playoffs that we love to see.
With 5 fouls.
With 5 fouls. Like I said, in foul trouble.
Absolutely incredible. How different would today's show be? If Şengün hits that little, turnaround flip shot?
It would have been the reverse. It's kind of what Bobby in Los Altos was saying. Had they lost this game, you're crushing Draymond.
Crushing everybody.
You're crushing Draymond, too. You're crushing everyone. I'm actually not crushing Jimmy Butler in that game if they had lost. Or Brandon Podziemski.
I'd be way more worried about finding a way to win this series because of how, injured Butler looks.
We're crushing everyone, and then there's also the panic around Jimmy's health, too, on top of that. In that alternate universe.
Keeping it a buck. Not that we're going to crush the guy, but we're saying, hey, Steph. 4 turnovers, bro.
Well, that bank shot, that running floater,
right.
I thought that was going to be, go up 3 and we're going to win this game.
Real quick, how'd you feel about that? There was a 12 or 13 second differential between the shot clock and game clock.
No problem with it. Just a good shot.
Okay.
I think we obsess over getting the 2 for 1, and on the front end we take a poor shot.
Well, I was
get it 2 for 1.
I was saying more milk the clock there, so that they're probably
bucket. To get a bucket in the half court against that team, I'm going to get Steph a one-on-one look on a runner that typically he hits after getting an ISO Jimmy play preceding that. Right? So Jimmy got his look. It didn't go down. I'm going to give it to Steph. Steph's got his look. He's on the move. He gets a good look close to the hoop. I'm not mad at that. Okay. I hear you. Yep. My bigger issue is I think that sometimes when you get a little too premeditated on either milking the clock to too much or...
Well, Steph in particular, real quick, he has a tendency to not milk the clock a lot. That's why I brought it up. He has a tendency to just chuck it up. I was like, situationally. But in that situation, I think it was fine either way. Continue.
Because, if he gets the bucket, we're not having this conversation. Correct. But also, they were settling for bad shots.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you can get a good look, you have to take the good look. They airballed 3 threes in the fourth quarter. Post, Steph, and Dre.
I know.
So we were searching for offense. Buddy missed a shot, and it was like, Buddy, do not take another shot the rest of this game, as great as you've been. And then Butler gets the ball on the wing, and we're like, all right, he can shoot it. Like, let's get the ball to Butler. Let's see him shoot. He missed a shot that I thought he was going to make, a little turnaround. So, no, I wasn't mad at it, and I didn't think that they wasted too little time or not enough time. No, I thought it was just right.
Dave in Fremont wants to join the conversation. He has a game ball to give out, 888-957-9570. Dave, good morning. Who are you giving your game ball to for today?
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, hey, you mentioned that Draymond Green was playing with 5 fouls when he stopped saying. I mean, that just makes what he did even more incredible. But real quick, my game ball is going to go to Steve Kerr. I felt that his decision to start hacking Steven Adams and sending him to the line when he was just crushing us on the boards was a game changer. Kind of changed everything for us. So that's who my game ball is going to go to. And big ups to Buddy Hield for starting to finally make some shots. You guys have a good day, all right?
I love that laugh. That's Dave in Fremont. He almost sounded like Gronk there. There you go. He's giving his to Steve
SpongeBob laugh.
A little bit. That was some SpongeBob Gronk. I don't know what that was. If we can isolate that, please. Again, I say it. I'll keep repeating it. I don't care if I sound like a broken record. The guy has lost a Western Conference Series one time. He's won 4 titles. If there's another head coach you're taking in these playoffs over him, I'd love to hear it. 888-957-9570. I'm taking Steve Kerr over every other coach remaining. It's not even close.
So let's think about this, right? Ime Udoka's number one tactic is intimidation.
Like for the players or for himself?
Himself,
okay.
His team, the players that he's coaching, their whole entire identity is intimidation and athleticism.
I don't know if it's intimidation as far like physicality for sure.
If brooding was a picture in the dictionary, it'd be a photo of him.
Okay, he's intimidating. I don't think like the team itself is intimidating.
He demands that his team plays that way.
Physical brand of basketball, sure. I think we're just parsing words here, but that's fine. Continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr in this game made adjustments to his starting lineups. Okay? That's called tinkering. That's called going with, trying to open up the floor. He goes with Buddy, and Buddy rewarded him. And you got wide open looks from Draymond Green early in the game. All right, check. You scored 20 in the first quarter for the first time all series. That's adjustments from a coach.
Got a 12-point lead in the first quarter, too. Anticipated very quickly.
Let's go to the rest of the game. Obviously, Quentin Post gets to play a lot in the first half. Looks good, shooting from beyond the arc. There was a point in time in the series, I don't know if Quentin Post can play, right? But he stuck with him, and he rewarded him. Podziemski, who has had 2 kind of subpar games back-to-back, bounced back in a big way. He stuck with him. He kind of iced out Moses Moody in that first half. That was the right call. That was the right call. So these are the adjustments, okay? At the end of the second quarter, they had how many turnovers in a row?
God, it was like 4, right? Are you talking about the Rockets? Or are you talking about
the Warriors must have turned the ball over.
Well, I'm saying Steph had 4 of them.
They were awful.
And the half court, too, and it led to easy buckets, it felt like every single time for the Rockets.
It was awful. They start the third quarter, and it was like, we are going to secure the ball. We're getting the ball to Jimmy, and we're going to be more methodical, and we're going to not be so careless, okay? So there's no doubt about it. That on point as adjustments. He goes to TJD. They're searching for someone with Draymond and 5 fouls, okay? He's got to go to the bench. Şengün's killing us. I look down my bench. I got to try something else. Looney's having a tough time. Butler can't guard him. Like, we're trying these different things. It's not working. Let's go to TJD. I credit him for doing that. He had a post-TJD lineup. I had suggested that at some point. Yeah. Let's just see what it looks like. That really wasn't working either. He immediately hit the eject button. He looked down at the bench and said, let me go to Moses Moody. Let me see if Moses Moody can give me something. He was trying hard, but they didn't get anything out of that. See, these are the little tinkerings and adjustments throughout the entire game. We're going to throw zones, 1-3-1, 2-3. We're going to double. We're going to not double. We're going to stay off this guy. Let's make Fred VanVleet put the ball on the floor. He even said it to Podziemski in the mic'd up thing. And boom. Finally, they make him do it, and he has a turnover, right? These are the coaching adjustments that I love from Steve Kerr in this situation. And I thought he had multiple inbound plays that were brilliant. They had a key timeout to give Steph a rest, even though it's not him sitting in the game. It's let me buy him 6 minutes of real time sit down as opposed to 6 minutes of game time sit down flow. So Steve Kerr was in his bag in this one. And then situationally late, the most important thing he did, subbing offense for defense 3 different times. Steve Kerr ran circles around Ime Udoka in this game.
And I want to hear from the head coach right now, 888-957-9570. We can discuss the coaching job that Steve Kerr did yesterday. Let's give him his flowers. Steve Kerr on what they got from Brandon Podziemski and Jimmy Butler.
Both guys were amazing. Brandon's big time, second-year player, but plays like a 10th-year guy. I mean, he's just got so much poise and confidence, and he was obviously a key to everything. And then Jimmy getting to the line 12 times really carried us, especially in that fourth quarter. It was just an incredible performance by our guys against a great team that gave us everything we could handle tonight. So it's a big-time win.
It's a huge win.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, Brandon Podziemski, second-year player, stepping up. Jimmy Butler, who was a Miami Heat 4 months ago. Like, it's kind of insane if you take a step back, everything that took place in this game and in this series and just all of it baked into it. Because you alluded to it a couple months ago. If I would have told you that Jimmy Butler was the best player in a playoff win to go up 3-1 against the Houston Rockets, yeah, it all sounds insane. But it's all working right now, and he's riding the hot hand. The Buddy Hield contribution, putting him in the starting lineup, that was a big move.
Did you like the hack of Adams?
I do. I like that.
He was destroying them.
That's an old school move, but that's a guy that's been around as a player and a coach for a very long time. Again, there is something to be said about him, like this 90s styles basketball, and then him talking about it. Him being a player through that. Like there's a prism there. Yeah. Like he's played in these kind of series before, so he knows the given adjustments, albeit he's played with the greatest player in the history of the sport, and Scottie Pippen, who's also one of the greatest players in the history of the sport, greatest head coach maybe ever too. That helps. But that being said, he's seen all those other teams and try to combat what the Bulls did or what the Spurs did. Like that 90s, early 2000s style, Steve Kerr is a perfect guy to be a coach for that because he's gone through it as a player. So now you're not going to see that if you take care of business this first round. You're not going to see that kind of play against the T-Wolves or the Nuggets, Clippers, OKC, whoever you end up playing and moving on. If you do move on in this first round, it's going to be different. And I thought what he's been able to do X's and O's wise throughout this series has been huge. And again, this series has been a lot more even than it's given credit to. I think 3-1, you might look at it and say, wow, the Warriors have been dominating. No. Neither team's been dominating this series. It's been very, very even. Are you actually kind of surprised it's been this even?
No.
And there's been no blowouts?
It's come down to situational basketball and who has not only the cojones to make big plays, but the intelligence to make the right plays in the right situations. And I feel like the Warriors, look, Belichick had a line, and I live by this. Stupid loses more games than smart wins. And there are times where I felt like the Houston Rockets have done stupid things. Think the Tari Eason foul on Jimmy Butler on the inbound play. And Ime Udoka's losing his mind on Tari. And Tari's like putting his hands up.
What are you doing?
Şengün. Yeah. Like that play where Steph Curry just says, and then Reggie's like, it's not even a good pump fake. There's 2 seconds left in the shot clock. But he's right. Like, you're 7 feet tall. Don't leave your feet. Like that is something that is a principle that you teach kids growing up playing, youth basketball. Don't leave your feet when you're the bigger player and you're going to contest a shot.
Right.
These are all little things. And when you don't have the accumulated track record of playing in these big stakes games, you do dumb things. How many bad turnovers from Jalen Green just in the series alone?
Oh my God.
And when I
yesterday,
not just the turnover pass, a shot that's a turnover. It's a bad turnover.
I mean, 1 of 5. Again, Adam Wexler, who joined us last week, pre and post radio coverage for the Houston Rockets, saying this series is going to go as Jalen Green goes. And that's how it went. All the losses for the Rockets, Jalen Green didn't have a good game. Their only win, how many did he score? 30 plus. There you go. And again, you can't rely on a player like that in the starting lineup. You just can't do it. But I can rely on Jimmy Butler. I know that. Steve Kerr, though, this was interesting. After the game, talking about the health and the status of Jimmy Butler, he was saying if this was the regular season, he might be out a couple weeks.
We had to have him. I mean, if this were the regular season, he'd probably miss another week or two. But it's the playoffs, and he's Jimmy Butler. So this is what he does. The rebound at the end was just incredible. The elevation, the force, and of course knocking down the free throws to clinch it. Jimmy was just amazing.
Did you ever envision the Steve Kerr and the Jimmy Butler dynamic to be like this good?
It's because Jimmy legend is growing by the day. Because
we've seen in the past, I mean, there was some more wear and tear and stuff built into the relationship, but Eric Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler, not quite see eye to eye at times. They were going at it during games. I think Eric Spoelstra, the personality, very different from Steve Kerr. The personality, I describe Eric Spoelstra as very intense in comparison to Steve Kerr. I think Steve Kerr is a player's coach for sure. But there's a respect factor there that I don't sleep on when it comes to Jimmy Butler and Steve Kerr. They respect each other's greatness at the end of the day. And Jimmy Butler, I think, gravitates towards certain coaches in a way like, who's the head coach at the time? Was it Doc Rivers for the Sixers when he was there a couple years ago? Joel Embiid?
Yes.
That was the head coach. Didn't really work out. Or was it the other guy, the beard? Brown? Not Bruce Brown. It was someone else. That's a player. I can't think of his name right now. But like Tom Thibodeau with whether it was the Chicago Bulls or Minnesota Timberwolves. I think Jimmy actually respected Tom Thibodeau because he respected elite like physicality and defensive prowess, and that's what Tom Thibodeau tried to instill in his team every single practice. He would try to get the best out of his players. He respects the greatness of Steve Kerr is what I'm getting at here. And I think Steve Kerr has a tremendous amount of trust in Jimmy Butler. And I'm not going to sleep on the fact that it's only been a couple of months and he's been able to garner that much trust from his head coach. And we know about trust when it comes to Steve Kerr and the young guys.
Yeah, he either has it or he doesn't with you. It's pretty simple.
And he has all the faith in the world in Jimmy Butler, and why shouldn't he? Right?
I mean, he has all the reason to believe. Do you get this like not mythical is not the word, but like when I think of Jimmy Butler and just the way people talk about like playoff Jimmy, like it's a thing. There's like a MacGyver like quality, like a Chuck Norris like quality.
Thank you. Yes, Brett Brown was the guy I was thinking of. Sorry, Brett Brown. Yeah, for sure.
You know, like when you bring up
Paul
Chuck
Bunyan,
Norris,
Paul Bunyan,
yeah. But like all those jokes that you get on Chuck Norris,
right?
You know, like time waits for no man unless it's Chuck Norris.
Exactly.
Those types of memes. That's what I feel about Jimmy Butler now.
The only thing
now I'm a believer. I'm a believer in the whole Jimmy Butler experience.
Shout out the monkeys. What is it? The only thing under Chuck Norris's beard is another fist. There you go. Like that's
what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
When God said, "Let there be light," Chuck Norris said, "Say please first."
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's Jimmy Butler.
That's
Insert
the Jimmy Butler
name Jimmy Butler instead of Chuck Norris.
When Chuck Norris jumps in the water, he doesn't get wet. The water gets Chuck Norris.
That's what I'm saying.
That's pretty good.
When Jimmy was staring into the soul of Dylan Brooks and he was like, "You a bum. You're weak." I was like, "Oh my God, I love him so much."
When Chuck Norris looks in a mirror, the mirror shatters because not even glass is dumb enough to get in between Chuck Norris and Chuck Norris.
So, okay.
I don't like them.
I want you to read some of these, but insert Jimmy Butler into there.
Okay. Let me hear. I got the best. 102. Wow, that's a lot of Chuck Norris jokes. Let's do Jimmy Butler jokes. Jack was nimble. Jack was quick, but Jack still couldn't dodge Jimmy Butler's roundhouse kick. How about that?
I mean, that's
pretty good.
That actually should have been Draymond.
Sorry, Easons.
I'll take this up a notch. How about Superman wears Chuck Norris pajamas, but Chuck Norris wears Jimmy Butler pajamas.
Oh,
now that is good.
That's next level. That's not bad.
That is
a lot
good.
of these are roundhouse kicks. I was like, no, that's Draymond.
Jimmy Butler can count to infinity.
Oh, Jimmy Butler uses pepper spray to season his meat. That's not bad. Jimmy Butler plays Jenga with Stonehenge. Jimmy Butler is able to slam a revolving door. That's a good one. The revolving door one's a good. That's not bad.
I mean, look, when
888-957-9570 on the Boxer and Gerson Working G Attorney's text line. Give us your best Jimmy Butler a la Chuck Norris. There you go. Do that.
The guy, the fact that he could pull that off last night, given like that layup he hit over two guys with the left hand in traffic, given the situation, given where his glutes are, it's just incredible. He had all the free throws that were needed, and the timing and the instincts on the rebound at the end of the game was just next level.
Jimmy Butler can dribble a bowling ball. How about that one? I kind of love that one. Actually, that's perfect for him. He doesn't want the whole playoff Jimmy myth though. That he lets the media do that.
That's what Supermen do. That's what the real, comic heroes do.
That's what real heroes do.
Exactly.
We're not gonna do. We're not gonna do this. That's just part of the game. Your body starts to warm up. You start to move a little bit better. You gain confidence. People start talking to you, and then, good things happen.
It's like when Superman's getting asked by the general at the end, how can I trust you? You're from another world. It's like, dude, General, I grew up in Kansas. It's literally Jimmy Butler right there.
When Jimmy Butler lifts weights, the weights get in shape. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
RJing on the YouTube chat. Playoff Jimmy eats nails for breakfast.
Oh, that's a
without any milk.
That's a good one. That's a SpongeBob reference, Sammy. I don't know if Joe wasn't a SpongeBob guy. That's our generation.
Way too old.
Is way too old for that. He's more of a Ren and Stimpy guy, I want to say. There you go.
My brother was more Ren and Stimpy.
Okay, that's not bad. Jimmy Butler makes onions cry. Okay, not bad. I was crying ad nauseum yesterday. I was dying on the golf course.
He told Draymond, apparently, before the possession at the end, you get the stop, I'll get the rebound.
It's pretty sick.
That's the stuff of like Hunter Pence legend, where he's spitting the seeds, talking about be legendary. Like, if you go on to do something special, we're going to point back to that particular conversation. Because that was a moment in time.
Draymond Green had some poignant thoughts on Jimmy's presence and like the commitment of the ownership group that made to him, Steph, and Steve. I want to listen to some of this stuff. It's really good sound. This is Draymond talking about it all. Jimmy, the ownership group, the commitment to everyone, Steve, Steph, Draymond, like the timeline, keeping it straight, all of that. Draymond Green on Jimmy's presence and the commitment from the ownership.
Well, his presence, number one, is huge. I've spoke about it over and over again, just the commitment that our ownership group and front office made to Jimmy, but not only to Jimmy, to Steph and I, and Steve. We've been here for many years and still feeling like we have a chance, but not quite there and need a little boost. And our ownership group made a 2-year, $120 million commitment for us to get that boost. And what he's meant since he's been here. Like, tonight was great. He played through the injury. It was beautiful. But it's just his presence. What his presence does for this team is humongous. The first 3 quarters, he couldn't move. Not sure how he started moving in the fourth quarter, but first 3 quarters, he couldn't move. And yet, he never complained. He stuck with it. And I think when it was most important, when the time was right, everybody on our side looked to get him the ball. And when you get him the ball, he made great things happen for himself or for others. It was huge. I think my favorite play was the last rebound. I looked up, I thought it was Kuminga out there flying. It was Jimmy. That was my favorite play of all of them that he made.
It wasn't Air Congo, it was Air Jimmy Buckets. And Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Butler does not get frostbite, by the way. Jimmy Butler bites frost. So there you go.
The guy was unbelievable. And I don't want it to be forgotten that I thought Quentin Post, just forget the stats. Seeing him get into the mix was awesome. It's like, dude, that is how you, as a big man, protecting the smaller guys, like that is important. There's an element of that. And to have other people besides Draymond get in the middle and be a tough guy, it is important on this team. There's a false moniker of softness with this squad. So I loved every bit from the young player.
I think Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green eliminate that. If anyone thinks this team's soft defensively or offensively at this point, you can't be a soft team with Jimmy Butler and Draymond as 2 of your starters. You just can't be.
No.
I'm sorry. If people are still saying that, I haven't heard it. If they are, they're idiots. That's all I can say.
And Looney's not soft,
no,
right?
of course not.
He's also not the type that's going to like throw an elbow.
Is Gary Payton the second soft?
No. But he's also another guy. He's not going to throw an elbow.
No, of course. Well, no. Like, he's not going to do that. But he'll give you a hard foul. He'll give you a hard foul. He did, I think, yesterday he did that. Like, Moses Moody will give you a hard foul. He's not going to back down. His shot's not there. But you know what? Guy Santos, he tries very hard. He's the lunch pail guy. He's going to go out there. He's going to have 110%. Shout out Brendan Fraser and Bedazzled.
But the soft moniker always bugs me. It's like Curry is the farthest thing from soft.
That's weak. I don't think anyone could say that anymore, especially giving up against and going up against this Rockets team who's anything but soft. I think the Warriors are showing who the better defensive team is too. At the end of the day, their players are making more plays defensively than the Houston Rockets. Now, albeit the Houston Rockets offense is not exactly spectacular. I'm not going to confuse it for the 2017-18 Golden State Warriors. But again, credit to them mucking it up and playing their style, and the Warriors adapting and winning and beating them with their own style.
I actually thought their offense was a lot better than it had been in the games prior. You had the inside-out game of Şengün getting anything he wanted in the lane. Amen Thompson getting downhill, deep into the lane, deep into the paint. Fred VanVleet, they had multiple kick-out opportunities and some wide-open threes. I actually think that I think that they were cooking in this one, and so it was a great win because situationally the Warriors got the stops they needed.
Well, it was definitely both were cooking because it's the first time all series where both teams have scored over 100 points, which is a rarity today. And I'm laughing because that doesn't happen anymore. It's a throwback series, and it's honestly been refreshing for me, for a guy, and you grew up watching this brand of basketball. I think for a lot of Warriors fans, the brand of basketball they're used to is the high flyers, the three-point shot, making like a 120, 125, like over 100 points is the bare minimum for a lot of Warriors fans. So them having to adjust their mindset and frame of mind watching the series, it's been interesting, but it's been refreshing for me watching two styles blend beautifully, because at times you got to go ISO ball, and Jimmy's been able to do that. And at times he's even chucking up threes, and Dylan Brooks doing stupid fouls when he's chucking up threes, like yesterday.
Did you think that was a foul? Hand on the hip?
By the letter of the law, it was. I thought it was, given what was called in that game. It felt kind of weak, but at the same time, by the letter of the law, it's a foul. You got to call it. You got to call it. And why was he even doing that?
I don't know.
Just hands up.
It was unnecessary.
Hands up. Jimmy Butler's not a three-point shooter. Dylan Brooks, what are you doing?
Close out, hands up, feet on the ground.
Yes.
Dumb.
This is stupid.
I don't understand what he was doing there.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
That's all I know, though. That's a lot of people. That's how Warriors fans are feeling today.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
But he might have been the Warriors' best player because he unlocked Jimmy Butler, and he talked about that yesterday.
Well, in a game that we didn't know if you'd play or not, you played nearly 40 minutes. I mean, how did you get through it physically and mentally?
Oh, man. Somebody said something to me. That's all it takes. Somebody to say something to me gets me going every single time.
I take it you won't share it with me.
No. That mic's underneath the goal. You can hear it.
Oh, he doubled down after the game talking to the media.
No, we're not having fun. Give me a break for this. I don't like Dylan Brooks, so we're never having fun. I'm a fierce competitor. He's a fierce competitor. There ain't nothing fun about that.
If you're running the league and you saw that first round, the game, just the blowout with the Heat and the Cleveland Cavs, you had to be thrilled that Warrior Rocket game went the way it did.
Let's keep it a buck. The Eastern Conference playoffs stink.
Some of the games have been all right. The Knicks game the other day was fun.
Thanks. You just explain it. Some of the games have been all right.
Sets have been fun.
They're up 3-1.
I know, but the games have been good.
I know they've been tight. Like, the
games have been good.
I'll give Orlando credit here. They might lose 4-1 in that series, but they tried. Like, they legitimately tried to put their best effort forward. The Heat didn't even try yesterday. No. They didn't try.
You're probably lucky to get in.
You feel some type of way? You feel bad for Andrew Wiggins at all?
No, he was a great Warrior. I wish him well, and that their team's not good enough.
I said, do you feel bad for Andrew Wiggins that he had to be a part of that?
I don't feel bad about him at all.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine. I think some Warriors fans might.
Oh, well, I mean, on the level, was I rooting for him to do better? Yeah, sure. But I'm not losing any sleep about Andrew Wiggins getting blown out by 50.
Okay, fair enough. Rick in Castro Valley wants to join the conversation before we hit Fast 5 coming up here, 888-957-9570. Rick, good morning. What do you want to talk about in that win last night, ma'am?
Yeah, I know you've talked ad nauseum about the triple technical foul call yesterday, but I have a question for you guys, and maybe you can help answer. Is okay? The whistle was blown. Curry's on the floor. What's the Houston guy's name again?
Dylan Brooks or Jabari Smith?
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. So Dylan Brooks makes a move, and when Curry's getting up, he tries to grab the ball from Curry. What is the mentality of trying to grab the ball from Curry when it's a dead ball and the whistle's been blown? I don't understand what that mentality is of trying to grab the ball from Curry.
I'll tell you what it is, Rick. It's called gamesmanship. So you do no, seriously. That's what you do. You try to get under their skin a little bit. So you take the ball.
You need him in the groin.
I consider it the same. No. I hear you. And what instigated that whole thing, obviously, was the penalty right there, the foul, if you will, the knee.
It was a high screen. VanVleet and Draymond. It's like a football collision.
Correct.
They go down, and then Dylan's going to get crossed over. And if you watch it again, I've watched it 50 times, Dylan sticks the right knee out and I'm going to hit you in the groin. It was a deliberate foul.
And Steph, to his credit, which again, going back to gamesmanship, was doing a little taunting.
He did two.
He did two.
Since when is that taunting?
Well, when you look at someone and do that, that's two personal fouls because he did it earlier in the game when he put up the one. And I'm sure the ref saw it then. So I'm just letting you know.
This is the NBA where guys are making $50 million a year. This is not third grade St. Peter and Paul versus St. Gabe's. What are we doing?
You asked me, and I told you. I don't.
Yeah, and I'm telling you,
it's still ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. It's
like
absurd.
He said two. Like, come on, this is Stephen Curry.
And of all the guys, thank you. It's Stephen Curry.
It's just silly officiating.
It was stupid. It was stupid. We can acknowledge it.
Okay.
Just like the Dylan Brooks overturn, meaning the one that they called on Dylan Brooks, the Warriors, it wasn't a foul. Steph fell out of bounds. I thought that was a horrible overturn.
Fair enough.
It should not have been Steph free throws.
Listen. I hear you all. It ended up not mattering in the grand scheme of things because they won the game, but I hear you with the Draymond one.
It could factor in later on.
Not for Steph. Steph's not getting 6
No, I'm
technical
talking about for
fouls.
Draymond.
Exactly.
Because Draymond got attacked.
Sure. I thought he should have at least had one in that game. And he got one, probably not the one that should have been called, but it was called nonetheless. And they got a flagrant. I did think it was kind of the ref's way of not wanting to eject and like, I don't want to get in trouble, or I don't want to have that on my. It
was a makeup call.
It was a makeup call. They called it a flagrant one, and it is funny. Like, so you could do a flagrant one and a technical and not get ejected, but if you get two flagrants, you're ejected, and two technical. It's kind of like rewriting the rules a little bit there. It's interesting to me, but I hear you. The Steph taunting thing.
Explain to me how
I get it.
Steph putting a 2 up, not even in his face, like from here, is taunting. But Ime Udoka walking onto the floor and like he always shoulders somebody.
Do you think Steph did that to get under Dylan Brooks' skin?
It's playoff basketball. Legacies are on the line.
You didn't answer the question. Did Steph do that to get under Dylan Brooks' skin?
I thought that on the level of things I've seen in this
still
series,
not answering the question.
That thing was a nothing
I think
burger.
it goes.
Still not answering the question. Did he do it to get under his skin?
I think it goes.
No, I think he did it like, yeah, dude, that's two.
There you go.
So what?
So that they consider that a taunt is what I'm telling you.
But the knee to the groin?
I'm just telling you what they're seeing.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is
messenger. I'm just telling you.
Is insane.
Okay, that's fine. It didn't end up hurting them. They won the game. It's okay. It's all right. And they put a clamp hold on this series.
Crew should not ref another game in the playoffs.
Sam was going to book John Goble for the next, tomorrow's show. You want to get him now?
One of the people involved in that game should referee. Both sides deserve to have gripes galore.
Okay. All right.
You should ref the next Lakers Timberwolves game.
Fast 5.
Thanks.
Give me that laugh one more time. That's so good.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
What do you got, Joe? You're very angry now. I thought we had a great show.
Honestly, that game was a great game. The officiating zapped the flow of that game over and over. It felt like the Rockets had 7,000 challenges in that game. I don't know what you got to do from a television product. They got to figure out the reviews and the challenges. It's ruining the flow of the game.
Can we get instant reviews here on the Morning Roast? You want to do that as a segment sometimes, as a review? Can we do that every show?
I mean, is that like when we just go and grab a drop of someone saying something?
Correct, but we have to call it the review time, and it's going to be brought to you by Sam Lubman.
No, it's called the weekly show meeting with Matt and Hegan. That's review time.
That's coming up next in 10 minutes. Matt, don't worry. He's putting up Matt comes in here and does the review.
Then it becomes wrap it up at that point.
There you go.
The Warriors got assessed a delay of game because they were waiting for the replay to come up on the big screen.
I remember
and they got a tech shot. That shows you how ridiculous. Again, there's the spirit of the rule. There's the letter of the law.
Read the room.
We've got to have a little more common sense. If you didn't walk away from that game as a casual observer with no skin in the game thinking, God, officiating has got to be reviewed here and league-wide. I don't know what you were watching.
My takeaway from that game was yesterday, you go up 3-1. They're going to take care of business, whether it's in game 5 or game 6. I believe that. You're going to be going to the second round. And this is why you got Jimmy Butler. Games like this, when Stephen Curry does not have it, Jimmy Butler is there to make it all okay. Even a 75% version of Jimmy Butler might be better than anything the Houston Rockets have when their best player is on. Alperen Şengün was great. Double-double, 31 points, 10 rebounds. And even after all of that, I didn't fear him taking the last shot. I actually had fear of Fred VanVleet taking that last shot. I know that he had the heave technically, but you know the play I'm talking about where Draymond Green stopped them. Great effort from Draymond with 5 fouls, not fouling, and then great rebound from Jimmy Buckets. He gets my game ball. Sam, what you got?
My final thought is I want to give Buddy Hield some due here on the way out because, earlier in this series, you guys said, you might need 15 points from Buddy Hield in a game. And I shot back. I don't know if you're going to get 15 points from Buddy in this series. And Buddy? Thanks for making me look bad on that one. So keep it up, Buddy Hield. Love seeing it. And just keep being good.
That's a 4. I'm not mad at that. This show flew by today. We're going to come back tomorrow, do it again, preview Game 5. And maybe we'll talk a little bit about the George Kittle signing as well, because George Kittle signed a new 4-year extension worth up to 76,
Number 5.
$76.4 million over 4 years. 19.1 of that is an annual average. So he is the highest paid tight end in the NFL on average, making $19.1 million a year, surpassing Trey McBride. Shout out to Kittle getting his money, and shout out to all of you. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Standing Good next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Also, Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock on Willard and Dibs.
passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Jimmy Buckets. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Şengün comes outside, wants the ball. Draymond denies him. Ball goes to Van Vliet instead. Back to Şengün up top. Şengün dribbles on Draymond. 9 seconds, 8 seconds to the paint. Spins, jump hook for 14. It's up and no good. Rebound Butler. Butler is fouled with 4 seconds to go. Draymond got the stop when the Warriors had to have it.
All righty, Tim Roy on the call. Warriors beat the Rockets 109-106. They take a 3-1 series lead over Houston. And, Goo, I'm going to let you start off the show today.
Well, I'll just tell you this, Sonny. I had a great time at the golf course doing the show on remote. And my brother-in-law, Mr. Will Owens, Obama as I call him, works for Dignity Health, has sweet action. And he invited me. So I turned the caddy around and went to the game. And when I tell you, and I'm looking dead in the face, Donnie, that is one of the most memorable playoff games of the Steph Curry, Steve Kerr era to me, because it gave you everything. Fights, talking crap, technicals, flagrants, and the Warriors pull it out. And Jimmy Butler, who I was, Steiny, all game, I was like, oh, he's not moving well. You know, just him being out there helps, right? But from a production standpoint, I'm like, I don't know. And for the Rockets, you know, I disrespect them at every turn, but they showed up. I feel like they let an opportunity get by them. But for Brandon Podziemski to surpass Jordan Poole and become the youngest Warrior player in the playoffs to have 25, 5, and 5, I thought he was big. Buddy Hield for Steve Kerr to wrap up the post-game locker room speech and say he set the tone defensively, picking Jalen Green and just making it hard for him to bring up the ball. My goodness. And Quentin Post. So this is where I'm at, Steiny's 3-1. They got their foot on the Rockets' throat. But we talked about it. The nights that Steph made, the machine can't go for 40, and Butler's getting off to somewhat of a slow start. Can you count on others? And the Warriors are getting it. Last night it wasn't Gary Payton. It was Pods. And again, the guys that I mentioned, Buddy Hield and Post. So the others made this special, but that's a win, Steiny, I will not forget. And Draymond, all that he went through to D-up Şengün for the game. I personally didn't like the play called by Udoka because he was scoring and giving everybody the business but Dre, and that's which way you went. So I got goosebumps still just thinking about that game, Steiny. It's one I will not forget.
Yeah, it was a great game. Jimmy Butler obviously coming through down the stretch.
Jimmy Buckets!
He had some just monster plays, and the biggest one may have been the rebound on the Şengün miss. Man. And that coupled with Dylan Brooks' foul with 59 seconds to go, which put Butler at the line for 3 shots.
Was that a foul? Some are trying to say it wasn't a foul.
Well, here's the way I look at a foul like that. Even if it's not a foul because of contact, it should be a foul because it was so stupid.
2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that was a foul for being dumb.
Yeah.
And kind of rightfully so.
Right.
It was too close. I mean,
what are you doing? Well, Jimmy made all 3, too. With a gimpy, what are we calling this, Steiny? Pelvic contusion.
Yeah.
He was incredible.
Yeah, too. I noticed on the chase down the foul of Dylan Brooks. If you watch him running, he's in the background. And that's the play he was talking about where he's like, boy, it really hurt. And you can tell he wasn't running normally.
Man.
But he still caught up to Brooks on that particular play. And the Warriors end up winning that game 109-106. And I mean, you know, it's been an incredible series already.
Yes.
It's been very competitive. It's been physical. There's been highs. There's been lows. But the one thing I was thinking about is it's come down to everything we thought it was going to come down to. Experience versus youth.
Yeah.
And the Rockets, I'm not going to say they gave that game away last night, but they just you're not going to win playoff games if you can't make foul shots, if you don't play smart, and if you don't execute when you have to execute. It's really that simple. The Warriors, to me, obviously they did enough to win.
Yeah.
But the Houston Rockets, this is their lesson. This is their lesson.
Wow.
And this is where, you have a lot of guys in that game who've never played in the playoffs before. And again, I looked up at the clock with 6 or 8 minutes to go, and it's a tie game.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I don't think the Rockets can win this kind of game. And obviously they had a shot, but they just don't make enough winning plays. The Warriors have made the winning plays in this series.
No doubt about it. Well said. And I'll say this because I'm talking about just the points, and it's not just about offense. But Steiny, Fred VanVleet, put some respect on his name. I will. I felt like I was guarding him. Every bucket that went in, 8 of 12 from 3, and they needed every one, 25 points on the night. But the play of the game, you tell me, I know the Dillon Brooks foul is up there, and there was many, candidates for plays of the game. But Brandon Podziemski, who I felt like VanVleet got by him, I believe it was 102-101, and they would have took the lead by 1, and Pods blocks the ball from behind to just put a stamp on a night he had was just incredible to me. And without that type of effort, like you said, you look at the box score, Steiny, the Rockets, they damn near won every category except free throws, and the one that matters the most, the points.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't know what the Rockets finished up from the line. I want to say maybe 19 for 31.
That's it.
Not good enough. It's just not good enough.
It's a D, 61%.
And look at the Warriors at the foul line. The Warriors take almost 10 fewer free throws and they make one more. And those are the things that win playoff games. And again, it's unbelievable that this was a series that it was obvious to everybody. It was a veteran team against a young, inexperienced team. And by golly, it's playing out exactly like that. The inexperience is a factor for the Rockets, and the Warriors' pedigree and
there it is,
and their ability to have played in so many close games over the years, and now they had Jimmy Butler. If it's a tie game with 6 minutes to go, I feel like the Rockets are swimming upstream.
No doubt about it. And tell me if you give me a Texas nickel for this one. Now that the Warriors are up 3-1, I know the series is not over, Steiny, but when it's all said and done, you have been consistent with, Dre, Steph, and Jimmy are, 30 plus. And are you mad at me if I say if they can close this out, could it be a good thing that they started a series against this ferocious young this young team with tenacity on defense? And I'm not saying Minnesota or the Lakers or whoever they play moving forward is a walk in the park. It's not. But I can't unsee how difficult and what Houston is bringing to the table from a defensive standpoint, that the Warriors, when they move on, if they do, and I think they will, Steiny, like this, they won't see anything as ferocious as this on defense.
Well, they might not see anything as ferocious as the Rockets, but the Minnesota Timberwolves are a very good defensive team.
And they're howling.
If they end up with Minnesota, I don't think Minnesota's quite as good defensively as the Rockets, but I do think they're a lot better offensively than the Rockets. But we're not there. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We're not there yet. And again, the one thing I also I believe is the Rockets, they're not going to quit. They're just not. The Warriors are going to have a really tough game again tomorrow. And, the Rockets need to win that game tomorrow to prolong the series. And it's going to be another tough one for the Warriors. And again, for me, not just with the Warriors, but with every team, you just get a sense of, man, the playoffs are long, they're arduous, and you just never know what's going to happen. You just don't. And the Warriors still have a very long way to go, but that win last night, puts them in control of this series.
No doubt about it, and I'm fired up. So is Dub Nation. And Stoney, I got Oracle vibes, and maybe I'm just saying that because I was at the game, but I mean it. I mean, that place was letting the refs know they weren't happy, but the bottom line is they willed that team to do what they did. And, again, I just can't give Buddy Hield enough credit for moving his feet and being a factor on defense. And Stoney, it's so funny. He can miss a three, but if he give him that second opportunity, and Steph's mastered this, it's bottoms. But I'm getting that vibe with Buddy right now. You know, he can miss. They get an offensive board, get it right back to him, splash.
I mean, that was one of the few games that I've ever seen Buddy Hield play where even though he wasn't making all his shots, he wasn't hurting you. And then he ended up making some big shots, clearly. And the Warriors rode Hield, Podziemski, and Butler on offense, and Draymond Green was the anchor on defense. And the Warriors go up 3-1 against the Houston Rockets with Game 5 Wednesday. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's get into it. There was a lot going on last night. Another physical game. Curry not quite at his best, but he got picked up.
Yeah.
He got picked up. And the Warriors ended up winning that ball game. 888-957-9570. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com.
Flagrant foul. They say there was intent with Draymond's. Warriors leading by 3. Snaps a pass into Van Vliet. Van Vliet up the far sideline. Takes the heave at the buzzer. It's no good! It's no good! The Warriors hang on!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Little curious why the Warriors didn't foul there in the backcourt, but nevertheless, Van Vliet missed the potential game tire right on line, just a little bit short. And I think you got to take that shot with 4 seconds to go and no timeouts.
I was like, man, it definitely was a thriller, Evan, but Steiny, I thought that was online. I go, you got to be kidding me. It's not going OT. It didn't. But do you have a problem real quick with me? And I mentioned it just, a second ago. Şengün was everything and all that when he was not guarded by Draymond Green. Steiny, he was 9 of 16 for 25 points, giving everybody else the business, but 3 of 12 for 6 points when Dre was on him. No problem with Udoka going to him with Dre on him, huh?
I didn't really have a big problem with it. I wish, I would have liked to have seen him get one more dribble deeper because the little half hook he ended up taking was from about 13 feet. And I would have maybe tried to, knock it down to about 8 or 9 feet. But Draymond's strong, and he kept him away from getting closer to the basket. Not a bad look, but not a conventional look for him either.
I thought he was too far out, Steiny.
Yeah, I did too. I did too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take a 3-1 lead over the Houston Rockets, and Game 5 comes tomorrow in Houston.
Fast.
And the Warriors, they gotta be ready because, the one thing that I'll give the Rockets is they play hard, and they've played hard every single game this series. Yesterday they got off to a terrible start, and I'm going to blame Jalen Green on it. That might have been the worst start to a game I've seen in a long, long time. And
they got an issue now, Udoka, I don't know if you heard him after the game, so he's going to look at maybe making some changes into the starting lineup. I just assumed that meant Jalen Green. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know, but, they're going back to Houston, so perhaps he'll play better at home, but boy, he is not giving the Rockets very much at all.
8 points, Steiny.
And again, the way I look at that game last night, obviously the Warriors had a bunch of heroes, starting with Butler and Pods. Green defensively was phenomenal, as always. And Buddy Hield was the player last night that really, really helped the Warriors win. And Quentin Post also in the first half chipped in. But I look at the Rockets, and they're not making their free throws. I think they're just not a smart enough team. Wow. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't think they're a smart enough team to beat the Warriors 4 times.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I just don't think they are.
And it's playing out right there.
And they've got to grow up.
It's one of those things, if you allow me, Steiny, on the heels of the NFL draft, to give you a football analogy. But when you talk about how close the Rockets were, and last game I said it was 80 to, it was a tie game in the fourth quarter, but I feel like it's a offense that gets inside the red zone to the 10-yard line. They make a completion, and you're thinking with the game on the line, they get in, they win. And right now with that inexperience, the lack of foul shooting, they just don't have that cachet to punch it in the end zone. And it's kind of a heartbreak hotel.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors, they are now up 3-1 against the Houston Rockets. And they look to close out the series tomorrow, which is Wednesday. If they get pushed to a 6th game, it's going to be on Friday. And now it's fair to keep an eye on that Minnesota Lakers series because, if they both can close out tomorrow, I got to believe their playoff round will start this weekend.
Yeah, and then get Ant-Man and company. Wow.
Yeah. Let's go to Richard in San Mateo. Hey, Richard, how you doing?
I'm all right. But, yeah, I like what you just said, but I agree that Houston found ways to lose more now. Individually, the Warriors had some great performances, but Houston is a team that just finds ways to lose. And it should be 2-2 at least. But I not so much pat the back of the Warriors, but say, Houston, you're a bunch of dumbasses that find ways to lose. That's my take.
Well, they're young.
Yeah.
They're young.
So this is just par for the course, Donnie? This is how you get that experience?
They're young.
Yeah.
I mean, they are very, very young, and it has shown at various points in the series. And I do share some of the sentiment of Richard because, you know, the Warriors are going to have to play better.
Oh, no doubt.
And
no doubt.
To advance.
Right.
But, you know, then you also have to take into consideration the team they're playing and how physical it is. And so it's probably not going to be a series where the Warriors look great or the Rockets look great. So I'll give the Rockets credit for doing a nice defensive job overall on the Golden State Warriors. But, you know, I thought the Warriors were extremely fortunate last night.
They were down 7 at half and come out on a 13-0 run. Like, if you're Houston or any playoff team, it can't just be that. You can't give it back that fast. You did, you got get back. But I'm with you, Steiny. So if you say you don't want to, I know we're not doing Rocket Radio, break up this Rocket nucleus and this young team, and this is just par for the course, then you're okay with it. But I'm watching that game like, man, we are lucky to come out 109-106. We really are.
Yeah, and to me, this is where, you know, you got to look at things realistically if you're both teams. This is, you know, the Warriors are up 3-1, but it's been closer than 3-1. I mean, the last two games have been right there for Houston. They haven't been able to take advantage. And I just think as the Warriors move forward, if they do move forward, they're not going to get as much help from the opposition in future rounds. They're going to have to be a little bit more buttoned up, I would have to say. Although the one thing they've done in this series is protect the ball. They have not turned. The Rockets are really struggling, but for a few stretches during a game where they can't really turn the Warriors over. And that's a problem because it takes away some of their easy baskets. And when they're playing half-court offense, it's a crapshoot with their players.
But I'll say this to that, Stoney, and it's something that's been apparent to me. With that said, and the Warriors only turning the ball over 8 times, it just speaks to their individual defense, the Rockets, by, you know, keeping themselves in the game and sometimes coming back to take the lead and having the lead late in the fourth quarter because they're so good defensively that they're not doing it with the turnovers. You know what I mean? That they're not forcing. I got to ask you this. That game was almost 3 hours. It was referee gate in the first half. That second quarter felt like a summer. Did you have any problems the way the game was officiated?
Not really. I didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, the bottom line is, what do you want the refs to do? I mean, it's a physical game.
Ooh.
And I get it, we're in the Bay Area, but both teams are being physical. The refs are doing the best they can. There's a lot of stuff going on out there that's really hard to distinguish, you know, who did what, when, and was it intentional or not. I think they did the best they could. And the players, at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, decided the outcome. Dillon Brooks fouled Jimmy Butler. He just did.
And he made all 3.
I mean, he just did. And, you know, Şengün gets a little half hook. You know, not a foul there on Draymond, so they didn't call a cheapie there. And, you know, I thought the players at least decided that ball game last night.
Yeah, and I'll say this to you or anybody listening, any basketball fan. Stoney, this is win or go home. But again, I'm a one-trick pony, but I just can't believe how porous the Rockets are at the free throw line. You lose by 3 and you miss 12 free throws as opposed to the Warriors making 20 of their 22. You just, like, if you're going to do that, you're shooting yourself in both, you know, both feet.
Yeah, and I think,
I
think the foul shooting is something that's even bigger than 19 for 31. Because you look at a game like that Warriors win by 3. What do you do? You go to the box score and you see Rockets were 19 for 31. Well, that hurt them. That cost them the game probably. But it's worse than that when you're actually watching the game because with every miss at the foul line from the Rockets or every missed 2 free throws for the Rockets when they couldn't make even 1 out of 2, you can't win like that. I mean, you can't win like that.
Yeah.
If I'm the Rockets, I look at that game and say, we should have won the game. Yeah. We got to make 5 more free throws. That's not too much to ask.
And as bad as Jalen Green was, Udoka sends him up to shoot a technical foul, and he just politely misses it. Just like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, how many times, it doesn't even matter. Rockets down 3, and they're at the line, and they miss both, so they're still down 3, or the Rockets are up 4, and a guy goes to the line, and he misses both, and they're still up 4. And those things over the course of a game really, really take their toll because they're giving away free points in those situations, and you're not taking advantage of it. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing, man?
3-1, baby.
Hey, Goo, you were right, man. This was the most exciting game that I have ever watched. I watched a lot of basketball in my lifetime, man. This had drama, it had aggression, it had people on the floor, it had every foul in the land. I mean, it was exciting. The first half was all mucked up, though, man. They were trying to get under our skin. In the second half, we came out and played basketball. But what I want to say, guys, is Jimmy, man. Late in that game, when they're on the line, I'm reading lips, and I'm going to tell you what he was saying. He goes, I'm going to kick your ass. And he's going, and then Dylan Brooks goes, yo, you're going to kick my ass? And he's laughing, right? Hey, what happened when he threw the ball and he ran over top of him, running back? Then when he tried to run the ball down on the steal, he hard fouled him. Five free throws and that 1 rebound, man. Jimmy Buckets, one of the greatest basketball players ever with Steph Kerr. We're going to win a championship, man.
Thanks.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. And if you want to talk about fortunes, Donnie, I got this from our guy, Double R, Raymond Ritter. Before Jimmy Butler, the Warriors were 16-16 in clutch games, and we lived that. And with Jimmy Steiny, 12-4. And he is that difference maker, man. The dude was hampered. We all saw it. Made all his free throws, 12 of 12, 7 of 12. But he's a maestro. He's a conductor. He can play without the ball, and it's just been a godsend. But, man, if you would have told me yesterday at the golf course that Pods would go off for 26, 40 minutes, Steiny, we can't just – I mean, this is his second year, and they don't win that game without him, man.
No, they don't win that game without Pods.
My gosh.
I don't think they win it without Heald.
Yeah.
Certainly
Post,
Butler.
yeah.
And they might not win it without Post either. I was looking at some of the plus-minus from last night, and to me, this is a game where the plus-minus lies.
Okay. All right, here we go.
You look at Jimmy Butler. He's a +2.
Get out of here.
I mean.
Yeah, that's a flagrant. Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, he was just a +2. And, you look at Amin Thompson, who I thought played pretty well. He's a -17.
He had a couple moves looking like T-Mac.
Quentin Post, who I thought was pretty good, was a -10. So, I mean, look, the way I look at plus-minus is if I see Butler was a +2, that leads me to believe that without Butler, they're a minus, it's a -12.
Yeah.
And so it's every bit as important to keep your plus-minus down if you're in the minus as it is if you're in the plus and trying to increase the number of plus minutes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if Curry and Butler aren't in the game and they have another fivesome out there and they play 6 minutes together, if that fivesome's a -3 against the Rockets' first team, you'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Jimmy Butler made all the plays down the stretch. Big boy rebound on the Şengün miss in a big way. Just a tough playoff type of play for Jimmy Butler in terms of that rebound.
And I just moving forward, we talked about it. Is it strength in numbers for the Warriors? Is it that mantra this year? And we said the others is by committee. And Steiny, through 4 games in this series, all the others have had their 15 minutes of fame. And last night it was Pods and Buddy. We saw GP2. But, man, my goodness, if they can keep this up, the sky's the limit. Like, I really feel like with Jimmy Butler and his know-how and Dre and Steph, just with that 3 core, and I can't forget Kerr. What did you think about the Hacker Adams, who played 26 minutes? And I've been telling you, I want to see him out there, and we saw him out there more. But for Kerr to go to the Hacker Adams, I think that changed things. Got him off the court.
I mean, it was the second time in this series he's done it, fouling Adams. And, I mean, Adams is not as bad as they are as a free throw shooting team. Adams is among their worst free throw shooters. So, look, if you got to do it, you got to do it.
Right.
I mean,
Nike.
Because, Adams is the kind of guy that I think if he plays those last few minutes and gets an offensive rebound, I mean, the Warriors are just going to take his head off. They're just going to foul him. Mm-hmm. And chances are he's not going to make 2. And so I think Udoka probably figured that out and got him off the floor. Although, Adams has been really good in this series.
Yeah, and I was waiting for him to get that offensive rebound, and maybe that's why they went faster than I thought, just in case they missed it. But, he was sealing off somebody, and Jimmy went up and got it, and now, Steiny, they are, I'm going to call it Janet Jackson, in control of this series.
Yeah, for now. Again, I expect the Rockets to play another game like they've played the first 4 on Wednesday. It's one thing when you watch them walking off the court, they look a little demoralized. But because, the one thing they have going for them is they are such a young team. And I feel like they'll come out with their home crowd behind them. I don't think they're going to give in. I don't think they're going to get blown out on Wednesday. So the Warriors are going to have to earn it, and they got 3 shots at trying to do that.
And how many teams lose, Steiny, just regular season playoff games where you shoot 48% from 3? And that's what the Rockets did. We talk about their lack of shooting, but last night they shot it, and they shot it well, but yet you couldn't win the ball game because you can't make the free throws.
And I don't know, kind of the way I look at it is, did the Rockets shoot it well? Not really. Fred VanVleet shot it incredibly well. I don't know what they were offhand without VanVleet, but I bet it wasn't that great.
Well, they made 3 total without him, without his 8.
So they were 11 for
23. He was 8 of 12. So they were 3 of 11 from everybody else.
Yeah. Yep. Let's go to Coach in Los Altos. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Oh my gosh, it is so great to hear you guys. Great show as usual.
Thanks.
I think Guru just took a part of my take because I was going to comment on. I was there last night. In fact, I took this little video at the end, and my wife she's a fan. She's a big fan. But last night, she's a freaked out fan. She's a fanatic. Yeah. And I got this video, and I just love it. I tweeted it out because I loved it so much. So what a game. What a game. My voice is a little sore. I tell you, my body was tense. I was worn freaking out. I was walking up and down the stairs. Victor in our section, we were taking selfies. I mean, it was just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So my 3 comments, guys, are this. One is we are just, and you've commented on it, but we are just a smarter basketball team. They did try and muck it up, all that kind of stuff, but when you see the intelligence of, and the communication, like Jimmy says, look, you get the stop, I'll get the rebound. I see them talking, we're pretty close to the floor, and I see them talking all the flipping time. So we're just a smarter basketball team. Second, Kerr's a better coach. He's just a better coach. Not only did he do the, Hakakiwi move, but how he gets them ready to come out in the third quarter. I was questioning when he started Buddy over Moses Moody, because I think Moody's been playing pretty strong. He's been pulling little yips a little bit, but I was surprised by that. Yet what an incredible move that turned out to be, with Buddy picking Jalen Green's pockets twice and then, chipping in 15. So that was a great move. And then finally, you said that the officiating, I agree with you, Steiny. There's not a lot they can do. I really want to petition the league that I would really rather not change the game as much as they change the game for the playoffs, because it's just football basketball. It's holding, it's mugging, it's incredible. It's just a different game. And I as a basketball coach and player, I'm not sure I like it that much, to be honest.
Well,
but they did in what they could do. They did a pretty good job. Curry said afterwards, when he said, "Hey, that's 2 on you," and he's the one that got the text, he said, "Man, it's like a sibling." He said it's like they caught the second guy, because he goes, "Dylan said that to me. He gave me a 1 finger saying that's 1."
Right.
He goes, and I responded, and boom, I get nailed.
Yeah.
So overall, though, oh my God, I'll be there Game 6 if there is a Game 6. I love you guys.
Nice. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate the call.
He's fired up, and the wifey. That's what it's about, Steiner.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to criticize Steve Kerr about. There's been 4 games in this series. He's used 3 different starting lineups.
And played 11 guys yesterday to Udoka's 8.
And he's been, look, Steve Kerr may be a better coach than Udoka, but Udoka can't use his personnel like Steve Kerr uses his personnel. He just can't. And the Warriors have different kinds of players who do different things. And he was, he was seeing stuff that I'm not sure I don't know what he sees when he sees certain matchups, but whatever he sees, he responds to, and it's working out pretty well. The other thing and I've been saying this all year, these playoffs are why you can't give up on Buddy Hield. You can't. You got to give him a shot every game to make a bunch of shots. And the reason this series is 3-1 is a lot of Buddy Hield. If Buddy Hield doesn't play like he played in the last 2 games, I think we're going back to Houston 2-2.
No, I'm not mad at you.
And that's always what I think when I see a Buddy Hield or a Moody or a Peyton. Can they help you win some playoff games?
And I think we're getting that answer.
Buddy Hield absolutely has been a factor in not just games, but wins. And that's big for the Golden State Warriors.
And look at his career. Look at his log, Stoney. This is, I believe, the best success. I know he won a game for Philly last year, but this is the best success I think he's had. He's bought in. And it's Buddy Hield, it's Steph, and, his back and forth that's taking off right now like his own show with him and Jimmy. But it's respect, man, and he's bought all the way in. And I'm a sports romantic, so I got to share this because I always act like I know what's going on. But, Stoney, this was the second game in a row when the buzzer went off. Dre and Steph had to embrace. And you could be like, two teammates, been there, done that, just a regular hug. But, Stoney, I just feel like it's more than that. They know they got action at something.
It's funny how you know what I saw?
Tell me.
After the game?
Yeah.
You know what my first thought was, Evan, before I get out? Can't remember the Warriors celebrating like that after a Game 3 win.
Well, Game 4.
Yeah, but I mean their third win in a series.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But no, they know they were up against it.
They were excited on 95.7, the game.
Things are buzzing in Fremont. By choosing to bank with Fremont Bank, you're helping create a more vibrant Bay Area. A percentage of the bank's earnings goes right back to local charitable causes such as education, parks and recreation, and health and wellness. Zip over to fremontbank.com to learn more today.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here, and there are 2 things I love, sports and Prize Picks. Turn your playoff hot takes into basketball championship series, starting with the playoffs, and this is all you do. Make your lineup with Prize Picks, you enter, and it takes 2 ticket sweepstakes, which could get you and a +1 on a VIP trip to the championship. Yesterday, Guru's Lock of the Day was Pods over 13.
Podziemski dribbles in. Leaves it for Draymond. Draymond to Butler. Butler back to Podziemski. Podziemski dribbles in, shoots on the go, banked it in and got fouled.
He is seeing a huge bucket right now. It's like a hula hoop for him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call last night. Warriors win 109-106. Just a little suggestion for Podsy.
All right, can I guess it?
Yeah.
Make the free throw.
Well, if you're going to go 1, 2, 3, you got to make the free throw. Obviously, he's borrowing the 1, 2, 3, 4 from Steph, but you want to go ahead and try to make that free throw.
He was excellent.
2-2. You know, I'm going to approach this from a different point of view as it relates to the officiating. And people say, well, the game's officiated differently. I actually disagree. The game is played differently in the playoffs.
Because
it's more intense.
Oh, yeah?
The guys are trying so much harder than they do in the regular season. It's a completely different game. There's just no doubt about it. The intensity that these guys are playing with, how much these guys are hustling, how much these guys are not willing to give up easy points. It makes the game. It's like the referees are seeing a different game for the first time. And yeah, I get it. They don't call as much because they can't call as much because everybody is playing the hardest they can possibly play. And it is noticeably different than the regular season. And I always like during the course of a year when a team will have a clunker or a couple clunkers and look, you can't play every game like those teams played last night. You can't play 100 games like that. You can barely play 25 of those in the postseason. So, last night those guys are going at it hard, and I mean, you just got to try to do the best you can if you're the officials.
Yeah, no doubt, and I appreciate it. And like I said, Stoney, that game was almost 3 hours. 2 hours and 40 minutes, something like that, and we hadn't talked much about the first half, and, I'm sitting there thinking, sipping on my cocktail. I feel like the Warriors took, and Draymond was a part of it, the Rockets bait. And when I say bait, because you knew they were trying to muck it up, and it almost got Draymond ejected. I was sitting there for about a minute while they were at the review monitor, and I thought the flagrant foul constituted him getting ejected. And I was like, oh, man, this will be all bad. But it didn't happen. But the bottom line, again, Stoney, you just talk about the tale of two halves. Life's about emotion, right? When you hear the great Jimmy Butler say the bear got poked and Dylan Brooks, that horrible foul on the three, that happened and helped the Warriors win the game. But can one come down Dylan Brooks' road for the 23 points in the second half by Jimmy Butler? Or is he so good, he knew what time it was, the bat signal went up, and he answered? I kind of was driving home thinking, like, if he's not getting into it at the free throw line with Dylan Brooks, do we see that Jimmy Butler? And I got to believe we do.
I don't know.
Yeah, but he said, going off of what he said, when you poke him, this is what you get.
Well, I feel like the Rockets, the Warriors kind of took the Rockets bait in the first half, and then in the second half, it was the Rockets who weren't making the smart plays. And I will say this, good for Jimmy Butler, because when I saw that foul on Dylan Brooks in real time, I thought, oh, man.
They didn't even go look at it.
That's at least a flagrant one, but he got all arm on the play. Yeah. There was nothing in the head area.
Playoff foul.
And it just ended up being a common foul, and wouldn't you know it, Brooks misses both free throws.
Amazing. Wow.
Let's go to Ryan in the 408. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Hey, how are you guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
Cool. Well, I formally want to apologize to Pod because I did not believe in him like Kerr did. That's really paying off right now. But I do think the Warriors are looking pretty strong right now. I see three teams that they would have an issue with, mostly just because those teams don't have weaknesses, and that's the Thunder, the Cavs, and Boston. But they're doing a pretty good job of identifying weaknesses, like forcing Jalen Green to go left.
Yeah.
And then they're just showing a lot of flexibility. Like, they've played TJD now, they've played Kuminga, they've played Santos, and they've won with them. And they've won without Jimmy Butler. And the role players just stepping up in a way I never expected. And I think it's because they have confidence, because they have two of the best closers in the game with a wealth of experience to go with it.
I mean, everything you say, I think is I agree with, and to me is on the money. And the thing about role players, and I'll just throw, let's say, Pods, Healed, Post. I'm going to call Moody a role player. The beauty is the Warriors have played 4 games, and the role players don't have to play 4 good games. The role players only have to play 1 or 2 good games, as long as multiple role players are having good games in the same game. And that's what I think happened last night. You know, the game the Warriors lost, for example, you know, Podziemski didn't score, didn't get a rebound. He was sick, whatever.
Yeah.
You lost that game. Okay. He comes back 2 games later and is a big reason why you win it. And that's it. I think a lot of the playoffs are timing. When do you get your big games out of your role players? And when you get a big game out of your role players, you got to win the game. And that's the other thing about Houston. They lost a game last night, and Fred VanVleet can't play any better than that.
Man.
And
yeah, you're right.
You know, I mean, and he had a great game. He was 8 for 12 from 3, but you know what? The Rockets, didn't do enough to win the game. And so it goes for naught.
And I'm sitting there, you know, watching the start of the game, Steiny, and I'm being honest with you guys. I'm like, buddy, what are you doing? You're pressuring Jalen Green. You're up on him. No, he's going to go right by you. But you know what? It didn't happen. He turned him over. So kudos to Buddy for getting the memo. And I know, you know, when we talk about Buddy Hield, it's the 3-pointers or whatnot. But man, oh man, he hit some timely ones. But defensively, you know, that's just an effort I won't forget from him.
This is Steve Kerr, asked about having a 3-1 lead.
No, we don't have any answers. Every game's different. You know, tonight they just hammered us with Adams, 26 minutes. I bet that's a season high for him. I don't know, but Raymond would know if he actually did his job as PR director. But yes, correct? Okay, thank you. You're stepping into playoff mode? Playoff Raymond?
Maybe that's the first game of the season.
But no, I just think every game's different, and they made big adjustments tonight, playing that double big lineup more, playing Green less. But next game could be entirely different as well. So all these things unfold differently each game, and you have to adapt and adjust while it's going on.
All right, that's Steve Kerr, and
feeling good, Stoney. When you run material, you're feeling good.
He's certainly adjusted because, again, they've used 3 different starting lineups in 4 games, and the Warriors are up 3-1. That's really all that matters.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you got to be pumped. That was another great game last night. Warriors win 2 nail-biters at Chase. Now they go to Houston, rather, and Houston's got to try to extend this series. And I'll tell you what, I know one thing. Houston's going to play hard. They're going to play hard. That's the one thing that I think I've seen. The one thing they do consistently is play hard.
No doubt about it.
And I don't expect them to give up just because they're down 3-1.
Yeah, and I came in here, Monday, and I was singing the praises, and we've done it ad nauseum, Stoney, and it never gets old praising the chef and how he closed out that game. The Warriors scored 27 points, big points in the fourth quarter. Jimmy Butler has 14 of those. That's the definition of closing, man.
Absolutely. Let's go to Vince in Austin. Hey, Vince, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Steiny and Goo?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, what a fun game last night. Absolute roller coaster of a ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit low scoring in the first. I want to put an emphasis on this hard-nosed basketball. One of the advantages that the Warriors are going to have playing in the Rockets in the first round is, can you imagine, and of course I'll put my bottom dollar the Warriors going all the way to the Western Conference Finals. But just imagine if the Warriors come up against Oklahoma City. Like, Draymond and Looney, they're going to be looking at, on the defensive side of the ball, of course. I mean, they're wrestling with Adams. They're wrestling with Sengun in this first series. Their physicality is ramped up. Their energy is so ramped up. And I get excited watching these games because it's like, man, old school Warriors in the building. We're not taking anything for granted. Offensively, they're playing great. I loved what they did the game before. They really slowed the ball down. Notice the first game at home, Kerr was barely getting over that half-court line for that 8-second threshold, whatever they had to get, and he was looking at Kerr to run his sets. And one other point I'll say today is Van Fleet played out of his mind. He's like the old thing, the quote-unquote warrior killer. That was vintage Van Fleet. Just how we saw vintage Kawhi earlier in that Denver series. Man, Van Fleet, he stepped into a time machine. So, unfortunately for the Rockets, they're probably not going to get another win. Warriors they've toned down the turnovers, and they're toning down the offensive rebounding advantage that the Rockets have. Kudos to Steve Kerr, kudos to the entire team, and kudos to Butler. What a difference maker Butler is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been great. There's no doubt about it, Vince. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios in San Francisco.
I'm looking at the points in the paint, and the Rockets got Sengun, they got Adam Steiny, and they outscored the Warriors 48-28. Obviously, moving forward, you want that to get better. But my gosh, you may be 48 minutes away from sending the Rockets home, and then you got, different type of problems or different type of matchup with whoever you face. But, yeah, I didn't like that. They were eating, but yet it equated to a loss for the Rockets.
Yeah, I thought the other play that, to me, defined the Rockets was with about 2 minutes to go. Jabari Smith Jr. drives into the lane, leaves his feet, and has nowhere to go, and he throws it into the backcourt. And they don't even get a shot.
Yeah, that happened.
They don't even get a shot up.
Killer.
And again, if you think about it this way, the Rockets struggle offensively, and they're also not getting as many shots as the Warriors, or they're giving the Warriors more opportunities. And you're missing foul shots. I mean, the bottom line is I thought, here's the thing. I thought the Warriors were fortunate to win that game.
But I don't think a lot of people disagree with you.
But the Rockets didn't deserve to win it. The Rockets did not deserve to win that game. They just did not.
Warriors took it from them.
You can't go what they shot from the line. Also, I don't know if this is good fortune or just great defense, but man, it felt like the Rockets had about 4 to 6 chippies in the lane that just wouldn't go down. And
Van Vliet had a couple that could have went down, Stoney, threes.
Yeah, and a tip here, a tip there, but they couldn't get it to go. And then the Warriors get the rebound. And, those things also can demoralize a team when they're getting more than one shot and they still can't score.
Yeah, you talked about that turnover by Smith, and it was a killer. But Stoney, all in all, they turned the ball over 13 times for the Rockets. And that's not a lot, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. But this is why I had the Warriors in 5, and it ain't about me being right, but it's headed that way if the Warriors take care of business tomorrow.
Yeah, the Rockets didn't turn it over a ton, but
just when
the problem is they have to win the turnover battle. They have to win it. And they only forced 8 Warrior turnovers. And, man, it felt like 5 were in the last 3 minutes of the first half. Outside of that little string of turnovers, I don't know how many it was. It seemed like 4 or 5. It probably was only 3 or 4. But, man, you take that out. I mean, the Warriors have 5 turnovers for the whole game. Yeah. So they're doing a great job of and, it also goes to show you that even the Rockets are playing super physical, and these games are really physical. the Warriors are being very strong with the ball. And
I like that.
That's the way you have to play if you're playing the Rockets, because if you play that way, it gives you an opportunity to turn the ball over less. And they have not turned it over the last 2 games.
And I'm going to give my boy Day-Day his credits down there. I know he didn't win DPOY. He finished top 3. He got NBA Hustle Player of the Year. But my goodness, made his first couple threes, 2 of 7 on the night. But then you go to the far right and was a plus 17. And that's a plus 17 that did his money, because Dre defensively was all that. And I know he got caught up in the scrums, but I think he lives for that. And to do what he did on Şengün, to basically win the game and play sound defense, I mean, that easily could have been a foul, but it wasn't. He could have fouled him. That was clean. But, they just got a little bit of everything. They got an anchor like that, a guy that runs hot. You got Jimmy and Steph, and now you got closer. You got the others by committee. And, I said this to you about a month ago when Pods had went on a scoring binge. I was getting Jordan Poole vibes because he was so young, and you're watching him grow and have his come out party. But to eclipse and become the youngest player again, to go 25-5-5, youngest Warrior player in the playoffs, speaks volumes. But Steiny, again, they don't win that game without Pods. And that block from behind, not to give up after getting beat by Van Vliet, because he was going to throw a floater up or that little teardrop, and I thought that was symbolic of, man, the Warriors are hustling, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take a 3-1 lead over the Rockets. And my question to Warrior fans is, what was the biggest key last night? Of all the things that happened, and there were so many of them, what stuck out to you guys? Because to me, what stuck out most was Jimmy Butler late, obviously, and right underneath him is Buddy Hield. And again, I know Pods had a monster game, and he deserves a lot of credit.
Gotcha.
But Pods has been more, Pods has contributed more than Buddy this year. So while it was a great game by Pods, no doubt about it, he's going to have to play well for the Warriors to keep winning. Buddy Hield's the guy who, when he gives you what he gives you in the last 2 games, you're a lot better basketball team.
I like that. And I'll just bring up JK. He started game 3 and got 17 minutes. And I told you he didn't take advantage of that opportunity. Buddy Hield could have went down that same road, Steiny, but he parlayed the start into 30 solid-ass minutes.
He was good.
Yeah.
He was good. And as usual, Buddy, unfortunately, and I got to tell you, I'm not crazy about this.
Okay, tell me why and I love it.
I don't want to put him on the spot, but Evan isn't easy. Evan isn't either. It's all good. It's all good. But I didn't I don't know.
Hey, fellas, I'm going to utter some words that have never been spoken before by anybody on earth. Buddy Hield, you set the tone defensively.
Well, hold on now,
backhanded. Actually, it's a lot backhanded.
But Curry's on record as saying this might be the best teammate I've ever had. Draymond said in different junctures, Evan, and he even mentioned Nick Young. So he's getting his flowers, but I got to say this to y'all. Your Thursday jokes that you two have on me, I got to own it. You do it in jazz, but it is what it is, right? So, buddy, I don't think he's irritated.
Don't lose.
He knows they love him. They love him.
I guarantee you it ain't going to be as funny if they get beat. And I don't know what Jimmy's problem is, but what
is going on now? That's something different.
Quit picking on Buddy.
I can't do it on national TV, man.
So anyway, Buddy Hield. I don't want to overstate it, but games like that, it almost makes it worth it. The signing worth it. I mean, who cares what he did in the regular season at this point?
He held him for 3 more years.
Yes, they do.
And you're going to need more of him in what you saw yesterday if you're going to get that ultimate prize.
Yeah. Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Rich.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. What's up, Guru?
Hey, 3-1, baby. You got it?
Yeah. I tell you something. We got to give Brandon a new name. We got to call him Playoff Podziemski.
Easy. Yeah, I'm with Steiny, Rich. Go ahead, baby.
Hey, come on now. Give the man his flowers, even though we focusing on Butler. But the one thing I do like about Butler is that Dylan Brooks came in this game, and we all know there's a game, and then there's a game within the game, the psychological part. And Dylan Brooks thought he knew coming into this game, like he did the other ones, that, hey, I got to deal with the bully and Draymond Green. But what he didn't realize when he got in this game, Jimmy Butler came up and said, no, you ain't just got to deal with Draymond Green. You got to deal with me too. In other words, guess what? Dylan Brooks, I'm in your grill, okay? I'm not walking away. Look, I'm another dog you got to deal with. And so by the time the game was over, it's like, hey, like you said, Simon, the Warriors probably shouldn't have won this game. But, hey, when it came down to it, they didn't just beat them on the court. Psychologically, they put them in a state of influx. And so that's the reason why the Warriors got the win. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah. I wouldn't say the Warriors didn't deserve to win that game. I wouldn't even say
I'm a young man say they deal with.
I would say, you know, they were fortunate, but the Rockets did not deserve to win that game.
And that's bottom line. And I'll tell you what, when it's all said and done, and if tomorrow goes the way that I think it's going to go, and the Warriors come out and close this series out, the Rockets will look themselves in the mirror, partner, and say, you know what? It was a series of missed opportunities. I just mentioned Butler went for 14 of the Warriors' 27 in the fourth quarter. But guess what happened the game before? He didn't even play, and you couldn't take advantage of it. I'm talking about the Rockets. You couldn't close. So it is what it is at this point, Stoney. Warriors got action, and one thing that was concerning me is I looked at that game yesterday like a prize fight, and I felt like the Warriors were getting body punched to death. And when Houston took that lead late, I was thinking to myself, man, that 48-28 discrepancy points in the paint is going to come back and kill the Warriors when this one is over. But you know what? That's neither here nor there now because it doesn't matter because of what you just said. The Warriors found a way within to reach in that bag of pedigree, moxie, and know-how, and that's why you're up 3-1.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? We'll get to you on the other side. But the Warriors, a nail-biter. They win it 109-106.
Warriors.
They win a big game without Steph Curry doing Steph Curry things. So that's another positive for this team that not necessarily do they go as Steph Curry goes because they won a game last night when Steph wasn't quite at his best. And Jimmy Butler comes through and Podziemski comes through, Hield comes through, Post chips in the first half, and the Warriors are up 3-1, and they look to close it out tomorrow in Houston. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It was a battle all night.
A flagrant foul. They say there was intent with Draymond's foot. That's ridiculous.
And in the end, Draymond was there to save the day.
Şengün dribbles on Draymond, spins, jump hook for 14. It's up and no good. Rebound Butler. Draymond got the stop when the Warriors had to have it.
Game 5 tomorrow at 4:30.
Wow, indeed.
Right here on your home for every postseason game. 95.7 The Game.
Homeowners and contractors, look no further for your decking supplies and building needs. Rafael Lumber.
or 88-84. Butler now with 16 on 6 shots.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call, and the Warriors win 109-106.
Yeah.
And we were talking a little bit about the last play where Butler makes the 2 free throws with 4 seconds to go. I was a little surprised the Warriors didn't foul there in the backcourt, but I think what happened was Van Vliet kind of got ahead of steam, and I forget who the first guy was that he beat. Looney was the second guy he beat. It might have been Healed, but I think they were scared that if they went to wrap him up, he would have started a shooting motion, and the last thing you want to do is give him 3 there. So, I mean, once you don't foul him right away, now it's down to 3-2. Now we're getting into dicey territory where you don't want to foul a shooter. It ended up working out. And heck, you know what? For all I know, maybe the Warriors purposely didn't foul because they wanted to stay away from
make the first and
miss the second. And the Rockets are a great offensive rebounding team. In any event, it all worked out, Gil.
Yeah, I got to ask you a question. I don't want to interview you because I know where you can go with this answer because I heard it a million times. But you talk about this game in its totality. Steiny, there's 30 seconds left. It's 107-106. Warriors nursing a 1-point lead. And I'm sitting there just in the building watching Jimmy Butler miss the 14-footer. They get the offensive board. Then Curry misses his shot. They secure the rebound. Houston calls timeout. Just walk us through the Steiny computer. Like I'm like 2 misses by your 2 closers. It happens, but now you got to win it on the defensive end. I didn't know what was coming in regard to Udoka calling the play, but during that timeout, what were you thinking?
This is a good game.
But in regard
this is a good game.
Where would you go? What would you dial up if you're Houston? Because Jalen Green got benched.
I mean, maybe I'm taking a little of the onus off Udoka, but what do you got to run? What do you got to run? An 18-footer for Thompson?
He looked like Tracy McGrady at times. I'm just saying you could have gave him the ball and let him cook. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and the other thing about
Monday morning quarterback on a Wednesday.
I mean, look, Van Vliet, he was hot, but you know what?
Tuesday.
Most of his threes were kind of in transition where he pull up. Yeah. So, it's a different shot in a half court. I didn't think it was a terrible shot by Şengün. It was a step or 2 further than he wanted to shoot it, and that's where you got to give Draymond Green credit.
Yeah,
and it was close. I mean, he didn't miss it by a ton. And then Jimmy Butler gets the biggest rebound of the game.
Night,
and it's ball game.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good morning, guys. How are you doing today after that great win?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, just a couple of things. One that was like one of the most entertaining games I've seen in a while. My takeaway from that was, I do feel like, and I don't like being that guy, but I'm going to be, is that we did get lucky with that win at the same time. The one takeaway I got from that was just look at the free throws that the Houston Rockets missed, 19 of 31. Just think if they actually even hit most of those and maybe only miss like 2 or 3, it's a completely different story at that point. So we have to I take it with a little bit of grain of salt because it was a great game. The defense, was there on both sides, the scoring, the attitude, everything. It's just one of those games where, we can't take our foot off the pedal right now. And you know what? One more game because, if you guys remember, San Jose Sharks, Los Angeles Kings, they were up 3-1, and they gave it up. So let's just keep the foot on the pedal and just get that last win to make it on to the next round, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, Mike. I think the Warriors were fortunate last night to win that game. But I feel like the reason they were fortunate is because they're a veteran team and the Rockets are an inexperienced team. And that's the kind of game last night. If you're playing against the Warriors and you want to beat them, you cannot give up a game. And I don't think they had the game in hand. Certainly not. But they had an opportunity to win that game. They missed free throws. They missed a potential game winner. They turned the ball over with a minute and a half. And I just don't, they fouled Jimmy Butler, all those things. That's kind of what a young team making their first playoff appearance is gonna do.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, Steiny, I was a little nervous at half because I felt like, Dylan Brooks was getting the most of Draymond in regard to the mental game and almost, playing on the edge. But the bottom line is, we talk about free throw or the lack of free throw shooting from the Rockets. Get this, game one, the Rockets, 11-20 from the free throw line. They lose. Game two, they win. Guess what, Steiny? 16-20, a little better. Game three, they lose 11 of 28. Now, you know math. That's 17 freebies you left.
They were 11 for 28 from the line?
Yeah. And then game four yesterday, 11-23, 58%.
Wait, from three?
No, from the free throw line.
I think yesterday they were 19 for 31, I thought. You might be looking at the 3-point, but they haven't made free throws.
Yeah.
They haven't made free throws. And again, this is where, the Warriors are up 3-1. They're in control of the series. But they haven't dominated the series by any stretch of the imagination. But they're up 3-1, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, you're right. Game three, 14-24.
Yeah,
from the
still stinks.
Line. Yeah.
It still stinks.
F.
I mean, again, the Rockets did not deserve to win that game. The way they played, the way they shot free throws, and some of their really poor decision-making in the last 2 minutes, not the least of which is Dylan Brooks fouling Jimmy Butler with the shot clock at 2. The other thing, when I'm watching the Warriors, I feel like in order to beat them, you've got to be smart. And you got to be smart for 48 minutes. When was the play where Rockets played great defense, ball goes out of bounds with 2 seconds left on the shot clock, and they inbound to Curry.
Shingun, what are you jumping for, dude? Put your hands up. Keep them up. He makes it.
And those are the kind of plays that they get you beat.
But I'll tell you this, from a Warrior fan standpoint, Steiny, and everybody listening to us, all the wins matter, right? First 1-4. But yesterday, it meant more to me because it was a different script. And Steph didn't have a bad game. Just for his standards, they were playing hellified defense. But for him only to go for 17 and him get help from Butler and everybody else, that lets me know the Warriors are not just a one-trick pony. It's not Steph or bust. And, I guess we've kind of seen that in the regular season. But that's what made yesterday to me more special was the fact that Steph could, be okay, and then others can have his back.
Well, I thought they did a great job against Curry last night.
They made it hard, man.
And, one of the things I noticed was at halftime of the game, Warriors are down 7, and they had taken 42 field goal attempts, and only 9 were from Butler and Curry.
Damn.
So the Rockets did a great job of taking the ball out of those two guys' hands in the first half, and I think they were okay with Pods and Post taking the bulk of the shots. I mean, Draymond, Pods, Post, they all had taken more shots than Curry at halftime, and I think that that was part of their game plan.
Yeah, and Draymond Green, I don't know if you heard after the game in regard to Butler, said he could barely move through 3 quarters, and boy, did he get loosened up. And again, 23 of his points in the second half. But Steiny, my goodness, man, I saw him run up and down the court, and it was a labor, and I was like, oh boy, I don't know if this is the Rockets defense to where you just talked about his lack of field goals early, but he got it going. And now you just want to hope that that pelvic contusion is ready to go tomorrow night, man, because they got action to close this out and get some rest.
Let's go to Dominic in Pinole. Hey, Dominic, how you doing, man?
Hey, Stein, how's it going, man? I just want to, first of all, state that I really enjoy listening to you guys, but I just wanted to talk to my boy Guru.
What you got, baby?
Sometimes, man, I think that you get a little gullible at times. At first I was the same way, man. I was saying, oh, this is a wrap. But really about the Rock, it's just really the inexperience. Like you look at all the free throws that they missed, Warriors could have easily lost this game. So I just think that we should be happy that they've done it, but they got a lot more work to do, man. With the Timberwolves, man, if they get him against the Lakers, they got some work to do, man. And it's not going to just be about Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. It's going to be about the whole team to get us over the finish line, man. But let's just see what happens on Wednesday. We hope we get it. They get some rest. And let's keep going, man. But don't get so gullible.
But listen, hey, I appreciate that. But let me just tell you this. And it's not just about me being right. Going into this series, the Rockets, they're a threat. Any team you play in the playoffs is a threat. But as far as gullible, I had the Warriors in 5. And this thing is playing out right in front of our eyes on why I picked the Warriors in 5, the way that the Rockets aren't buttoned up at the end. I don't think they have that grown-up, in the room on the floor. And the fact that they're missing the free throws, that I didn't even have that computed in my formula of them losing in 5 games. So it ain't gullible. It's just I didn't believe the Rockets could outsmart the Warriors. And we saw a couple of games where it could have went the other way and it didn't. So I don't feel like I'm gullible, Steiny, in the sense that the Rockets are doing what I thought they were going to do, against this Warrior team in their pedigree.
I mean, it's hard to deny that the Rockets' inexperience is hurting them.
I'm telling you, this could have went a different way a few times.
Yeah, and I mean, as the playoffs get deeper, the favors that the other team are going to do for you are going to get fewer and fewer.
Wow.
Hey, by the way,
what you got?
Never mind.
You got to say.
Nah, I'm not going to now. Maybe I will.
Was it for me?
No. It was somebody tell the Warriors that you can recycle wrapping paper. All right? You can recycle it. Because that thing was a gift last night that the Rockets gave
a one.
A one?
Yeah.
I've been working all night on that. What, Evan?
That's generous, Scoop.
All right.
Hey, Evan.
I listened to Evan and Grandy on the way home in their bags.
Were they?
Yeah.
It was a late night.
Yeah.
How long? What was the time of the game?
2:40.
Oh, 2:50.
2:50.
It was like, you know what it was like?
Like a football game.
Well, I was thinking more like one of those bad baseball games from 5 years ago. Let's go to Kwame. Kwame's in Oakland. What's going on, Kwame? How you doing, buddy?
What's good, y'all, man? Good morning, man.
Yes, sir.
Yo, man, I'm super proud at the Dubs for the dub last night. They executed exactly what I said. We got the role players in early. Like Buddy Hield, Paz, Moody, he wasn't, doing his thing post. We got to get these role players with confidence so we can keep the game afloat. That was perfect to set the tone by Buddy Hield coming in, playing the defense that he did. Now, the Houston Rockets, they're inexperienced, they're young, but they're not playing bad. They're very efficient at their points. They're playing really good. They're just missing free throws. But what we did last night with our role players getting in the action early, that is what's going to beat this team down the road. No matter how good they play, as long as Curry had 20 points, he didn't even have 20 points last night. So just imagine if Curry goes for the regular Curry game, we're winning by 10 to 15 points every time if the role players get their confidence early. That's all I'm saying, man. I love y'all show. I listen to y'all every morning. And
thanks, man.
Let's go Dubs in 5.
Wow. Appreciate the call, Kwame.
And you had him in 6, right? What was your? Yeah. And I'll say this.
I still like that, by the way.
Let's give Kerr his flowers because let's be honest, Donnie Moody, let's just say is not shooting it like he was at the strongest points of the season. So I'll just ask you, what do you think went into taking Moody out and putting Buddy in? Like, that's a win for Curry. Although he knows what Buddy can do in the 3-ball, but my goodness, he looks like a genius for making that move.
Moody doesn't look very confident out there.
Good work.
Right now. And
he's young.
Say what you want about Buddy. Even when he's not playing well, he's confident. And sometimes those players perform better in the postseason. And he was Big part of that win yesterday. Let's go to, how about Sparky in Alameda? Hey, Sparky, how you doing, man?
Stanley Guru.
What up, baby?
Top of the morning to you, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Top of the morning. Stanley, do you know when you on live streaming on YouTube, you have touched the mic over 27 times? I counted.
Yeah, I know. I got.
What's wrong?
I'm fidgety.
What's your got in the cup?
I'm very fidgety. I'm very fidgety.
Are you watching this?
No, I'm listening to you, but my wife watches.
Real quick, it's
okay,
it's Steiny,
hey,
not Stanley.
What you got, baby?
Anyway, look, when the Warriors win, it's a happy day for everybody. If they would have lost, I would have been super disappointed. But let me tell you, we talk about how talent it goes with the young guys and all that and the good stuff. I really think that they need to learn that, hey, there's not going to be too many years of the greatest shooter alive to be around us. So we should show our side to be fortunate to be around this guy. Volley, everybody, whatever it is. But you know what, that guy that we doesn't talk enough about it is this guy named the Iron Man. He also been there with Draymond. He also been there with Steph. Iron Man. Kevin Looney.
Oh, Kevin Looney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
we barely talk about him.
No, well, you know what? Thanks, Sparky, for the call. I don't think. How many minutes did he play last night?
Loon had
6.
5. He had 5.
Okay. That was a great 5, though.
Yeah.
It was a great 5 minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to talk playoff basketball? Warriors win Game 4 last night. Game 5 tomorrow. You're listening to Stanley and Guru on 95.7 The Game. That's got a pretty good ring to it.
You got a problem with me saying, and I know Stoney, I know all the wins count the same, but the fact that Steph didn't go for, he wasn't amazing Steph, and with Butler and the rest of the game, they got it done. You got a problem with any Warrior fan saying, like myself, it just hit different because you did it a different way, and most likely moving forward, Curry might not be on every game, but you got that confidence now that others, especially the youngsters, can step up.
Yeah, and every game's different, every series is different, and Curry wasn't great last night.
Wasn't bad by any stretch.
What were his final numbers? I didn't even look. I think
Chef Steiny, 6 of 13, 2 of 8 from 3, 3 of 3 from the free throw line, so only got to the line 3 times, plus 12 with 17 points.
How many assists did he have?
He had 3 assists, Steiny.
Okay, so not one of his better games.
How many turnovers?
Not a lot.
4.
Not a lot.
4.
That's a lot.
Yeah, Dre had 5.
Well, it's not no. The Warriors only had 8 as a team, I thought, last night.
What did I say? Turnovers, Curry 4.
Yeah.
Draymond 1, excuse me.
Let's go to Scott in Pleasanton. Hey, Scott, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Steiny. Steiny Goo, thanks for having me on the call.
Sure.
A couple things. About 2 months ago, there's a lot of callers that called in and said, hey, why is Kerr still playing Buddy Hield? Why are we still doing that? Some were even saying, hey, you got to give Kuminga a chance because you think he could bring more to the table from a scoring aspect. Buddy was struggling. Kerr still stuck with him. I think the answer was last night. Kerr knew that there was going to be a point in time where they're going to need to lean on Buddy shooting to spread out the floor, and he was going to get hot. He also brings some intensity, and he's got his head in the game. Even though he makes some mistakes on defense here and there, at least he's trying and putting the effort into it. So I really enjoy these playoffs because it is a chess match. You see the back and forth between Houston's coaching and the Warriors coaching and the adjustments that they're making within quarter, at halftime, just amazing. What was really hairy is Şengün as well as Thompson, as they got downhill and they saw some rhythm, there was nothing that was going to stop them. There was no Warriors. You got Draymond on the bench. And the stuff that Looney was doing in Game 3 to give Şengün, maybe that extra 3 feet to force him into a 14, 12-footer that he has a hard time getting rhythm and making. He's not going to make that as much. He's more at the rim scorer. Şengün was giving a little bit more distance to run downhill, and Looney wasn't able to do that. Whereas once you see Draymond Green come in, who's an elite defender, you can see how he can manage a guy like that was getting any bucket at any time at some point, even against Butler, about how he managed that space and made him take 15, 16-footers where he's not as comfortable doing. And he was willing to give that up to shut down at the rim. So that was pure genius. You got to hand it to Curry as well. Yeah, he didn't have the flashy 20-point, 30-point game, yet he was still efficient. He was only 2 for 8, but he made most, or if not all, his 2-pointers. And he made all his free throws.
Yeah.
He didn't force it. What he did do is he drew the defenders on him to make others better, like the old school Magic, Bird, Jordan, Duncan, Kobe. They drew more on them to make others around them better, and he was okay with that because they got the W.
Yeah,
great win.
You're right.
Great defense at the end from Pod with that block. That was amazing. So
thanks, Scott. Appreciate the call. We're an hour and 40 in. I can go here as it relates to Şengün. He's going to be a really good player. He's pretty good right now.
Yeah.
And what do you have, 31 last night? It's 12 for 28. 12 for 28 for one of the biggest guys on the court. I felt like he was tight at various junctures last night.
He was dominant, too, at various junctures.
Always without Draymond on the floor.
No doubt. We talked about the numbers.
And I also think, 12 for 28. Big guy's got to be a little bit better than that. He's got to be more efficient. And he wasn't efficient from the field, and he wasn't really efficient from the foul line either. And he was probably the best of the second best player, maybe the third best for Houston. Ahmed Thompson was pretty good, but
they had it.
He missed a ton of shots.
Yeah, and missed a game winner.
Ton of little chippies for sure.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Game 5 is tomorrow, 6:30. Is that a 6:30 start?
4:30 Pacific.
4:30 Pacific.
Early.
That means Warriors live at 3:30. 4:30 Pacific tomorrow.
And I expect Buddy to stay in the starting lineup, Stoney. I know I'm on the island by myself, but you talked about it. He was brought in to shoot and basically replace Klay Thompson. And you talk about the spacing didn't go that well before Jimmy got here, but now that he's rolling or making contributions on both sides of the court, Stoney, I expect him to be in the starting lineup tomorrow.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors 1 game from closing out the Rockets and advancing. That segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Stanley, on YouTube, you have
you get me on record for this. I don't like Dylan Brooks, so we're never having fun. I'm a fierce competitor. He's a fierce competitor. There ain't nothing fun about that. I don't like Dylan Brooks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's a killer, man.
Jimmy Butler talking about Dylan Brooks last night. It's funny because I was talking to Evan before the show, and actually I was texting him on our private thread. And at halftime, I said, Brooks has been very solid. And then sure enough, in the second half, he disintegrated.
Yeah, and I got to say this, since he left Memphis, Donnie, he became somewhat of a joke, and I wonder if Memphis, if they miss him. But the bottom line is I've learned to kind of appreciate him. He's Draymond light. He's one of those dudes that tries to get under your skin. But he's expanded his game, his offensive repertoire, and we know what he is defensively. But the story to me last night, Stein, in that fourth quarter, as Thompson started looking like Tracy McGrady flying through the air. Every time it felt like Houston was going to take control, they were up, 90-88 with about 8 minutes left. GP2 comes back with the tip-in shot to tie the game. And then Thompson makes another layup. Pods comes back, hits a layup. And it's just like, damn. And Şengün, put him up 94-90 with about 6 minutes left. And then Curry comes down when you're kind of like, is Houston going to take this thing, and hits a three to bring him within one? Like, they just felt they had an answer all night. The Warriors did.
And
they just had an answer.
When they didn't have an answer, the Rockets helped them out.
Wow.
And, I think I'm different. There you go.
2 chains.
But, Warriors are up 3-1. They're looking good. There's no doubt about it. I feel like this series has been super competitive.
It has.
And, the Rockets, I could see them winning tomorrow. I could see them winning tomorrow, but I think, again, what I've seen through the first 4 games is they're just not ready. They're too young. They're too inexperienced, and they're just not ready right now. Now, can that change? I'm not sure. I don't think so. But they're talented, but they're young, and they got to do a lot of growing.
Yeah, and I just went over 3 portions of the game in that fourth quarter, Steiny, where the Warriors, GP2, the tip shot. I don't know which one was bigger, him tying the game with the tip shot, and then Thompson started getting going, and here comes Pods again with his jumper to bring within 2. But when Şengün put him up 94-90, that was when I was in that building like, oh, boy, one miss, and, if they get fouled on the other end, they probably miss it. But, now it's getting late. And for Curry to hit that 3 when he did to bring him within 1, I was like, okay. And the Warriors, they ran him down.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think if that game was played in Houston, the Warriors lose that game. And the reason why I'm saying that is that the Warriors fans were really motivational. They really came through. I know you guys don't look at that, but I think that was a factor. The fans were really into that game, man. It was a good game. It was competitive. It could have gone either way. I think if it was in Houston, the Warriors lose, but I don't know how this is going to play out, but it was very entertaining. I really enjoyed the game. What do you guys think? You think the Warriors fan played a major role in this? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call. I'd have to defer to somebody who was there.
And I was there, and I told you it's one of the games that, and Evan was too, and Grandy, but I'm just telling you, Stoney, it's a NBA, and I've seen a lot. We were doing the pre and post for almost 2 years. This is one I'll remember. And, I'm not a big wrestling fan, but, from what I understand, why a lot of people gravitate to that sport is it has everything you want. Villains, bad blood, and that game in the second quarter was getting out of hand, but I loved it because you knew it meant something. And, Stoney, it wasn't just the regular season, it was the playoffs. And to pull it out in the fashion they did, and you talk about the celebration after, I keep focusing on that hug between Steph and Dre because they know, something special's at hand that they might be able to shock the world and do. But in order to do that, you got to close out Houston. and taking that game after being down 7 at half, I mean, goes a long way. And what do we talk about in sports? You always want to have a good regular season record so you can have the home field, home court advantage, and that's what the Warriors played into yesterday.
Yeah, what'd you think of the two kind of dust-ups? Dillon Brooks fouls Steph Curry. Steph Curry puts a 2 in his face, meaning 2 fouls, I believe. He either meant 2 fouls, that's now 2 fouls on you, Dillon, or he might have been saying that's the second time, because he did get a little bit of a hip check there, Curry did. And maybe he meant 2, like that's 2 now where you took kind of a cheap shot at me. So Curry gets called for taunting. Brooks gets up, tries to take the ball away from him, and then Draymond Green kind of pushes Dillon Brooks, and that's the one where he got a flagrant or technical. Remember, Evan? Technical. And so you can continue in the game when you have a technical and a flagrant, but not 2 technicals or not 2 flagrants.
Yeah.
So
tell your guy Peter Vesey that.
Yeah, it's the way the rule's been for a while. Let's go.
Back off.
I want to hear, this is Steph Curry right after the game talking about how that was for a playoff game.
Exactly how you'd expect. Obviously, the first half was super choppy and emotional and physical and text and flagrants and all type of stuff, no flow. But the way we started that third quarter is Warrior basketball, getting stops, keeping the game simple, made that huge run that it almost felt like a little downer towards the end of the third quarter, but then you got to remember we were down 7 at halftime. We did our work, so we were able to withstand some of those runs. And what can you say about Jimmy, BP, Buddy, and then a defensive player of the year, Draymond? They go at him one-on-one down the stretch. He got to stop.
The Hustle Award. Hustle Award.
No, he meant that he's their defensive player of the year, Stoney.
Well, he wasn't.
Yeah.
But he did win the Hustle Award.
No, he was the Warriors defensive player.
The Hustle Award. That's
again, he was the Warriors defensive player of the year.
So every team gives out a defensive player of the year award?
No, but when you watch and cover the team like we do, you know that Draymond didn't win it league-wide, but
I got to tell you,
he's their anchor on this team when it comes to defensive end.
Yeah, I got to tell you, you don't
like it?
I don't think we cover the team. We watch the team and we observe. I don't know that we cover it. I wouldn't say I covered the Warriors anymore.
Well, your job is to watch it, and we chop it up about every game, and that's what we've done for 82 games, and now 4 in the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like covering it needs to be the guys who are there and the guys and the women who are there every day. We're just talking heads, Goo. We got very little to offer.
Well, you might be right.
We're not there day in and day out.
Well, you're not going to steal my joy. We cover the team. You got a credential.
You didn't even use it last night.
No, I didn't. I was a patron.
Let's go to how about Al in San Francisco?
Al,
what's up, Al? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Guru, Steiny, Evans?
Hey,
glad to be on the show, man. Good hearing you guys every day. Talking about our Warriors, hearing also, hey, what about those Giants? Number 1, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
But the game last night, the Warriors, man, that was a good game. It could have went either way. Curry relaxed a little bit, but, hey, you know what happens in Houston on these playoff runs when the Warriors play in Houston, for the last years that passed, and how they shut Houston down and close it out in Houston. Tomorrow, Guru, I'm with you. Game 5 is us. We're going to win it tomorrow. And Curry's going to say night-night in Houston, and we're going to win tomorrow. And Curry, I know, is going to go off with like 30 points because now they're going to have to concentrate on Paz and Buddy Hield, and that's going to leave Curry open to do his night-night tomorrow.
Yeah.
Warriors in 5. Thank you, guys.
I mean, Steiner,
that's not going to happen.
Well, you don't know that, but
they're not going to key on Hield and Podziemski, and Steph's going to be open.
No, that part. But my bottom line is, even if Steph is covered, he can still give that business. But this is just another one in the books for the Rockets to kind of get up off the mat, right? That's been the theme. They've been close, couldn't get over the hump outside of game 2, and now with yesterday. Steiny, I got to be careful because the Rockets have impressed me. So for the guy that called me gullible I had the Warriors in 5, but man, if the Rockets get down 6 early or 8 or 10, and maybe they'll prove me wrong, you kind of wonder if Cancun is calling or they're just like, the Rockets.
Why wouldn't they have done that last night on the road?
Yeah, well.
I mean, they were down 16-4
But now
last night.
I got you. But you were 2 games away from being eliminated, and now you're 1. And I'm not saying they don't got a chance to win.
They're not going to
go against
They're not going to give up.
Yeah.
The Rockets are not going to give up or lay down. I just can't see it. The only thing they have consistency-wise is how hard they play. And I don't think they're going to go into that game feeling sorry for themselves. They're going to go in there thinking it should be 2-2, and the Warriors are going to have to play. They're going to have to beat the Rockets, I think. But, the other thing we saw from the Rockets last night is they're never going to put the Warriors away.
Yeah, you said that.
The Warriors may be able to blow out the Rockets at some point in this series, Wednesday or Friday, maybe. But the Rockets can't do that to the Warriors.
And it's not a mandate. As long as you have one more point than the other, and the first to 4 is a wrap.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to B in San Jose. Hey, B, how you doing?
Diamond and Guru, you're both doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Hey, Steiny, I know you're a man of nuance. And Guru, you love the highlights. So I got a couple to point out from last night that I think overall were maybe minute, but also seem like strong turning points. First, the nuances. Looney, in only small stretches, was actually defensively responsible for preserving 2 leads at the end of third and fourth quarters for the Dubs. He stopped Şengün's attempt at the buzzer at the third quarter to keep him up 2, and then he contested Van Vliet without fouling to make him airball the 3. So I thought those were just both 2 valuable but very nuanced types of moments. Goo, you love you some highlights, some ha-ha. And I think a couple of strong ha-has. One that didn't even produce a basket, but I think produced some intimidation was Post trying to cram one on Adams, and then Jimmy's stop on a dime, and then turn over his shoulder to dump it off to Buddy Hield, cutting for the layup. I guess it also plays off, Steiny, you were tickled pink for some passing, and that was one very strong passing moment, no doubt, that Butler, gave to a cutting Hield. And it just shows the playmaking ability that they desperately needed. Seems to have rubbed off on guys, too, like GP and Podziemski, where the ball control that Butler so values seems to have become infectious for other, sort of role-playing guys like those.
That's a good call.
You guys always do a bang-up job. You're the best. And, yes, you guys do cover the game. I love the self-deprecation study, so y'all should give yourself some credit. Y'all got mad good coverage and mad good talking head charisma.
Appreciate it. Butler plays 40 minutes, doesn't turn the ball over one time.
With a pelvic contusion that I sure is just giving him fits.
Let's go to Scott in Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
All right, fellas. Hey, man. You can't beat that entertainment last night, that's for sure. The only one thing and Draymond, without a doubt, sows the seeds of doubt into Şengün. He did it in 22 against the Celtics. He intimidates people just enough to give you to tilt the things in your favor, give you an edge. But I have one problem with last night, and that was what was going on in the second quarter with the chippiness and stuff. And I know it's not the referee's fault because I know it's a league directive probably, but I think that they need to stop this 15-minute reviews and teching up everybody. And really, there wasn't. If you really look at the tape, it was nothing. And I don't know why all these guys coming off are these security people running and coaches that are running off the sideline?
They're coaches and team security. Yep, coaches and team security.
I don't think that should be allowed. I don't think that the players are not going to fight. 99.9% of the time it's all just chipping and just chirping. And last night I didn't believe that There's no way Draymond should have got a tech. No way that Steph should have got a tech. I mean, even the idiot Brooks. I don't know if I would have teched him up for that either. I just don't. I think that took away from the flow of the game. There's too much review of these pushing and shoving things. I mean, if somebody gets smacked across the head, okay, whatever. But that's not what happened there. There should have been nothing and play on. And especially considering how they're allowing them to play. You can't allow all this physicality, which I love in the NBA playoffs, and then expect this for what Steph did, putting up 2 fingers. That's taunting. I mean, come on. I think they need to get away from that, and I think they just need to let the game flow a little better than that. I mean, and I really do think they should not allow these security people and these coaches to run on the court. Players can handle it. I really think they can. And one other thing is you look at somebody like Dylan Brooks. I know they have a young team, and this is the example this guy sets. He's just a dummy. He is not a winning player. He's a hustler. He plays hard. He can make some shots, but he's not a winning player. And Draymond, the Warriors are full of 16-game players. That's what makes them dangerous going forward. They got Steph, Draymond, Butler, and I'm telling you, this Pods is another 16-game player. And so I think, Looney's got the experience. I think they really have an edge going forward, pretty much on everybody they're going to play, because they're going to have, OKC's got younger players too.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what kind of advantage or disadvantage they're going to have in the next round against either Minnesota or the Lakers. You got to kind of settle into that series.
They got superstars. The Rockets don't. They got good players. You know what I mean? And I'll say this for the review, Steiny. The malice in the palace, the NBA, that's what this is all about. That will never happen again. I have no problem with the security coming in just to kind of cut the shenanigans. Y'all can stick your chest out, but you're not going to do anything. But, Steiny, why does it take so damn long?
Well, I mean.
That's what I'm like, he's right. That was like a baseball game.
Well, okay, let's take the play where Draymond gets stripped by, it was Eason, right? So Draymond gets stripped by Eason, and look,
talk to him.
He was going to foul Eason no matter what on that play after he lost the ball. There was just no doubt about it. He was frustrated, and he was going to make a play on the ball, but he was more than willing to take the foul, even though he had 4 at that point. But he was going to foul Eason as Eason started going up the court. Okay, so then what does he do? He kind of hits him. He hits him pretty hard.
Yeah.
Then they roll over, and Draymond hits him with his what was it, like a leg to the head?
Yeah, inadvertently. He was trying to get, they got tangled.
Well, I don't know if it was inadvertent or not. I mean, I don't think it was on purpose.
Yeah.
But the reality of the situation is he did come down on Eason's head pretty hard with his leg.
No, that man.
And that's a play where I think you got to review it.
And they got it right by not penalizing Dre, for a technical, saying that was on purpose. But I will say this. You talk about fighting or guys you want in your foxhole. I want Quentin Post in my foxhole, Steiny. You can't teach what he has. And there was a melee or whatever you want to call it, but he was in there, and I love to see it. He was standing up for his teammates. But as far as Pods and this confidence, and Draymond talked about it after the game, calling it, he wished he would have had what Pods has, and he dubbed it irrational confidence. Steiny, that young man has had that since Jimmy Butler, but I can't ignore the fact that since Butler's got here, all the guys, and I'm even throw Steph in here, are feeding off Jimmy, and he's giving them something to where the best is coming out of all them, and they see the game differently. And you talk about Pods this year, how he got started, and he wasn't shooting, and we were taking calls, this and that. He's getting a scholarship, and the mask gate, he had to go through that. And now where he's at now in year 2, and what he did yesterday was 6 3-pointers in a pivotal playoff game. I mean, I don't know how he went to bed, if he could even sleep or sleep like a baby. I understand it all. But, man, we cannot sleep on what we're seeing from this young man. And I'm going to just leave it off with this. I'm getting Jordan Poole vibes from him in regard to he can get you a bucket and he's not afraid to take. Stoney, there were a couple shots. I was like, Pod, did you need to shoot that? But he felt like he could make it. And he said as much in his post-game interview, like, I'm out there. I believe I can make some shots.
And he made a bunch last night. This from the 510 from Uno in Fremont. What's this fixation with using the word young? The Rockets simply aren't good enough yet. Young is a cop-out. If you're in the NBA and playing in the playoffs, it's a bottom-line sport. They simply haven't been good enough.
See, I think that's unfair.
What?
Young, that's what it is. This is their first time for most of them.
Yeah, they don't have any experience.
Now, the free throw thing is something else, but as far as them, this is being their playoff virginity, I get it. Like, Young is not that's what we're watching, especially with young Jalen Green.
I mean, how can you deny that inexperience is what's getting the Rockets? Whatever. The Rockets' inexperience combined with the Warriors' experience.
Come on now.
That's been the difference in this series. And if you want me to stop using Young, I'll stop using Young. They're inexperienced. They don't have any playoff experience, and it's showing.
And that matters, right?
There's a big difference between the regular season and playoff basketball, and the Rockets are finding that out because it's the first time they've ever been to the postseason.
And to that point, me being Mr. Warriors in 5, I got to be honest, Donnie, the Rockets have impressed me. They just haven't closed.
Let's go to a little sound here. This is Steph Curry on the defensive looks that he was seeing last night.
It took me to the fourth quarter to see it. Once there was a zone, once I came off, if I got rid of it, whoever was the closest, it kind of turned into a box and one.
Okay.
So very clever. I hadn't really seen that one before. So we'll study the film and figure out some looks.
All right, that's Steph talking about what Houston was trying to do on defense. He said they were in zone first, and then as soon as the first pass was made, they had somebody sticking with him while the other 4 guys were playing zone.
And for the most part, Sonny, I'll say it worked. You just got beat by the others.
Yeah. Let's ask Steve Kerr, what was going through your mind on the final play of the ball game?
Well, what was going through my head was call a timeout. Either way, made or missed, we wanted to get the timeout so we get Steph back in. I just thought, Dre played phenomenal defense with 5 fouls. Most of the fourth quarter he's out there, and so he did a brilliant job, and we were able to get Şengün forced out a little bit further than he'd been for most of the fourth, so it made it a tougher shot. And then, as I said, Jimmy made an amazing rebound.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about the last play of the game, Şengün's missed half hook, and then Jimmy Butler's rebound. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors up 3-1 in this series. They look to close it out tomorrow in Houston. And if they do that, they'll get some rest before the second round series against either the Lakers or the Timberwolves. They also play Wednesday. So 2 teams that are in control 3-1, both have a chance to knock out the other team, and then we'll find out who the Warriors are playing if that, in fact, happens.
Yeah, both on the road.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The Rockets coming out to play.
It was a battle all night.
fellas, I'm going to utter some words that have never been spoken before by anybody on earth. Buddy Hield, you set the tone defensively.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, that was Steve Kerr after the game last night. Warriors take a 3-1 lead in their first-round playoff series against the Houston Rockets. Game 5 tomorrow.
Man, they're coming fast. I like it.
And the Warriors can close this thing out with a win. With a win tomorrow, and then they'll await their opponent.
Ooh. And they'll be on the road, whoever that opponent is.
Yeah, actually, though, they may know their opponent by the end of the night if they win and the Timberwolves win.
Yeah,
but we'll see if that.
Are they howling?
Who? We never howl in the middle of a series. It's not what we do.
I love how you say
what,
weird.
Evan? Go ahead, stick it to me.
No, if it's a full moon tonight, they're going to be howling regardless.
And the Warriors are going to play before they do. Warriors are at 4:30, so that game will be over.
I think that's the matchup we all want.
I think so, too.
Lakers, Warriors?
No, Warriors, Wolves.
And I got to say this, Evan and Stotty, what's scaring me about this matchup, if it is that. So Ant-Man sent Kevin Durant and Devin Booker home last year and now has the opportunity to send LeBron and Luka home tomorrow night. I don't want that list to keep growing if somehow they get entangled with the Warriors and then Butler, Dre, and Steph. I mean, that'll be a hit list that he went through.
He's going down the Team USA roster.
Man. He's uncomfortable right now.
I know.
Who is?
You.
Why am I uncomfortable?
Because we're assuming.
I know. But that's, you guys always do that. You were talking about winning a title again during the break.
Well, I did. I don't think it would be going to Dallas.
Just take 2 weeks off.
Yeah,
it'll be fine.
Look at you. Hey, I want to read something for you real quick. From the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. Do you see Quentin Post being a future starter in this league?
For the Warriors, maybe. Yeah.
Now, I'm just asking, why would you limit? Obviously, he's not going anywhere, but
he seems to fit the Warriors system and style.
I love it.
I mean, what we've seen so far is pretty good. He's pretty tough, can shoot the three, and seems to have a good grasp of what the Warriors are trying to do,
and he's not scared,
and defensively.
Man. Even when you know what I'm saying, he's not scared. That's what Pods had. He ain't scared.
Yeah, let's go to Jesse in West Marin. Hey Jesse, how you doing, man?
West Marin.
I'm doing great. How you guys doing? Beautiful day in the Bay.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
So I just want to talk just about a couple of the best players that I saw, or players that played the best. I got to give credit to Buddy Hield and let's see, Jimmy Butler for sure, Pods. But I'd like to, I know everyone calls in about Steve Kerr and kind of when we're struggling a little bit in lineups, but I got to give him credit for inserting Buddy Hield into the starting lineup. And just also Draymond Green being able to stay in the game, and I thought he had the biggest possession of the game, stopping Sengun at the end, and Pods with that block right before that.
Woo. Yeah, no, there were a bunch of guys who helped out. Obviously, yesterday.
That's my play of the game, Stoney. The Pods block on Van Vliet, man.
Yeah, I mean,
man, he was in that paint. It beat him.
There were a bunch of important plays.
Yeah.
To me, the biggest play was
Dylan Brooks.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Of course it was.
With 2 seconds on the clock.
Of course it was.
And you got national media crying, saying that wasn't a foul. It's playoff basketball. Yeah. You can't touch him.
I hope you guys, you and Evan and the listeners, understand on a day today that it should hit home how objective I am about this team and this league. It was a foul. A foul on Dylan Brooks. Stupid foul. It's dumb. Whether it was or it wasn't. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Who thought it wasn't a foul?
Stephen A. Smith. Oh, he went on a rant this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wish we could. I should have told you, Evan.
Don't
yeah,
be disrespectful.
He went on a rant saying it's the playoffs and blah, blah, blah. That's not a foul. And I'm just like, dude, he touched him. You can't touch, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, after the Hardaway thing, I guess,
Well,
but Like he put his hand on his hip
exactly
during the middle of a shot.
It's not even close. Like I didn't think it was even close.
No, there were some fans that were sitting next to us in the media area, and they were a little worried. And then the replay comes up. We're all looking at the screen like, all right, just wrap this up and let him get 3 free throws.
Yeah. And if I'm Udoka, I don't know who I'm more mad at. It's him or Şengün, Steiny, with the shot clock going down, going for a head pump fake.
It's Brooks because Şengün's a lumbering clod of a big man, and
gosh, man,
Curry can use those kind of guys.
And that's what I mean by being buttoned up. That's 5 points. That's 6 points right there.
Great cash,
free throws and Curry making, like, what are you doing?
Let's listen to a little bit of Jimmy Butler. This is during his walk-off after the ball game, so he hasn't yet hit the locker room, and they get him courtside.
Well, Jimmy, we meet again as your teammates come over to you, just pouring you with love, saying, this is why we got you. How rewarding is hearing that from these new teammates?
It means the world. I die for these guys, for real. It's so fun. I got my joy back, as some would say. But more than anything, it's always good to win. Let me go, man. Go back there. Nothing on national TV.
Save that for later, right?
Wow. They got it. I love it, man.
Well, in a game that we didn't know if you'd play or not, you played nearly 40 minutes. I mean, how did you get through it physically and mentally?
Oh, man. Somebody said something to me. That's all it takes. Somebody to say something to me gets me going every single time.
I take it you won't share it with me.
No. Them mics underneath the goal, you can hear it. I don't like Dylan Brooks.
He is incredible. And he backs it up. And I know what he said to Dylan Brooks. You do too, right? On the free throw line?
Not really.
I'll tell you after the show. I don't want to get fired.
Okay. Yeah. Let me guess. You're a bum.
And?
And the other B word. Yeah. Boy, we never hear that.
I can't rob Jimmy of his reality. So if Dylan didn't do anything, we would have got the pedestrian Jimmy. I tend not to believe that, Steiny. Jimmy knew what time it was.
Yeah, I mean.
You know what I mean? Like, he said it, but I can't ignore the fact of it. He changed. He turned into Lou Ferrigno, the Incredible Hulk, after that.
I mean, he was pretty quiet in the first half. Didn't do a whole lot.
Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors go up 3-1. I will say this about Butler's game. I mean, we've seen, a half dozen of those so far with the Warriors where, he just plays and gets some rebounds and takes a shot or two and then gets some assists, and then the game gets, into the second half, midway through the third, and then he goes to work.
He had 4 at half and 23 in the second half, Steiny. Arsenio Hall, he was getting busy in the second half.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you got to be excited about that one. 2 really tight ball games at home. The Warriors win them both. And, I mean, the only thing I would say is
talk to him.
The Warriors are up 3-1, and they're looking good, but this has really been a competitive series. And a few plays here and there, we might be at 2-2, and then we're talking about a different game.
Oh,
but,
man.
of course, the Warriors are making the plays when they have to make the plays, and that's why they're the Warriors who have been around for 10, 15 years, and that's why the Rockets have to figure out what playoff basketball is all about. And I will say this, now looking at the matchups, we kind of thought about it before the playoffs started, but Houston was the absolute perfect first-round opponent for the Warriors. Yes, they play hard. Yes, they play physical, but they are not ready.
Yeah,
at least that's what they've shown for the first 4 games, and they just haven't made enough winning plays. The Warriors have made all the winning plays.
Yeah, and they got the experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say this to that, Steiny. I was listening to the guys coming in this morning, the Joes, and they were asking the fans, who would you give the game ball to? If I just asked you that real quick, who would you give the game ball to last night?
Buddy Hield.
I'm giving it to Pods. And I'm not. There's no wrong answer, but I'm giving it to Pods. But yeah, buddy, man, that was a big time showing.
And let me tell you the other thing that I was thinking last night. For all you people out there that nitpick Kerr and think the Warriors could do better, let me tell you something. If Steve Kerr handles Buddy Hield differently during the regular season, he's not going to have 2 games like he had. He never gave up on him, even when people were down on Hield. And it's because Steve Kerr knew that for the Warriors to be at their best, Buddy Hield's got to contribute in some way.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that in the last 2 playoff games, Buddy Hield has absolutely delivered in a way where now you can envision they might not win that game without Buddy Hield. And
he's a threat.
Kerr never went away from him. Kerr gave him a crack at it every single game. And here we are in the playoffs, and Buddy Hield ends up helping you win 2 games. And maybe you don't win those 2 games without Buddy Hield. In fact, I don't think you win both without Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
So good for Steve Kerr to understand that he's coaching a veteran. And
I mean, he's also ridiculed him.
Well, I know, but
times.
But I mean, the big
tough love.
I mean, the big issue is that he never gave up on him. Buddy Hield.
He just said that he's not a very smart player and can't play defense. Which is why what he did yesterday was so impressive.
Exactly. And there was some
Can you
decrease
find me
in
the
minutes.
quote where he said, Buddy doesn't play defense? I mean, I need that exact quote. Let's go to Sammy in San Francisco. Hey, Sammy, what's going on?
Yo, Dubs and 5, baby, let's go.
All right.
You want to get my take on the squad. So,
right.
Quinn Post, does it feel like he's forcing his shots a little bit?
Who's that? Post.
Quinn Post.
Oh. Yeah, game's going pretty fast for him.
Say what?
I think the game's going pretty fast for him. I think he's starting to take his 3-pointer, and he's a little bit surprised at how quickly they're contesting, and he's not really in a 3-point shooting rhythm.
Yeah, you're right. With all the 3-pointers that he's been shooting, I figured, okay, he needs to get in the rhythm a little bit. But other than that, Kuminga, I think Kuminga's time is coming. He just needs to be a little bit more patient on his time coming. And Podziemski, he is a dog.
Yeah.
A dog. Cannot go wrong with Podziemski. And I want to give a quick shout-out to all the coaches, man. The coaches are doing a great job on these players.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Not just Kerr, but Jerry Stackhouse. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Sammy. Appreciate the call.
Kerr gets credit for that, too. He's the leader of it.
I mean, the Warriors have defended Houston extremely well. And when you defend an offensively challenged team extremely well, you're going to be operating from a position of strength.
Yeah, and that will change as soon as this series is over, assuming the Warriors win, Stanley, regardless who comes out of that Laker mini-series, because they got guys that can really put the ball in the hole, man.
925, 925 from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. No one's talking about Kerr having a hack of Steven Adams' strategy, which took Adams out of the game.
We talked about it early. Yeah.
So it was the second time he did it in this series. Fouled Steven Adams or intentionally to either send him to the line or try to get him off the floor. And last night he got him off the floor.
And the joke of the day was, to me, when Draymond got that technical, or Curry got that, Draymond got that technical, he sends Jalen Green up there. And what's the old adage in basketball? Once a player sees the ball go through the hoop, watch out. I'm like, okay, watch Green go miss this. And Steiny, he just politely went up there and missed it. It's just they're infected by bad free throw shooting.
Yeah. Well, they're one of the worst in the league at it. So,
dead last.
But they're usually not as bad as they were last night. Let's go to Dez in the city. Hey, Dez, how you doing?
What's up, y'all? How about them Warriors,
3-1, baby.
Great one, man. Hey, Steiny, Goo, Evan the back, man. Y'all the voice of the Bay Area, keeping it lit out here. I just wanted to show some love to Dunleavy for that ginormous, humongous trade for Mr. Butler. Man. we shall refer to him going forward as Mr. Butler. To all the people that were doubting him and his ability, come into the rescue and putting his cape on with Curry and just delivering nothing but W since he's been here. Steve Kerr for coaching the hell out of this team when a lot of people been calling for his head, talking about this and that. He don't know what he's doing and he needs to be fired and why is he going small? Man, this dude has done nothing but show the ability to coach a team.
Wow.
With that being said, love what you guys do, and let's go Dubs. Dubs in 5, baby.
I appreciate the call.
I appreciate it, man. I mean, like Steiny, even though you got off of Twitter, you used to talk about the Kerr slander because it was out there, and I just think people were bored, man. You just look at the totality of what Kerr's done, his resume, and I get it. And look at Moody, look at Pods, look at Jordan Poole before he got up out of here. Look at Post. I mean, those are wins, man. And obviously the Kuminga thing is not I got to bring him up, DMP. But for the most part, I mean, how can you even fix your mouth to say Kerr is not that dude?
Now, I keep track of some stats that maybe normal fans don't keep track of, but you make of this what you will. And I'm interested to get your thoughts on this, and Evans too. I've been studying the postseason since it started. Most teams got about 4 games under their belt, and I got to tell you, Warriors fans, congratulations! You lead the league in "ref you suck" chants.
The Pistons fans were doing it on Sunday.
They've got 8 total, so 4 in each home game, and the Pistons fans have 5 total.
But don't you understand what it stems from? Unity. They were saying it. That gets them going.
Well, I'll tell you what else they lead the league in. 180s.
Wow.
The amount of it's a good thing, honestly, but there was. I didn't realize that but not a lot of people know, like if a starting lineup change is made,
okay,
not everyone is aware of that. So I'm sitting next to, like some section of fans.
Gotcha.
And they announce, 9th year guard out of Oklahoma University, Buddy Hield. And someone looks over and goes, what the hell? Like they didn't know that Buddy was starting yesterday. And after the first 4 minutes of the game, they're cheering their asses off for Buddy Hield, and they're screaming and singing his praises. Like
I got you.
I don't know. I actually thought the fact that he started this game and started as well as he did got the crowd into it more than, I don't know, just like your average playoff game.
Yeah, and who am I to point fingers? But I'll say this, guys. As I turned the caddy around on I-80 coming back to the stadium, there were some guys in the business and gals that had some different starting lineups. And it said starting lineup, Evan. And I go, Moody's not in that one, but there were some different, some different people that had different info. But yeah, Buddy Hield was starting.
From Joe on the YouTube chat, you're making the Warrior fans a monolith. No, I'm not. I'm just saying the in-arena crowds. I've studied them all postseason.
You know what? Let's stop. I'm calling a timeout. Why? I'm not going to front. Monolith? What does that mean?
It means that I'm painting every single fan of the Warriors the same way.
Okay, right.
I'm saying like the fans are this way. No, I'm just saying, the guys.
No, I thought you were saying they're like stoic or,
because that place was jumping.
Not very excited.
No, I think it was that. I think what the dude was saying was that I'm painting with a broad brush, but the only brush I'm playing with is the fans that were in the arena.
They wore the shirts.
Well, yeah. Got it from We Believe, who got it from the Kings.
I didn't get one.
Oh, boy. Is that the first time you've not taken advantage of free clothes?
Sometimes I do just free clothes is funny. Set myself up, and you pounced.
Let's go to Dave in Pleasanton. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
I'm good. How you fellas doing?
On top of the world, baby.
Hey, so I only got 2 small bones to pick, right? And one of them does have to do with Buddy.
All right.
With his history, that is not the guy I want when the game is on the line
in the last 2 minutes of the game, just to be honest with his history. Number two is, this is the big one for me. When we're up this much already, I understand letting Jimmy play, but to give him a project like that he will not deny, he will accept it, it doesn't matter how much pain he's in, to possibly risk the rest of the playoffs having to guard that big boy who is violent and rough in the paint with his hip injury was not really the best idea, even though it was clutch in the end. I just think even a Looney you could have saved Jimmy a little bit more, especially when he's not fully healed. That's all I got.
No, it's fair. That's fair, and they were in a little desperate situation there.
You think? And Jimmy is going to tell you if he can go, Steiny.
But no, Şengün kind of had his way with Butler, but
he had his way with everybody but Dre.
You would figure that was going to happen. Şengün's a good player.
And I saw Pods guarding him, trying to check him at times.
Let's pump the brakes on Kerr from the 510.
We can't take the
on
rings
the Boxer
back.
and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. They were a Şengün bucket from going back to Houston, tied 2-2. Yeah.
Okay, the Rockets are a 2 seed, and even if it was 2-2, we wouldn't be in here blaming Kerr.
What about, and we'll talk about this on the other side. We know how, when you watch a game like last night, and you want this team to go deep into the playoffs, does anybody worry about them holding up? Or do you like the way they've held up so far through 4 games? Keep in mind, they're not even a quarter of the way through the postseason. And I know I've been watching these games, not just the Warriors. I've been watching, obviously, all the games. And, man, this is going to be such a grind. And
one day at a time.
That's why I think that it would behoove the Warriors to try to finish this series tomorrow. I don't think there's any doubt about it, but I do think it's going to be a tough game. The Rockets are going to come out desperate, and the Warriors have to try to convince themselves that the series is 2-2 and not 3-1, because
then you're playing Friday right back here.
Yeah, and I think the Rockets, you don't want to give them any life. So it's a big game for the Warriors, and I think in terms of the long-term playoff hopes, winning tomorrow night might go a long way toward feeling better in round 2. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see a bunch of calls. We'll get to you all on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 50.
not sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You got to go live.
We thought you guys could handle 2 at one time.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Delete that, Evan. That guy is out there. He's left the building.
Well, till they lose.
No. Jimmy
Till they lose
Butler's
again.
in town. And we got superheroes, man. What a game. I'm going to watch it on TV tonight.
Okay.
Well, there's 4 games. 1 at 3.
What are they?
Indiana, Milwaukee.
Okay. What's the next one?
The final one is Denver.
What's the second one? Let's go in order.
Help me out, Evan.
And
Boston.
then Denver.
Yeah, there we go. No, that's only 3. We're missing one.
There's only one game tonight. Denver, the Clippers. Denver, the Clippers. Seriously.
So what?
Who you got?
Oh, and Detroit and New York.
That's a series.
Yeah. Well, it was. He asked you a question. Just
what was the question?
Who do you got? Detroit, New York.
I don't know. Did you write down our predictions? We did them all. I can't remember.
You wrote them down. Although I think I remember them.
We got to revisit that. I think I got some action.
Yeah, you and I had the Knicks. Goo had the Pistons.
Hey, I picked New York. Stop. I'm a Carl Anthony.
I don't know.
You guys, boy.
I was the only one who had the Bucks, but that was also predicated on Dame. It blew a tire.
Yeah, that's the reason they're going to lose.
Oh, what you mean?
They stink with or without Lillard.
They won with when he came back.
The series is over.
Yeah.
Well, it is now.
4 games tonight.
What's the other one we can't think of? Orlando, Celtics.
Boston,
Celtics,
Evan said
Orlando. They got one more game than I thought.
Yeah. Milwaukee, Indiana at 3,
Yeah.
4:30 Detroit Knicks, Orlando, Boston at 5:30, and then the dessert. Who you got in that one? LA, Denver.
Yeah, Goo's on the Clippers in the series.
Yeah.
No, you are too, right?
I think I had Denver.
He
at
took
7.
Denver. He took Denver.
Yeah, we're both on Denver.
Yeah,
I think so.
it's getting good.
Let's take some calls here on 95.7 The Game and listen to some Warrior faithful. Oh, by the way, George Kittle signed a contract extension.
Now that was well deserved. He may be your best player. I love you, Warner. I'm the offensive player. How about that?
Maybe the quarterback.
Yeah, we got to get into their draft this week too, Stoney. Damn near all defense. I like it.
Yeah, we just did. We're now drafting a lot of defensive players. And now everybody's got to pretend like they know how good these guys are.
You hope. Yeah.
Let's go to Paul in Oakland. Hey, Paul, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Good afternoon, fellas. How we doing today?
All right.
Doing well, thank you.
Good. So I'm the guy that would call in during the football season and talk to you guys about, a handful of plays altering the outcome of a game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with hoops, I don't look at it quite the same way. I see it more about contingencies. How do you close games in those NBA clutch game definition finishes? What are you doing at the free throw line? What's your assist to made basket ratio? And then obviously turnovers and points on turnovers. So going back to the trade deadline, my whole deal was if the Warriors make a move, they got to bring in somebody who is going to alter how they finish games and get a kind of a 500 deal into a more plus advantage for them in terms of closing out games. And it would be interesting to know what their record is in those clutch games prior to Jimmy getting here and then since he's got here. They got to close the series out. That's for darn sure. And to your point, it would behoove them to do it tomorrow and rest and then watch the Lakers and T-Wolves beat up on each other. And then one question I have, and it's to the Houston coach, Udoka. I was watching that thing last night, and I could not understand, based on who the Rockets are, how they play, their style, and I'm not debating it or criticizing it. That's who they are, and that's what makes horse races. But I could not understand why their heart and soul was sitting on the bench for a big chunk of that fourth quarter. I couldn't understand why they didn't have Brooks in the game far earlier than what they finally put him in the last quarter.
You mean Adams or Dylan Brooks?
No, I'm talking about Brooks.
Oh.
Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
I love Adams. I love Adams, and I've mentioned to you guys, that I thought the Warriors should have tried to nab him a couple years ago, but they didn't have Dylan Brooks on the field. And then I'll leave you with a thought. If Miles Turner somehow is available once this season is over, I don't know his contract status. I don't know what the Pacers are going to do, but he's a guy that I also wanted a couple years ago. He would even be now, with the way the Warriors are constituted, to me, he would be a much better fit than Steven Adams. I appreciate you guys taking my call.
I actually do too. I think he'd be a better fit than Steven Adams.
Be a perfect fit, Stoney.
I mean, honestly, they've got a center now who can shoot threes like Miles Turner. He's not the defender Miles Turner is.
And that's why you got scored out 48-28 in the paint yesterday. That usually can get you beat, Stoney.
Miles Turner was one of those players who the Warriors had a shot at 3 or 4 years ago. I don't think they thought he was good enough. His name came up a lot.
Oh, my God!
During the draft when the Warriors selected the 1 year when the Warriors had Wiseman, and the next year when they selected Kuminga, Miles Turner was a name that came up a lot, and it felt like at the time a lot of fans were like, no, that's not enough for either the pick or the player.
Yeah.
Let's go to Christian's in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? How you guys been?
Hey.
Doing well.
Last night, I think everyone's looking at it a different way when they said the Warriors squeaked. If Van Stink didn't have a career night, we would have blew him out. That's first. He had 8 threes. He misses 4 of those. We win by 12. So I don't think we squeaked out. I think they got lucky. Van Stink had a career night. And then for the next game, Kerr's doing an amazing job coaching. That's what I really called about. In the next game with that boxing one, because Medgar Evers played a boxing one against me, Curry got to turn into a screener. If he starts screening, they'll get a big guy on him. And then he can create when those other 4 go to that box. And then that's those passing lanes that you've seen, and that's why Pods and what's the guy who can't hit the side of a barn who was on fire last night?
Van Vliet?
Buddy Hield.
Oh, Buddy.
No, Buddy Hield. When Curry's doing that, so that's what and then I think he might start post because of that. And then we win, like I said, in 5. Warriors are going to get a chip. And Steiny, quit hating on Pods. Ty Jerome is not better than Pods. I heard that last week. Guru, don't let him fly them little shades in. Give another Pods grade.
Yeah, I'm your man, dude, but your boy Jerome is playing his ass off in Cleveland. I'm just saying, I love me some Pods, but man.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Let me tell you.
Ty Jerome.
Let me tell you what I think. Let me tell you what I never do. Well, if Fred Van Vliet doesn't make 8 threes.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what about Pods, who had a career high in the playoffs? What about Hield, who's making shots?
Yeah.
If Buddy Hield shoots like he did 3 out of 4 games in the regular season, the Warriors don't win that game.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You want to apologize to Fred Van Vliet?
For what?
I have, and I will.
I did last night.
For what?
What we did, Shotgate, and just how inept he was.
So let me get this straight.
He was like the worst guard you've ever seen.
And I felt like he heard
this is vintage. So now Fred Van Vliet, a seasoned veteran, can play 1 good game in 12, and all of a sudden Van Vliet.
It's actually 2 games, Donnie, but that dude couldn't miss.
In a loss.
Pulling up, hitting them. Like, what are you?
He's the only reason they were in the game.
Man.
So this is why you guys.
We keep it real.
Yeah, you do. You do. It's amazing what you can whitewash with one half decent game. And I'll tell you why they didn't go to him on the last play. Because the Warriors had their half-court offense set up. And he's not going to get a good shot in the half court like he gets in transition.
Now, I'm being real because the guy
who's he going by?
Yeah,
who's he going by?
I'm not battling that. I'm with you on that one. I'm just telling you, there were some layups by a guy in the white uniforms yesterday wearing number 1 from San Leandro, Stoddy, that looked like T-Mac on a couple finishes. Maybe I would have got some action with him at the top of the key. I'm just saying, pull up midi. And if I miss, we get an offensive board. I just thought, why would you go against the Bear? That's all.
Amin Thompson's not a great offensive player.
But he was having some moments last night, and you're right.
And Şengün wasn't?
Yeah, but that shot he took, he hadn't hit all game because he was getting his position.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Like it was over before he shot it.
In a game like that,
yeah,
Şengün, Amin Thompson, or Van Vliet, who's going to be able to get the best shot on his own? It's Şengün.
Well, my boy's got some speed. You could have did a pick and roll with him and Şengün. Who knows, Steiny? Just a thought. Thompson had it going. I'm just saying that.
Evan?
I mean, Fred was pretty hot.
Right. I love he riding with Fred.
How many of Van Vliet's buckets were?
I just don't like how you degraded him in his career.
I didn't degrade his career. I would absolutely not degrade his career. He's a world champion.
His recent career.
His recent 11 games against the Warriors have been abysmal.
Well, not the last two.
You want me to give you the numbers again?
Well, they're actually looking all right now.
Yeah, you gotta fix it. We gotta revisit it, Steiny, because it's going up.
Yeah, it's up to 27% now.
Yeah, that just last play.
So they've gone to Amin Thompson, their defensive stopper on the
he
last
also can't
play?
make free throws, so no. Although to be fair, nobody on that team was making free throws.
That is wow, man.
How many of Van Vliet's threes last night were either in transition or semi-transition?
He made what, 8, Steiny? I need my readers.
I would say 6.
Probably like 3.
Nah, Evan, I'm gonna say I feel like Steiny's right. It might be right.
A lot of kickouts.
Man, he was in fuego.
I mean, they went under on a screen late when he tied the game.
Hey,
I can't get over Pod's block. That would have been a bunny that it most likely would have went in, Steiny.
Probably not.
Fred was hot.
Yeah, but from the outside.
He was in the middle.
He was 8 for 12 from 3. He was 0 for 1 from 2. He was going to miss that shot.
Oh, look at you.
I'm telling you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's listen to a little Jimmy Butler. What clicked in the fourth quarter, Jimmy?
I thought it was winning time.
Everything.
Doing certain things that the team needed me to do to go out there and help win finally. I started moving a little bit better and happy to be able to go out there and compete with my guys.
That is just the pure definition of an alpha male. That's what Jimmy Butler is to me. He talks it, but Steiny, he walks it. He don't give a damn. He beats at his own drum. Dude is incredible. He's changed it all.
More Jimmy Butler. Was this playoff, Jimmy?
Sports, man.
We're not gonna do this. That's just part of the game. Your body starts to warm up. You start to move a little bit better. You gain confidence. People start talking to you, and then, good things happen.
My man.
I want to listen to this with Anthony Slater of The Athletics question.
You've said people start talking to you. You're talking about Dillon Brooks?
Yeah. Yes.
Anything you want to share that he said?
No. I mean, I like it. I think we all like when people start chirping. It's been this way this entire series. I don't think it's going to change. And we're going to go out there, we're going to compete, and we're going to go do what we're supposed to do in Houston.
Well, Houston has a problem.
It's Jalen Green.
Steiny, Evan, I don't think he's starting tomorrow. I think he's having this Kuminga moment in front of the world.
Well, he's a
definite talent, no doubt. But I don't think they expected him to fall off like this.
What does Jalen Green do well? Like, what does he do well? I'm not sure.
He can jump.
Drive to the basket.
Not in this series.
I mean, he's Evan, what you say? Buddy was picking him.
Dude.
I'll
tell you what. I wish I remember the name of the caller that called either yesterday or the day before. No, it had to be yesterday because the day before was Sunday. The guy who basically said, look at Green and Kuminga.
Right.
What do they have in common, and why aren't they playing well in this series?
I got you. No college. But let's be honest, Steiny. Your boy is way further than Kuminga is on his team. Let's just say that.
I mean,
that's why people are disappointed.
Well,
and he sat him down.
Well, listen.
I get it, but wow.
He came out and had 3 turnovers in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
All right?
Horrible.
Jalen Green came out in that game casual. He just did. And
that's a phenomenal word.
He wasn't ready for the intensity. And I think that's like kind of what happened is the Rockets were overwhelmed early because, I don't know, it seemed like they weren't ready for the Warriors' physicality and intensity. And then they went through a stretch where they were tight. And then they eventually got it going. But 2 stretches killed them. Yeah. The Rockets probably outplayed the Warriors for 3 of 4 quarters, but the Warriors outplayed them the first 6 or 8 minutes of the first half, and then the first 6 or 8 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, that was a killer. Uncle Looney wants to ask you, Steiny, this is dedicated to you. Why do you think Udoka is not changing?
I don't know what he can do.
And that's what I was.
What can he do?
Well, tomorrow it sounds like there's going to be a change to the starting lineup.
All right. I mean, it's funny. I was thinking about Jabari Smith, and then all of a sudden he commits one of the dumbest turnovers of the game with 1.5 minutes left.
And he did leave Adams out there longer, which I've been lobbying for. We saw that.
Well, but then if they foul Adams and he misses 2 free throws, see that's kind of this is the way I look at the game. All right, he took Steven Adams out. All right, let's say he leaves him in and Adams gets fouled and he misses 2 free throws. Then we're going to say, why'd you take him out? Why didn't you take him out? And ditto for the last play of the game. I mean, if Amin Thompson takes an 18-footer and misses it, you know what we're going to be saying? Why didn't they go to Şengün?
Yeah.
So I have no problem with.
I get it.
I have no problem with
everyone
who took
knew
that
the ball
last
was
shot.
going to Şengün.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think he needed
including
to get
Draymond Green.
Yeah, I just think he needed to get one more.
Could you have had him try to seal Dre on the block and then have a guard give Şengün the ball on the block like we had been seeing, rather than give it to him and then him try to be Tracy McGrady and not get by Dre? That was like, if it was Şengün's play, which it was, could we give it to him on the block so you're already in your position that you've been having success in? I didn't like him trying to,
Well, he was really good on everyone else, but
he was
at the free throw line,
right?
Like when he has the ball in space and can make a move, he's pretty good.
Yeah,
I was ribbing Steiny about FVV. Like the ball was going to go to Şengün, and they're going to live and die with him.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, the reason that Şengün was having more success with kind of working from the top and backing his way in is because he can see the court still. But if you just post him up and he's got his back to the basket, then I think you can get him. But the one thing he knows is, if he bodies you, he can get that little half hook, and he got the shot. It was just a little far.
Yeah.
And I had no problem with them going to Şengün in that situation.
Well, the biggest one he left on the table was the one where he had Buddy matched up on him.
Exactly,
and blew a bunny.
Yes, man.
I mean, he missed a lot of chippies.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's what happens when the other team's playing defense, and you could just tell on a lot of his shots, it just pulling the string just a little. That pulling the string just a little bit.
And that's what life's about. Oh, boy.
You're all
right.
He's got that 15-foot. String pulled, little short. String pulled, little short. And that's defense, and it's probably mostly Draymond.
No doubt.
T in Oakland. What's up, T? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey. Doing well, thank you.
I had to call my sports therapist this morning. That's what I call you guys.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I remember.
Say, man, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna go against a guy who has 9 championships in Steve Kerr. I'm gonna ride with his decisions. And then I need to caution my co-Warrior fans. I think we're a little spoiled. we're so used to success that we want to hurry up and pull the trigger and fire people and all of that. Do they remember before Mark Jackson what the Warriors looked like? And I'm saying we're having success with what Steve Kerr does. He's playing chess, not checkers. You know, and then for the caller who said, you know, they were one Sagoon shot away from going back to Houston, well, even if he would have made it, it would have only been 108, 107, which gave us at least 10 or 13 seconds to make a shot to win the game. You know, I'm just happy with how we play the game. Steiny, you're correct. It's about experience, because on the side of experience in that first half, that's not Warrior basketball, but we'll play that way if you want us to. But mucking the game up is not how the Warriors flow. They're a flowing team. And then I heard in the post game from Van Fleet and Sagoon that the shot was actually supposed to go to Van Fleet, but we put the pressure on him, which made Sagoon have to keep the ball and try that shot.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
So I'm just happy with how Kerr. Yeah. Go look at it, and they'll tell you that. But I'm just happy with how Steve Kerr sticks with his decisions. Whether we win or lose, he rides out his decisions. And then we got to understand, because of Draymond, because of Steph Curry, because of Jimmy Butler, they're constantly telling these youngsters, man, this is what we need to do. Now, whether they listen or not is the question. But right now, I believe, you know, Brandon Podziemski, he's bought in. He does have confidence. I'm still holding out hope, man, for JK, that he realizes, man, what he's involved with, man, and that he stays. You know, he's going to be hungry to probably leave, thinking that something's going to change. But right now, he's in the best position that he can be in. And then for the caller who did call the other day, Steiny, and said that the thing that they both have in common is the G League.
Yeah.
Okay, I can agree with that, and that's true. But guess what? The Thompson twins were in the G League. They came out of G League elite as well. So it's not necessarily the G League. It's the individual player, what they get out of it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
Steve Kerr's gonna stick. Yeah. So Steve Kerr's gonna stick with people who fundamentally sound, as you always say. That's what it's about, fundamentals. How you pass, how you rebound, and how you shoot. And that's how you win the game, man.
Hey, before you go, do you got a do you got a problem with me? I know the Warriors were heavy favored and we're kind of seeing why experience, but I do got to put some respect on the Rockets, just how they play and how close these games have been going down to the wire. I've been impressed, but again, with that said, I'm seeing why, you know, they're not ready yet.
No, I definitely agree with you, man. I'm going to respect the Rockets. They're playing hard and all of that.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that experience that the Warriors have is paying dividends. And, Goo, you my brother who I don't know.
There you go.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I ain't going to never have a problem with you. You and Steiny, man, you guys helped me through my day on 95.7 The Game.
Man.
I appreciate you guys, man. I do. I really appreciate you guys. And let's go, Warriors. Let's end this thing, man. We need some rest. We older brothers. We need some rest.
All right, T, appreciate the kind words.
That's the right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Jimmy's back. He flared up, Steiny. He was running down court late in the fourth and did that. I was like, oh, my gosh. So you want that thing to rest.
So you kind of did like what Paul Pierce did and everybody made fun of him? Or kind of milked it for 3 quarters and then,
Little different.
That was? Okay. Yeah, you can fill me in on some detail. I'm just curious. All right, 888.
You didn't have to use the bathroom.
957-9570. Coming up on the other side, this is the text of the day I will be giving you from the YouTube chat, and I will be recognizing the person who said it and then acknowledging it is a fantastic point. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
And that's what life's about.
It was a battle all night.
That dude should return his muscles.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors take a 3-1 lead with a win last night over the Rockets, 109-106.
Where you at, Priest?
They don't have a
He doesn't watch them anymore.
He doesn't find his butt with a GPS.
Hey, Priest, where you at? Call us
He doesn't
in,
watch
man.
them anymore.
Stop.
Let me
I've been waiting on this.
Let me give credit to a YouTube person who tweeted this. But I got to put the precursor on.
They typed it.
He said, look, Şengün, okay, yeah, 831. But this is the bottom line. Amor Fati. I think I'm saying that right.
All right.
Şengün took 28 shots and made 12. That's 42%. This is a three-point shooting league. If your big isn't making 50 to 60% of his shots, you're going to lose. And I agree with that. My feeling is if you're taking 28 shots, you better be making them. Like, you got to be 16 for 18 if you're taking 16 for 28.
When he wasn't guarded by Dre, and Dre's been his kryptonite.
Well,
but he gave you 40 to you and that person, Steiny.
You can't
He gave
go
you
12.
42 minutes, and he put you in position to win the game.
Right, but he was not efficient.
Well, they are not efficient.
Well, but the point is
like that's
12 for 28 is not good.
Right, no.
For a 7-footer who's taken 27 shots in the key area. Now, I'll give the Warriors defense credit for sure, but
he made 7 to 10 free throw.
And
no, for him that's like not that team is like 100%.
So I'm
a back off.
You don't have to, Priest. You don't have to back off.
Just enjoy the ride, brother.
Let's go to
watch the game again, then, Steiny.
Yeah, and guess what? I'll watch it again, Toots.
Hey.
And he'll still miss 16 of his 28 shots.
No ladies called today.
Let's go out to Bernard in Livermore.
Be better.
Hey, Bernard, how you doing?
Nard.
Hey, all right. Hey, I just think the Warriors are playing gritty. It was what's funny to me is like every year, seemed like these past years, the Warriors have been in one of the prominent teams. Just like rough them up. It seems like they proved that they can play that rough style. They've adjusted to it. I think Draymond brought it up. In 2022, he was like, "Yeah, I've seen Curry really grow up. He's gotten stronger." And I think grabbing Curry, it got him frustrated. We all seen it at one time, but he's learned how to play through it. So I don't think that tactic, really works anymore. And one thing that kind of annoys me too is when these big guys flex when they play in the Warriors. Anthony Davis and Şengün, and the Warriors are always the smallest team. So, LeBron, so when you're flexing your muscles, and the Warriors don't got nobody, no dominant player that's over 6'9" or whatever it may be. So I just think it's a gritty win. Who knows how far they're going to go? They can play in different ways. They've shown they can win in different ways, and they don't frustrate them with the score being low and them tugging on Curry before the ball is inbounded. He's not whining. He's not complaining. People think that he should, but he's so good he don't have to. So, and then one more thing about the defensive player of the year. I think they need to bring that up. Just Draymond is always outweighed.
Yeah.
The guy's always taller than him. And, I know they didn't have one of the best records in the league, but we see it every night. Look who he's guarding, and he makes it hard on these guys. So he's tired, but he doesn't complain, and he takes that challenge. So
no doubt.
Just stay in there and stay gritty and go Warriors.
Appreciate the call, Bernard.
Yeah.
As far as the playoffs are all being ref the same. They're just all being ref the same.
And I love him not feeding into it.
And
he's never complained. The fans have.
And here's the bottom line, Warrior fans. You give as much as you get when it comes to physicality. You give as much as you get.
Yeah.
It's a fact. I mean, Draymond's a great defender, and he gets the benefit of the doubt. Hey, they give as much as they get.
I got a question
Refs
for
are
you.
doing a nice job in this series.
Hey,
what?
They let it get away from them yesterday.
No, the players are playing at a level that makes it a tough game to officiate. They just are. So
you're gonna ride out till the wheels fall off.
Because
rest
it's
in
true.
peace to your dad,
because
a
it's
former
true.
ref.
Hey, you know what? Leave it to some, because I don't want them to be a monolith. Leave it to some Warrior fans to cry about officiating when they're up 3-1.
Hey,
no, that's
been
enough.
positive. I got
That's
a
right. I've
question.
been positive for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, you should.
It's almost like I
each
can't
win.
believe I'm saying this, but it's almost like the Warriors. They had their old school fans, then they had their dynasty fans, and now they've got this new group of fans who it's almost like they've never seen them play in the playoffs before.
Well, not last year.
Seriously, it gets to 1-1, and I felt, oh my God, we're in trouble. We can't. What's wrong? It's like, guys, your team's been down 2-1, and you've overcome. I guess what I'm saying is, you guys are 4-time champions. You guys are fans of a 4-time championship team. I think the team deserves better. I think they need a little more support, a little more trust. This team's gotten it done. They don't deserve the fan base to push the panic button after it goes 1-1.
Not all of them.
They don't want, not all of them.
Evan.
Not a monolith. Certain fans.
I mean, the players. Not all of them are four-time champs.
The other thing about the players don't like when the fans lose faith in them.
You don't know that.
Of course I do. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. You guys have won 4 titles. Don't forget about it. Don't forget about their grit and their moxie.
What about Pods?
What about him?
Dude,
he's great.
He doesn't have a single title.
No, I'm talking about the fans who have watched 4 titles. The fans.
Yeah, but this is a different team.
Yeah, no, I know. But we still got a staff.
But you're saying they're whining.
The fans.
Some.
Yes, some fans are whining. Some fans are always going to.
Willard don't
Some
like
fans
it.
are always going to whine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
But it's physicality in playoff basketball. What does your pen and paper in your brain tell you about what you saw or didn't see from GP2 yesterday?
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't know. He didn't stick out to me. What'd you think? I don't really have a strong opinion.
No,
about
it's amazing.
yesterday.
A couple games ago, I'm like, this dude was everything, but again, it just speaks to the others by committee. But yesterday, I just felt like I didn't feel him, Steiny, you know what I mean? And other guys picked him up, but man, 16 minutes, minus 13, and I felt like that was about right. He'll bounce back tomorrow.
What'd you think of DeSantos' 1 minute, Goo?
Phenomenal. I'm going, that's my Jim Rome. Phenomenal. I mean, are we going to do a show and not say Kuminga didn't play?
You've already brought him up once.
I did win. I did.
You did.
But, now
let's talk about something newsworthy. He doesn't play when Jimmy Butler's healthy.
Man.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
I'll give you that. Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. Hey, Will, how you doing?
Oh, what's up? What's up, guys? I agree with you, Steiny. These Warrior fans need to stop whining. If I hear another call, yes, that's you, Priest, calling out how Kerr needs to. He's a terrible coach. He doesn't know what he's doing. Did you see the game last night?
Did
you see how many different lineups he used? Did you see he coached the game with Green in the fourth quarter, using his fouls, getting different players in there? And did you see what he did to Adams after he had 2 blocks? The hack of Shaq play?
Yeah.
Come on. Kerr was on his game last night. And, of course, he shouldn't play Kuminga. Kuminga's lost out there. To have the guts when your own loves him not to play him, that's the true coach.
Yeah.
Come on, Priest. Where are you at?
You want to be here for Priest for
That
a while.
baby Will. And Will and I are on the same page.
Stop it.
We just, Warrior fans, just be a little tougher.
Steiny, stop.
Be a little tougher. Why don't you take up the personality of this team?
Well, they're up 3-1. There's nothing to really be mad at.
No, but yet they continue to cry. Some of them.
I'm falling for it.
Some of them. Yeah.
How are you going to be feeling tomorrow, Steiny? tomorrow afternoon.
Well, you got the refs up there, and you're going to give me the analytics?
No, at about 7 o'clock. There's another game tomorrow night, too.
In L.A.
How you feel about that one?
I don't... What do you mean, how do I feel about it? It's a big game. It's game 5. The Timberwolves, I don't know if you know this, it's game 5. So the Timberwolves are up 3-1. So the way I feel about the game tomorrow is the Timberwolves could close it out, or they could go back to Minnesota 3-2.
You a little nervous?
No.
A little worried?
Not really. No, I don't play.
But you talked to the coach. He just texted you this morning.
So, no, he didn't. He did not text me this morning.
Well, you read a text. When was it?
You don't need to know.
You hate when I
Stay out of my business.
Yeah, you hate when I go public.
Stay out of my business.
I appreciate you and Evan. Listen, I'm not perfect. And I know some think I am. And I didn't lie about the 143 IQ. It is what it is.
You misspoke.
But for you and Evan not to blow me out the water about, I was drinking. I had a couple beverages yesterday at the game in the suite. And I brought something to the table this morning, guys, and I'm telling on myself. And I asked Evan and Steiny, who was the guy that got in the game? Then I said, he emptied the bench. And you two looked at each other and said, Goo, are you sure? I said, yeah, I had the long hair. And it was TJD. We had a good laugh.
It was pretty funny. Yeah. He comes in and he's like, God, can you believe they played what's his name? And I'm like,
Jim Beam down.
I'm like, who? Who? He's like, that guy was in the G League, the two-way guy. And I'm like, who are you talking about?
The Fro? I thought he was talking about Braxton Key.
And that's who I thought I was thinking, and it was my man, TJD.
I was like, did Knox play?
By the way, Kerr threw him in to die yesterday.
Oh, man.
I mean, come on.
Man.
You should have known it was TJD. He got 3 fouls in 2 minutes.
Use them or you lose them. Boy, I just amaze myself sometimes, man.
415. Let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo. Pest Control.
The entire Warrior bench is inconsistent. Bunch of players who can have 14 one night, 2 the next. All bench wild cards. No consistent contributions. Well, that's why you have stars.
Hey, wow.
You have stars to carry you game in and game out. And then if the role players take some turns and their timing's right, that's all it's going to take.
Well, put their best bench player in the starting lineup yesterday.
Put their best bench player. Pods?
Buddy.
Oh. Yeah.
Dude scored 23 in the second half.
Buddy's a perfect example of why sometimes Warrior fans get under my skin. Because admit it. How many out there? You gave up on him. You gave up on Buddy Hield.
Kerr didn't.
You gave up on him. He stinks. Why does Kerr play him? Buddy Hield, he can't
Klay
play.
Thompson. He
can't do this. And why does Kerr love him? Hield. I know it. Hey, I'll tell you what, when he gets hot, he can help you win a game, and he just did. 2 playoff games. Atta baby, Kerr. You gave up on him.
Kerr is a made man, Steiny. You're not doing anything.
I'm talking about the fans with Buddy. Appreciate him.
Well, they're just taking after their head coach.
Here's the other thing. Kudos to Buddy Hield. He ain't no playoff veteran. He's played in 1 series.
Was that his
yes.
6? Oh my God!
He hasn't been to the playoffs in 11 years.
Zach
10
Levine
years.
has something like 1 series in however long he's been in the league.
Buddy.
And they love him. That's the best, man.
Well,
they love him.
They love to make fun of him.
No.
And let me tell you something. The key to the rest of the playoffs,
he's a part of it.
Well, not if he starts to get upset about the way they're treating him.
If he hadn't done, Steiny, that's part of who he is. Remember the day we watched training camp? We went out there to chase the. I like the energy in here.
Well, talk to me after. Yeah, let's see how funny it all is when he loses you a game.
No, he won't.
Buddy. 888-957-9570. Let's go. Apologies to Buddy Hield. You know who you are. You quitters.
Defensive stopper, Buddy Hield.
Thank you. And it's not. And he played great defense the other last game too.
Can I?
Thank you.
Yeah. How many minutes we got, Evan?
Enough.
I just want to do a mini gripe real quick. The sport of golf. So we're out at the course yesterday for the tournament, the ADCO
Give me the
golf
post
tournament. And I asked Shasky and Spadoni this morning, how did they shoot? And I get some damn answer that I've never heard, and shame on golf. It's about your score. What the hell did they play? I don't want to be a part of that. Hey, let's play basketball. Who won? Nobody. We just shot. What the hell was that they were playing?
They played a scramble.
What is that? Those are eggs.
We don't have enough time for me to explain it. And you know what?
Be about that life. Who won? Who didn't do? Who wore? Who didn't?
Nobody's asking you to go out to golf courses if you don't like it. You know, they talk about growing the game of golf. I'd like to shrink it. I don't want guys like you out on the course taking 5 hours to play.
Guys
no
like
sense
me.
of etiquette.
Oh, stop.
Let's shrink the game of golf.
We scrambled. What? Who won?
Enter the Draymond. We love Buddy from day one. Liar. Grant Alameda. What's up, Grant? How you doing, buddy?
What's up?
Hey.
Hey. I'm calling Jimmy Buckets Batman.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Steph don't care.
Come on now. Batman, Jimmy Buckets is kind of Batman. It's like, wait.
You know what?
Oh, we need Batman right now.
You know what?
Steph Curry could be Robin, but Robin can shoot threes like nobody else.
You know what?
Batman's Batman. Anyway, that's all.
I know. Listen, if
you,
Steph
Evan.
Curry is your number 2, you got a good team. When Steph Curry's your second best player, you're pretty good.
Don't make me do this.
Stop.
Batman is the guy with 4 rings. Jimmy came to get one, and Donnie, he's on the right track. I'm not going to the family reunion this year. It just feels that way. It's looking that way.
Don't tell Norm that.
Would you like to bet?
No, because that puts you in a bad position.
Actually, I'll live with this one.
Right.
I mean, look.
I'm serious,
Do I think the Warriors are going to win the title? No, I don't think they're going to win the title.
Can they get there?
So when they do,
well, there we go.
Hammer everybody.
Championship coming soon. This is incredible what they have at their disposal, man. On any given night. A guy that did it without this Jimmy Butler in Miami. I'll leave that there. Draymond, Steph, the last ride. Like, you really think I'm overdoing it and I can't, because those are my feelings. But when I watch that embrace and Steph saying this is our last ride.
It's not their last ride.
You know,
they've got everybody under contract for 2 more years.
Their best. This could be. You said it. This could be their best shot because it was a condensed season from Jimmy.
Curry did say that, though.
Yeah, I heard it. Like, man,
it was after the trade in Utah.
Yeah, he meant
tears came to his eyes.
He meant last run as in like the last 2 or 3 years.
It's ambiguous.
Stop.
He did. He signed Butler to an extension.
I got you.
I mean,
for 1 year.
Butler's going to be, well, I don't know if he's going to be here another 2 years.
And I told you how I feel about the future.
He's under contract for 2 more years.
I'm juiced.
About what?
The future. And it's in the cap. You heard it.
Yeah.
Well, the future's tomorrow, so.
That's what life's about.
I guess. Someone tell Goo that Scramble is a popular format used at charity golf events because it keeps it light, allows people of various abilities to play together, and it also speeds things up a little bit. Remember when we played together and the round took 7 hours?
You took my virginity, my golf virginity.
I remember that.
Yep. Great day, man. We hadn't been out there since.
You had a nice shirt on yesterday, Goo.
Now, Evan, I appreciate that. Stoney didn't say one thing. Now, if I would have had a stain, it would have been the first green with the stripes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to be nicer, Steiny.
To whom?
Yes.
I don't care. You're like, I know you're a softie.
Exactly.
But the people eat it up.
Who are the people? They don't matter.
Listen, the fans, they do.
The fans
they
don't
make
matter.
us.
The fans do not matter.
Oh, gosh.
Next thing just get a little tougher. Get a little tougher. That's all. And Steph would like that too. Jimmy Butler and Steph would like the fan base to take on the personality of the team. And this team is gritty. And this team is tough. They don't They're not crying to the officials. They're playing through contact.
I love every second of it.
The fans need to play through a bad call here and there. Now, come on now, Warrior fans.
It's a team full of superheroes, so...
You're better than that.
Which one would you guys be?
What do you mean?
Well, Jimmy apparently is Robin. Buddy is...
I don't do that.
A Butler.
Well, I don't do that.
Go ahead.
Okay, who's Pods? The Joker? I mean,
I said you.
Yeah, us too, Steiny. Who would you be?
I don't do that.
Two-Face?
I don't do that.
After 4, Evan.
My name's Matt Steinmetz.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be
the Black Hornet, Evan. Yeah. Look at Stein. You know who he is.
There's the Green Hornet.
And you know what? I'm getting a lot of positive feedback on the YouTube chat and the
about your trolling.
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. A lot of people are agreeing that this fan base, Warrior fan base, it's a little tougher. That's all.
What are you?
All in all, I love Warrior fans. Love them. Majority of them. It's just a little tough. That's all right. It's fine. Goo.
You need to say that to your guy Willard when you come in here, but you'll coward. Hey, Willard.
He knows.
Well, tell it to him.
I will.
Mouth.
You want me to tell him?
But he'll do it in a way that's so polite. Bring that same energy.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm scared of Willard.
We'll see.
Boys are probably feeling pretty good. They were out there, team story yesterday, Chase Center, having a good time.
Yep. They got a good show, too.
Who's that?
Willard and Dibbs.
Your teammates?
Tell them one more time, Evan. You don't know what that is. The guys that come on after us, Donnie.
Well, they're wonderful.
Look at you. You're awkward right now.
They're wonderful people. And they're wonderful coworkers.
Way to go, man.
Anyway, they're coming in next. And we're going to talk about Game 4 last night.
You think Willard will have a problem with the officiating?
You know what?
Let's just give me a guess.
I don't care. I would be surprised if he didn't. 888. Forget the number. We got the crossover on the other side. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more.
Stanley, on YouTube, you have touched the mic over 27 times.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. And very entertaining game last night, gentlemen.
Man,
super
fun. Most of it. Sucker was 3 hours if it was a minute.
Man.
Let's not act like that didn't have a little stop-start to it.
250. That's 3 hours. You got it.
Little stop-start to it. But, yes, I mean, I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell.
I need a basketball cigarette after that.
I don't know what the refs are supposed to do with this. I also don't know what they're doing. And so it became very entertaining. And in the end, it was entertaining. But in the third quarter, I'm like, are we just sitting here? Like, is this, man, this is a lot of commercial breaks.
It's not cool.
No, it's rough. It's hard. I don't know what the answer is.
Dibbs, I don't know if you heard our show today.
Not much. I've got a very, very sick toddler. So I'm dealing with doctor's appointments and Tylenol and CVS and the amount of crying and whining and the Cocomelon Yane.
We're not talking about the Warrior fans, Dibbs.
No.
This is a little bit he's been running.
And I mean, I get it. I was in the house and
too easy.
I tried to stay away on Twitter from expressing my feelings and my opinions because I didn't want the smoke.
Right.
I didn't want the smoke. But on the Steph Curry thing, I thought that was a classic double tech moment. The Draymond one, I didn't really get that.
What did he do?
For once, Draymond came in, and I thought that Draymond was actually kind of not being a part of the problem. And whether it was a forearm or a push or whatever it was, I thought that was a classic, that's a tech, let's move on. But it was 8 minutes.
And Houston missed
here's what I'm thinking more and more of is that, we talk about the officiating, and they're not calling as much, and the playoffs are different. I'm starting to think it's because the games are different. The players are playing with an intensity that just overwhelms anything that happens in the regular season.
Of course.
And it is a tough adjustment for everybody because you don't want a playoff game turning into 80 free throws between the teams. And so the games are way more difficult to officiate because everybody's noticeably playing harder. They're all noticeably playing more physically, and it's just different.
No, it's hard. I don't like. I know everybody loves to come down the officials' road. I have no problem pointing that part out.
We had a bet coming in where you were at on it about the officials yesterday.
I know. Their job is impossible right now, but I also do want to. And this is my own problem. I've long said this.
Problem.
Well, when you get mad at somebody on the roadways, right? And yes. Dibbs is famous for some of these stories, but my problem is right. But my problem is because I got all kinds of room for mistakes and different perspectives and everything. But if you do something weird on the road. The interviewer in me comes out. I want to pull you over and find out what's going on. What are you doing? Why did you do that? And so I feel the same way with a lot of this officiating. I acknowledge that this is hard. And I don't even know what the good answer is. But there's so many calls where I wanted to be stop everything. What are you talking? What did you see? How can you go to the video and come out on a play where Jimmy Butler gets tackled by a rocket, and somehow you came out of there with Steph fouled someone.
Right, that was incredible.
What the hell are you talking about? What is that?
They involve Steph.
So, I don't, and by the way, this one I thought was a break for the Warriors. Did anybody else feel like they went over and made up a flagrant foul for Draymond so that they didn't tee him up and throw him out of the game? That wasn't a flagrant foul.
Well, it was because he put his feet again on another person's body.
But that's totally inadvertent. He fell over him.
Was it?
I think so.
He does the river dance on his face and puts him into the ground.
I thought that was a creative way to keep him in the game.
Wow.
That's what I thought.
I'm with you, Will.
Yeah.
It was... I don't know if it was.
It's just
weird.
weird.
I knew.
They're just
I knew
weird.
once it was. I think some
what you're
people
putting
were under
down.
the impression that a flagrant and a technical is an ejection, but
Well,
it's
Peter
not.
Vesey, yeah.
You got to have 2 technicals or 2 flagrants,
right?
Or 1 flagrant 2.
But to Willard's point, Dibs, I think they knew what if we give him another one, he's gone, and they kind of didn't want to do that. So,
of course, but in the first tech, I thought was a soft tech, and Draymond doesn't normally get a soft tech, and so the second one I thought was, you want to give him a flagrant for that. I didn't think that it was flagrant worthy, but then when you watched it, and he does the, he puts his feet and he puts them down, and then he does the little river dance. Shout out 1998, I think is when that was popular, maybe later than that, but it was a classic Draymond using his legs in a way that we've seen many times before.
Wow. There's so much to choose from, and I mean this. What was your play, though? What was your play last night? Because mine, as great as Pods was, and I thought just watching him grow up right before our eyes, youngest Warrior player, he eclipsed Jordan Poole 25-5-5 in the playoffs. But that block on Van Vliet after Van Vliet beat him off the dribble, 1-on-2, 1-on-1, I believe, stuff like that, Dibs, and to stay with it and block, like that's huge.
It's a great play. What sticks out to me, though, is not going to be the most brilliant play. I just think it was the most brilliant moment. The Jimmy rebound, and I wasn't inside, but just having watched it on TV and watched the clip a bunch of times, and Dibs, you were inside.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the loudest moments in the history of chasing.
I'll never forget it, man.
And so that Jimmy rebound, to me, it sort of represents something. And to see the crowd look like they did wear their shirts.
Yeah.
And to sound like they did, it's bringing me to yet another level of appreciation for Jimmy Butler.
No doubt, man.
Because Warrior basketball, if you were down at Thrive yesterday, Warrior basketball is back. Not that it was ever gone, but the last 2 years, it's not the same. It has felt corporate at times. It has felt less than at times when compared to what it was, 5 years ago.
I was in there. It was hood last night.
Warrior ball is back, and Jimmy Butler is the one that brought it here.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk about the play of the game, I mean, I can't get past Dylan Brooks fouling Butler.
Was that a foul, Dibs? Some saying it's not.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he got under his. I thought he got underneath.
Stephen A. Smith went on the 90-second rant this morning.
Of course he did.
It was contact. It's a foul.
They went twirly finger, and unfortunately, now where you land in a person's landing area, and Jimmy went straight up, and Dylan didn't, and Dylan was up.
2 seconds left on the clock.
Right, and that is play one of the two that I want to highlight. The other one,
I know where you're going.
No, you don't. Because
you don't.
So it's not Şengün.
I'm gonna just write it down. Okay, hold on.
Write it down.
I didn't spilt my beans.
No, please write it down because I'm watching the game and I was up there with the Rice King, Steven Risotto.
Look at the
and at the sports desk.
Oh,
Stephen Langford.
Okay.
And I was sitting next to an ESPN producer, and she and I were having a great back and forth. The one play that I could not believe, Steiny, and I thought of you, Rockets down 1.
I know what it is.
3:09 to go.
Oh, shoot.
Jabari Smith Jr. decides to catch and shoot. My guy, you've not played at all, and I don't know if you've watched the same game I have, but Fred VanVleet is unguardable, and Alperen Şengün, there's no match for him on the planet.
Yeah.
And Jabari Smith catches it on the wing and just lets it fly. And I thought, oh my God, is he even, are you even watching ball? Because that was a shot that, for me, it kind of swung the game because that was a possession where, you score. Şengün, there was no answer for Şengün. Maybe you get Draymond 6.
Yeah.
Or maybe Fred VanVleet does another thing that he did.
Because he was hot.
And I know it's an underrated moment, but Jabari Smith Jr., that to me highlighted exactly why Houston can't win, because the inexperience and just the petulance of the youth. Why are you shooting that shot? You stink.
Sometimes we get it right. And before this series, and I think all of us agreed, and I remember saying this, the Warriors are going to win this series because of their brains.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it is
Warriors
series, it's not over.
Yeah.
It's not over. I'm not doing
I got
tomorrow's going to be hard. Tomorrow's going to be hard. Jimmy is compromised.
Man.
It's on the road, and they're just an angry little bunch of basketball players, and it's going to be.
And they play some hellified defense.
It's going to be hard, and if they lose, it immediately gets stressful again. So
immediately
gets stressful again. But we're here because of the Warriors' brains.
Yeah.
I
had no problem.
I mean, we could make a list of 50 things that have happened in this series. And I don't know that I would have done this exactly any differently, but boy, you're down by one, and you've got the ball, and you go right at Draymond.
I told Scotty I had a problem with this.
And Houston does have an issue with who do we give the ball to in that situation. So I get that it's muddy. I don't know if I'm going after Draymond.
And as great as Şengün was, he wasn't getting it. He wasn't eating when Draymond was on him.
Well, that's a shot like for Şengün. What is that? He's 12, 13 feet from the hoop.
The Warriors won as soon as it left his hand.
Yeah, that's not where he's doing his business. He's doing his business 2 feet from the hoop, not 12 feet from the hoop.
Yes, but at the same time,
I take a 12-footer from Şengün all day.
All night long, it was a baseline spin. It was mid-court spin. He was on one, and if I'm Houston, all due respect to Fred VanVleet, I'm getting it to Şengün. And yes, Draymond Green is a great defender, but he didn't block the shot. That was a makeable shot. It was a good shot.
It's makeable. And you saw his numbers against Draymond.
We had an entry pass to him on the post.
He did next to none of his work against Draymond.
Right. None. It was
all against when Draymond was out.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
So,
and he cooked everybody else. Yeah. But for me, if I'm Houston and I look at that shot, that's a pretty good shot. It was 11 feet.
It's an okay shot.
Can I have somebody give me an entry pass to him to where he's right where he had been eating all night? Little turn around and shoot it.
Yes, but I do think that, if you watch what he did for the majority of the game,
too far for me.
Was 11 feet.
But
it's not like it was a 17-foot half hook.
That's where he was on the court when he was operating well at that little elbow area. He backs you in. It happened to be Draymond. Yeah. Draymond kept him 12 feet from the basket instead of letting him get to 8 feet from the basket. I didn't have a problem with the shot. I mean, everybody's saying VanVleet, but I mean, if you really think about VanVleet's threes,
no, I wouldn't have gone.
They were kind of in transition.
VanVleet's not going to break you down one-on-one and create that shot for himself. So no, I'm not saying it was a bad shot.
I get what you're saying. I feel it.
The idea is interesting that you decided we're going to go right, like you called timeout, and you're like, all right, we're going right at Draymond. We're going at the person that a lot of people think is the best defensive player they've ever watched in their lives. Okay. If you want.
Well, he's your best offensive player, so you could go to a Fred VanVleet 3, or you've got, Jalen Green, who was not very good. So what else? If Houston's best punch is Şengün, and it is, then you go to that.
Okay, hold on. Is he your best player? Yes. Is he your best player in that situation? Is to me a very different question, where you're going to put the ball in someone's hands and say, break it down and create a shot for yourself. After the way that fourth quarter played, I might have looked to Amen Thompson.
I said that to Stein. Tell him what you told me.
He was gliding by people.
Yeah. Tell him what you're looking like McGrady in the air. Tell him what you told me when I said, I might have had Thompson try to do something.
I forget what I said.
Tell us what he said.
They went to their most polished offensive play.
They don't have a perfect option.
Well, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I like to put a rat on the table, no doubt.
You do it loud.
Traditional.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a rat on the table brought to you by Atco. And this might not fit, but it works for me. The world saw, forget what you think, Shedeur Sanders just plummet and go through, one of his worst moments in front of the world. Kuminga to that degree, but we're local. We cover the team. He got DMPs, but Jalen Green to be benched in that he's been awful, but Dibs, I really believe he will not be in the starting lineup yesterday. So for us to say Şengün, it really should be Green. That was his moment that he tricked off for whatever. He has just been bad.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't bad in game 2. He was spectacular. And I do think that it's kind of like what Steiny said. I think it was yesterday, or it might have been even Friday. If you're playing for Ime Udoka, you have to be able to defend. And he's not a great defender. And so you get into that spot, And if you are Houston, you'd rather have Amen Thompson in there than you would Jalen Green, because Green is not a great defender. And so even Tari Eason, he's a guy who can get in there and, kind of muck it up. And the Steven Adams piece with the two bigs, and they were giving him all kinds of problems. And we'll get into this today with Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock when he joins us. The whole thing about, the hack Kiwi.
It worked.
It worked because they realized that they do not want him shooting free throws. So you did it at 4 minutes, knowing that you can't do it inside of 2, because inside of 2, you have to have the ball. Otherwise, it's, 2 shots and the ball?
Yeah, exactly.
You get the ball back. They did it early. It was smart. They got him off the court, and that was the moment where they turned the game.
No, we're hacking.
No, exactly.
That was of all the coaching chess moves of yesterday, that was the one.
No doubt.
That was the one that turned things, because the Warriors don't have an answer for him, although I have an answer for Steven Adams. Sign him. That is a free agent at the end of this year.
They got two good young centers on the roster.
I would like Steven Adams to be on the Warriors next year.
No, man, who would?
Dibs, when you were saying the play, that Jabari Smith 3.
Oh, yeah.
I had right name, not quite the play I had. His turnover with 1.5 minutes.
My God.
He drives into the lane, jumps up, and throws it into the backcourt.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Go the other
way. With 1:30 left in the game.
No, that's a great call, and I'd forgotten who actually did that, because, Fred VanVleet, not the tallest player, he jumped like 7 inches off the ground to try to get it, and it goes over his head, and it's like, oh, my God, is Houston really going to do this? Ill-timed 3 and an unnecessary turnover, and now the Warriors have a little bit of life, and, the Jimmy Butler rebound, the more I play it back in my mind, and I don't know if you guys are big fans of photography, but Scott Strazzanti, who is a Chronicle photographer.
He's tremendous.
He's got a picture of it where Jimmy is at rim level.
Wow.
And he's grabbing the ball, and I'm just remembering it in my mind's eye, and we were on the other end, and you watch him jump, and it looked like he jumped off a trampoline.
Seriously.
Because he runs in from the baseline, and Adams doesn't block out, which is why I don't want him on the Warriors. I have no fundamentals.
I do.
And then Butler just trampolines up, and the fact that he gets it at 10 feet.
With his body hurting.
And holds it. Yeah, exactly. Just
great
incredible.
Rebound. It was a really great rebound.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize this about Jalen Green. So 38 points in game 2. Do you realize he has scored 17 points since?
Yes.
In the 2 games. This guy averaged 21 a game in the regular season. The Warriors have held him to single digits 3 of the 4 games.
Man.
That's wild. I did not realize, I knew he disappeared last night. I didn't realize that outside of him finding his heat check there in game 2, he has been rendered completely
that's terrible,
insignificant in this entire series. Yeah. And you're right. He's the kind of player that Houston, or at least he has the framework of who they need.
Yeah.
They would love to be able to put the ball in his hands
doubt.
in that situation, but he's not. He's not ready. He's not ready for it. They need someone.
Yeah. Let's put the ball into the most fundamentally unsound player's hands.
Who was getting picked by Buddy Hield, Dibs, to start the game and able the Warriors to get on that run. But I'll say this. You got to be buttoned up and you got to be smart to beat this Warrior team. Another 48 minutes of just smoking free throws. You can't. Collectively, Dibs, it's the charity stripe.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. They shot 48% from 3. 49 from the floor.
Okay.
And then they didn't turn it over much, 13 times, and I do believe they won the rebound battle again by 7. And then you get to the foul line, and what do they shoot? 9 more free throws, and they made 1 fewer than the Warriors. So, and they were dead last in the regular year. We know that, 30th out of 30, so it's not a surprise. But these are the little things you need to win big games on the road.
Exactly. And if I just think about that game, from a non-Warrior perspective, there's about 4 plays where it's funny because the Warriors are up 3-1. I thought they were going to win this series. Why did I think it? Well, because they have experience and the Rockets don't. And even still, it's played out exactly like that. But even still, I'm like, hey, about 5 plays where Dylan Brooks, terrible foul. Jabari Smith jumping in the air.
Sengun leaving his feet on Curry.
Sengun on the Curry 3.
Seconds left. Just keep him up. What are you doing?
That was a cartoon. That was you could just. That was the easiest thing.
I know the coach is damn.
You know who's undefeated in this series is the turnover battle. Dibs and I were talking about it yesterday. And so it's true again. The Warriors had 8, the Rockets had 13. Go through all 4 box scores, and you can find any player, you can find any percentage, you can find any plus minus, do whatever you want. I look at one thing in this series. Who turned it over? Damn. Who turned it over 13 or more, and who turned it over 12 or less?
I was telling
it's undefeated.
Yeah, and I told Steiny it makes me have a better appreciation for how Houston is playing D because they're not getting the benefit of the turnover. They're just D'ing up, Dibs, making it. They're in the Warrior space. And I sit back like, hey, they're not perfect, but they got a hellified defense, man. I like that is respect. You need some other stuff, smarts, but that defense is real.
I mean, as good as it is, they cannot turn the Warriors over. They haven't turned them over in the last 2 games, but for that weird stretch at the end of the second quarter, I bet the Warriors had half their 8 in the last 3 minutes of that first half.
Jimmy played 40 minutes and had none. 0 turnovers.
That's just, wow.
Dude.
But that's not always the case, but when the Warriors were moving the ball back in their heyday or when they're really good, they tend to turn it over a little bit more because there's more passes thrown. When you got a guy like Butler, and the Warriors had a lot of these last night where they just kind of had a guy dribbling for the first 10 seconds of the shot clock, and then they'd get into it, and Butler would have it, and he would assess and he would hold, but he never turns it over in those situations. And I can't remember, I can't remember one live ball turnover that got him. Man. Even the one where Dylan Brooks had the breakaway, Butler caught him.
Yep.
See, like that, I had 2 of those last night. First one was the challenge where Curry got the foul. I'm like, that's the dumbest challenge I've ever seen in my life by Ime Udoka. And then when Butler hit Dylan Brooks, I was like, that's a problem. But he got all arm.
They didn't even look at it.
Full speed, it looked flagrant, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
It did.
They didn't even go look at it.
But it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't
That's
flagrant.
a good old-fashioned NBA foul.
Playoff foul.
Yeah, and I can't wait to ask Steve about like what Houston did defensively and how long it took them to kind of figure it out because they went zone, and then after the first pass, they would switch to a box and one.
Man.
So Steph, all of a sudden, instead of a zone, now he's being guarded man-to-man, and I do think that it took him a little bit of time to figure out how to get through it. And you saw it where, Pods would flash to the foul line, and he was kind of the distributor, and Steph was out of the play a lot. And I wonder if there is a counter for that where, Steiny, you played a ton of basketball, but you don't normally have a defense, and then you change it after one pass of a possession. But I thought Houston did great for a lot of the game trying to, confuse the Warriors with that changing defense.
Yeah, they're a good defensive team.
Well, that
What'd you think? Ask Steve Kerr at 5:00. Did you want him to foul on that last?
Oh, absolutely.
We've already,
absolutely.
Did anybody think it was going in?
No, I did. Well, it was right on line.
No doubt.
And Fred was like the way he was shooting last night. I'm like, you could have thrown it backwards and it probably would have gone in. So I looked at it. All happened so fast.
That's right.
That I'm like, I don't know if anyone was in. You have to be in the right position.
Yeah.
And then once he crosses half court, you got to be worried.
Looney was the last line.
You put your hands on him, and he throws it up, and it goes in.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I don't know what the plan was. We'll definitely ask him. We'll definitely ask him.
I mean, it felt like if you were going to foul him, you had to do it right away.
Right away.
And so he got momentum going up that right sideline. I think he got by Heald. I can't remember if it was exactly
Gary, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, and then Looney was there, and that's where I thought Looney was like,
Draymond ran over.
I can't foul him now.
Right.
Because he's going to
shoot it.
Court,
so shoot it.
It all worked out.
Sure did.
All right, Steve Kerr, 5:00.
Yes, sir.
Warriors can close it out tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. That's a 3-1 lead for the Golden State Warriors.
Did they win?
You were in the building.
It was more than nerve-wracking. It was bananas. And, I mean, they opened up with a 13-2, and Grandy had it 16-4, and it's like the crowd, the roars, the Warrior chants. I thought that I was in Oakland, and it was amazing. The crowd was great. The T-shirts were on, and Houston chipped away. They chipped away. They chipped away, and the crowd got a little bit quieter, but I give the crowd a ton of credit because they were in it. There was a blank you Dylan chants in the fourth quarter. There was a lot of ref you suck going on, which, doesn't really hit me the same way it does most people, but the crowd was into it. The Thundersticks that I know trigger you from the Angels back in the day.
2002. How you doing? I probably should get over it by now. It's only
probably should 23
years ago.
The crowd was into it. They were animated. They were awesome, and I was just so happy to be in the building.
I can't wait to for everybody. By the way, all of you too. This is one of those games where it's kind of like, give us a call and share your perspective. How'd you watch this one, and sort of like what stood out? Dibs and Grandy were in the building. I was at Splash next door. The chicken nachos didn't disappoint again.
Good.
Incredible.
And how was the crowd at Splash? I'm sure it was like beyond full.
Oh my, out of control.
Okay.
Out of control.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing, like I love being at a great sports bar restaurant.
And every screen on the game.
Every screen.
There wasn't like one golf channel in the corner or like
no one's like
tennis channel.
Yeah, we got Lumberjacks in the high right corner.
The quarterfinals at Monte Carlo.
All Warriors.
Okay.
Music during the commercials.
Oh, nice.
In the second half.
Okay.
This is getting late. First half, they went in and played the commercials. Like, it's a little hot for a commercial. It's a little much. You know what I mean? But then music during the commercials in the second half, and then all sound right between the eyes. Kevin Harlan is giving it to us there. Every TV, every table, every person, making friends, buying shots.
Oh, so good.
Dude, shots on a Monday night. Shout out to our new friends, Jacob and Shane, who listen to the show religiously. I see you guys, and I didn't have so much that I didn't remember your names either. Jacob and Shane, thank you for saying
Jacob
hi.
and Shane.
It's the first shot I've done on a Monday night in about, ever. Great. Let's drink. Probably since college.
Dude.
How about some shots?
Dude,
It was a big game.
It was before the game even started.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, sure, we're not going anywhere for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
And little did I know it was more like 4. That felt like the longest game in history.
Totally.
But yeah, like we want to really hear how everybody soaked this thing in because Dibs, that was my takeaway. Newfound, if this can even happen, new level of appreciation for Jimmy Butler because and I don't want to make it sound like it's all about him, but he's the one who re-elevated it. A re-elevation sensation.
That's a couple of bucks, I think.
This is never not going to be Steph's house, but the last couple of years have been frustrating in that it feels like, okay, dynasty dying, let's just enjoy Steph. Oh, we'll make the playoffs if we can. I get blown out in the play-in tournament. And that's kind of that was our sphere for a couple of years. And when I saw that rebound and what Chase both looked like and sounded like, rewind 4 years, that's what it felt like all over again. Jimmy Butler has brought the Warrior basketball that we know for the last 12 years. He brought it back.
Yeah.
Brought it back. And I knew he was a great player. I didn't know he was this great of a team player. Dude, that rundown of Dylan Brooks that you guys just brought up, he looked like somebody's running the bathroom who had to go because he can't move. He can't move. That was so gutsy last night from Jimmy Butler. And to end up as the leading scorer and make the big plays in the final minute on both sides of the ball, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know I cannot be more impressed and inspired by what this guy has done for Warrior basketball in the last 2.5 months.
Well, and it's really, for me, that entire fourth quarter. And the Warriors had 27 points, and he had 14 of them. And that means that the greatest player in franchise history had 3 points. Steph Curry hit all 3 in the fourth quarter. Right. And, he played 8 minutes, and he was largely being harassed and guarded and hounded and the rest of it. But Jimmy Butler, when you got down to the final 3 minutes, every possession was, all right, Jimmy, we're going to give it to you. And, there was one possession where Steph and he ran a little screen roll on the left side or the right side. It was my left and their right. And, Steph got it back and then back to Jimmy and let Jimmy cook and let Jimmy get to the foul line. And he had a couple of layup attempts that were painstaking, and he missed one, and GP2 had to put back, and he missed, and it's like, maybe it's not going to happen tonight. And then you go down the other end, and Draymond's in there, and you get a big stop and a big rebound, and it was so much nail biting where the Warriors had chances, and then the Rockets had chances, and it came down to, you're right, Jimmy Butler, and the whole thing about playoff Jimmy and Himmy Butler and all the other nicknames that we've heard about. We're now seeing it up close and personal, exactly what that is.
You just said it. This game, I don't know if you all felt the same way. I don't know if you felt the same way. You and I watch a little bit differently sometimes too. Yep. That was stressful. I found that to be, and not enjoyable. It was very enjoyable, but it was stressful and it was drawn out because it was so damn long. I think halftime happened at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
It's about right.
And I got Dubs fans on the East Coast. I'm like, y'all okay? Dude, you got to work in the morning. And they're like, it's halftime. And it's midnight out here. That thing was so drawn out. And what you just said, where it's like, certain possessions, maybe it's not their night. My mind kept oscillating back and forth between 3-1 and 2-2. 3-1 and 2-2. 3-1 and 2-2, and you're just like, dude, that's so different. That's so different. And so constantly, from the way both halves started to where you're like, yeah, kick the feet up. This could be an easy one.
Oh, yeah.
And then, nope, here they come, and it would get erased, and you're like, we're going to lose. It's going to be 2-2, and Jimmy can barely run, and this just isn't looking very good. And then Buddy would hit a contested 3.
Oh, Buddy.
And you're like, we're going to win the championship. Like, the whole thing is it's an oscillation sensation. It is.
That's
it's just
a
so back and forth.
And pay the over on Buddy references because I said Buddy's name probably 23 times. We set the over on how many times will you say the word Buddy watching the game, and you put it at 4.5, and I said 5.5, and for me, it was probably 23, and at least 3 or 4 of them were an MF and Buddy, and I know there's no cheering in the press box, and I'm not really in a press box.
You're not in the box.
I'm in a press section, but it was so loud that there were a couple times you could hear like, rah! And it's like, oh, that's a press member. And I was one row behind and one row over from Grandy
I need names.
and Evan. And
who was it?
I don't know who it was.
You didn't cheer?
There was one moment where I went, oh, there was a growl. And it was probably the Buddy Hield step back 3 where that might have been the like, no, Buddy, no. Yes, Buddy, yes. Because there was a few of those. Nobody, no.
Oh, they're all
yes,
of them.
Buddy, yes. There was a few of those.
If he does anything other than shoot in a wide open space, it's no. Yes! Love you, Buddy. I want to do some stuff with Buddy Hield later on the show.
Yeah.
He got to have his own 45 minutes today. We're gonna do a Buddy Hield clear out. We're gonna give him his whole half of the court.
I love it.
I want to talk about him. But Grandy, did you cheer at all? Did you? And
no cheering allowed.
No cheering allowed.
It's not like I'm cheering, like I'm up out of my seat,
Dude.
fist pumping. But there were a couple times where I made audible noises that were not like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and write that in my sturdy little notebook. And one of them was when Buddy hit that step back 3 to give him the lead because they were down 4. And it's like, oh, God. Okay, they're down 4. And, Van Vliet hit the 3 to put them up 4. And it's like, okay, if this guy's going to do that, well, then
tip your cap.
Exactly. But I wasn't ready to white flag it, but I was like, okay,
no.
If this is what we're doing, if Fred Van Vliet is going to go for 30, then what are we doing?
I know. I mean, I had somebody tweeted at us actually during the game. They're like, I thought you guys said this guy stunk.
Mike Maxwell.
Like, he does.
I know, Mike.
Like, don't do that. You're being like my dad. I always joke about this. My dad, this would be a great example. If my dad were to, and he now lives in LA and he's not coming up here to go to a Giants game. But if he were to go to a Giants game this year, and let's say Jung Hoo Lee took an 0 for 4, he'd be like, I don't know what you're all talking about. This guy sucks. He would take the one game, right, and he would be like, well, I saw him. I went and watched him. He sucks. Don't do that. The opposite with Fred VanVleet. Don't decide now that Fred VanVleet, and I loved it, Reggie Miller, he's a champion and he's got experience. Yeah, these are all true.
Facts, they're facts.
He sucks.
Well, he didn't
sucks,
last night.
And he found the zone. Welcome to the zone. I'm going to bet on the under for Fred VanVleet's points the rest of this series.
And you're probably safe to do that,
Yes.
but when Fred VanVleet was on Toronto and they beat the Warriors, I know the Warriors...
He was better then.
He was awesome in that series, and they suffered... The Warriors did a couple of calamities, but Fred VanVleet was better, and so I'm watching that, and I'm thinking, okay, is this guy going to really do this? If he does, then... Okay, I don't know what to say.
Right, and what do you do? It's like Jalen Green in game 2. It's like, what do you do?
Right.
That guy's absolutely out of his mind
Jimmy
right
scores to cut it to 2, and then Buddy with the step back, and it was a classic no, yes moment. And it was like, Buddy! And then...
In Şengün's face, like, what are you even doing?
Yeah.
What are you even trying to do? And then it goes in.
Yeah. It goes in because that's Buddy. And I mean, and we can talk about Pods and we will, and everything that Pods brought to the table. And, you know, Steph Curry, if you have Steph Curry play like that, which he wasn't bad, but he wasn't Steph Curry.
He was off.
Yeah. He had, 3 air balls?
Couple air balls, yeah.
The Warriors had 3 straight air balls.
Well, Draymond's was the funniest.
Oh, God.
Because he had nothing but space, and he wound up. He's like, all right, I got this. And then he let it fly. And then he posed.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say,
He did the
Grandy.
white man can't jump pose, and he held his hand there, and he hit nothing.
Well, he hit the net.
He hit, nothing but net.
And our perspective,
part of the net.
Dibs and I perspective, and all the fans on this side of the on that side of the court, everyone thought it was in. And there was this particular group of fans, a particular
left,
couple
right? Yeah.
to my left, that for like 30 seconds after still thought it was in, and they were the only two up in the section celebrating. They looked around, eventually figured out it was an air ball, and as quick as possible sat down.
Oh my God.
There was a good,
that was the funniest shot that I've seen this
There was a good
postseason.
300 fans to their left who... So I see, I kind of see out of the corner of my eye that it's an air ball, but I hear the rah, and so I look at them, and then I look back at the court, and my friend, who's an ESPN producer, and I'll get her name by the end of the show, she's like, "Oh no, that was an air ball.
Air ball.
It didn't go in."
Yeah.
And I was like, "It's these damn cataracts." I don't know what to tell you, Jessica.
Oh my God,
But the crowd went wild.
It was easily again, one of those things where. When you look back on it, because they won, it's funny.
Oh, hilarious.
Right? It's kind of like the officiating. Then everybody, you're all ticked off. Like you're ready for a firmly worded email. And then they win, and you're like, they got a tough job, those refs.
We can get into
tough
that.
job.
We can get into it.
We'll get into it.
They lost control of the game.
They did.
But then they got control back. And that's what
they did.
Nobody wants to ever I
didn't have a huge issue with the refs. I did in the moment though, just because I didn't understand a lot of what they came out from the reviews to say. I'm like, I don't understand what you're even talking about.
Right.
But anyway, we can get into it. We'd love to get into it with you. Steve Kerr's on at 5. That's it. We've cleared the decks outside of Steve just for you. So call right now, 888-957-9570. That was an experience game. What was your experience? Where'd you watch? How'd you bring it in? What did the experience feel like? We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. 888-957-9570. Nothing but your calls today. Let's do it on Willard and Dibs.
Hand off Curry on the sideline. Curry in trouble. Trapped behind the back to Butler. Butler with 3. Takes the jumper. Got fouled by Dylan Brooks with 2.7 on the shot clock. Wow.
Yeah, wow. No, we're not having fun. You give me a break for this. I don't like Dylan Brooks, so we're never having fun. I'm a fierce competitor. He's a fierce competitor. There ain't nothing fun about that.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Dylan Brooks also the man who fouled Jimmy Butler on the big rebound at the end.
Yep.
There is nothing more Bay Area sports satisfying right now than when that look hits Dylan Brooks' face. That look of, crap, we just lost.
Yeah.
That's the most satisfying thing in Bay Area sports right now.
And the other one would be when he twirls his finger trying to get a review and his own team ignores him because, Jimmy fouled you. Yeah, it was no flagrant. It was no anything else. And even with the Steph Curry double tech moment where he fouls Steph and he kind of chucks him to the ground and Steph goes, that's 2. That's 2 on you. And Dylan gets all mad because, Steph Curry had the wherewithal to know how many fouls was on Dylan.
Well, and he punched at the ball while Steph was in the process of getting up. Let's go there. And 888-957-9570. I wanted to read this too. This is kind of funny, and it goes in the line with Dylan Brooks on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 307 texted in and said, yes, it's an experience game. My experience is I now sports hate Houston as much as I sports hate Memphis and crew like Desmond Bain and John Morant. I didn't think it was possible. And the playoffs will do that to you. It's the same ugly mugs every other night for a week and a half to 2 weeks, and it gets you. It absolutely gets you. And the Warriors have tangled with Dylan Brooks specifically a lot in the playoffs. And every time there's extracurricular, so I get it. I will say this about Dylan, though. He's a different player than he was in Memphis. He's a better offensive player now than he was a few years ago, or he's just getting more chances than maybe he did in Memphis.
Yeah, I think that's it.
He's got more skill than I realized. Don't get me wrong. I still would not cross the street to help him out, but he's an effective player, and man, he gets under your skin. So, okay, the play that you're referencing. Here's my thing, and maybe this isn't fair. I don't want this to sound homerish. I would say it if the other was true. I don't understand the idea of a technical foul for quote-unquote taunting. Here's why. I'm not saying in general taunting can't be a tech, because that's what they teed up Steph for. Taunting. Yep. They used the word. Have you seen one play in the playoffs where there isn't taunting? Jimmy Butler, like they've read his lips, is literally in front of the refs calling Dylan Brooks a bum and a B and an N-word and all this right in front of the referee's face at the free throw line while they're standing there. That's not taunting? I mean,
you're just expressing your opinion of another person. That's all.
I mean, I don't know, man. That seemed like a funny word to me.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to watch these playoffs and pick out one thing where Steph Curry held up a couple fingers and decide that that's taunting? They're taunting each other on every play. I didn't get that. Brooks was the one who reached in and started whacking at the ball while he was getting up. He's also the one
after he got taunted.
And he committed the foul prior to that.
Exactly. So common foul.
That one was on him. If you want to call a tech, that one was on him. You didn't even need to call a tech. You let him get up and walk away.
Well, you did, because he came in and he punched at the ball. And so that's
a tech.
That's right.
On Dylan Brooks.
And it was all provoked by Steph Curry and the taunt of the, again, I'm not saying that is like every taunt is not equal, but watching the replay, and I was in the press box and I was like, that's going to be a classic double tech and we move on. And then Draymond got, he caught a stray And
he called it Draymond. We should just start calling it a Draymond.
Not a stray,
It's
but
like,
a Dre.
you're in the neighborhood, Draymond, so you get one too.
He caught a Dre.
Right.
And in this moment, I thought that he actually was coming in to try to keep the peace.
Yeah.
And his version of keeping the peace is like pushing people away. Not aggressively, but he was trying to, clear the area.
Look, I thought everything Dre did in that moment was trying to protect Steph.
Agreed.
Dre turned into an offensive lineman if you went and knocked the quarterback down after the play. He's going to come protect you. So I'm with you. I didn't think Dre needed a technical there.
I didn't either. I thought it was a classic, Steph gets one because it's a taunt, and whether or not that taunt is equal to every other taunt you're talking about, you're right. But, for it to come from Steph and Dylan reacts, fine. Double text, we move on. But then Draymond catches one, and that's the moment where I thought that the refs lost a little control of the game. And I don't really blame them that much because that game was so physical and so intense. How do you really, quote, keep control of that game? It's almost impossible in that moment to keep control of it.
I agree. I agree. I mean, you look at the personalities are on the floor, the size, the urgency, everything that's going on, the physicality. I don't know how you calm everybody down. And again, we don't want this stop-start nature. We don't want everything called. So I didn't really have a big problem with the fouls that were called in the game. I just thought that when they went to review, they came out with very weird answers.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, that's what you went and looked at? You went and found that Draymond Green, who essentially did nothing in the situation you're talking about, gets a technical. And then on the next one, when he gets tangled up with Tari Eason, you decided to call a flagrant when he's literally pulling at the guy's shorts and people are yanking jerseys. I'm like, those are classic technical fouls, but you didn't want to call a technical foul.
No.
Because then Draymond's out of the game. So you just came out and you went, yeah, flagrant foul. I'm like, that's not a flagrant foul. I didn't think.
You could look at what he did with his feet, and and he has a history of his feet being involved with other players.
I would have called that a technical then, if that's how you felt about the feet, because it was kind of after the whistle had blown. So I would have called that a technical.
Yeah, and instead, you called it a flagrant because you knew that he had a tech, and so I do think that it was a little bit of an easy way to punish him without having him be kicked out of the game because, honestly, neither of the two things that Draymond Green was involved in were ejection worthy. Like the first tech I thought was a soft tech. He was kind of coming in, I thought, to try to, keep the peace. And the second one, where he kind of rat-a-tats Eason with his shoes, that's not a flagrant two. That might be a flagrant one or a tech.
And then who's my man who tackled Butler? Was that Eason also? Was that Tari Eason?
I think so.
Who tackled Jimmy Butler? And they're like, I saw it and I'm like, oh my God, they're like, horrible foul. And they're going to review it for flagrant. You tackled Jimmy Butler and they go, we're going to review it. And I was sitting there and Splash. I'm like, yeah, that's going to be a flag. That's going to be 2 shots on the ball. And those cats went over there for about 3 minutes and they walked out and went, we've got a foul on Steph Curry. I'm like, what? Where are you? Like what? And then they show the replay and decide that Steph Curry, who kind of fingernails Tari Eason,
right?
In other words, shoved him into Jimmy Butler. I'm like, that is the most wackadoodle answer you could have come out of your booth with. Go back in your booth and try again. That's an incorrect answer.
Just please don't go back in your booth because that thing was 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Holy
and
crap.
Like an NBA game is supposed to be about 2 hours, 2 and change.
2:15 in the playoffs.
Sure,
I'll give you that.
Sure. I think it was 2:50. And, by the time we got out of there, we got to our car. It's like, okay, now it's 10:30 and, it's going to be a long night now.
I don't want to call her out. Lovely looks at me. The fourth quarter's about to start. And we've already we've kind of had the drinks that we're going to have. We've had the food that we're going to have.
Yep.
Servers come by about 5 times and gotten the no thanks, we're fine kind of a thing. And she looks at me and she's like, I'm kind of getting bored. I'm like, what?
Bored?
It's a 2-point game. She's like, it was a 2-point game 2 hours ago. It's still a 2-point game. Can we get some flow going? And then the fourth quarter was incredibly entertaining.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, that was a journey. That was a long cruise.
Doubt. And I was thinking about you because, you you didn't call me out on the air, but you and Granny are both like, hey, you going to stay for the whole game?
Yep.
And I was like, well, if it's a 12-point game with 4 to go, I'm out and this and that. And so I'm sitting there and this thing is like, 4-point game, it's a 2-point game, it's a 3-point game. And I'm like, well, there's no way I'm leaving this thing early. This is one of the greatest games I've ever been to in my life. And then I look down at my watch and it's 9:45 and we got 5 minutes to go in the fourth. And I'm like, oh boy, it's going to be a late one, but there's no way I'm leaving this game.
Be honest. At 11 o'clock at night, when you're sitting in Lot A traffic, were you mother bleeping me and Grandy? For telling you needed to stay to the end?
I was on the phone with my wife talking about will Safeway be open for me to get infant Tylenol? So I actually had stops to make. The answer is yes.
Yeah, how late your Safeway
I didn't see you in the aisles. They're open until 2.
They're open till 2. Yeah, exactly.
So by the time I got to that Safeway and,
No, I was doing dishes because my children don't know to clean up after themselves when they get their own dinner.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what I was doing at midnight. I was doing dishes.
It's great. I got home at about 11:40, and at about 1:07, my daughter woke up screaming. So I got about 48 minutes of sleep last night,
good.
which is pretty cool.
Well, that's
and here we are,
48 minutes more than we used to get in college,
dude. No doubt.
It's okay.
But I'm no longer 20 years old.
You're not, are you? 888-957-9570. We want to hear your experience. That's what we're sharing, and this was an experience game, and just I want to know when this Jimmy Butler staircase is going to end, because I keep climbing. I keep finding a new level of appreciation and a new level of respect. And sure, some of that is because he now wears the jersey for which I root. I'm mature enough to notice that. But at the same time, like, I didn't know a lot of this about Jimmy Butler. I watch a ton of hoops, and I know how great of a player he is. I didn't know this. I didn't know he was this self-aware. I didn't know he was this thoughtful. I didn't know, and I mean that as a basketball player. I don't know if he sends thank you notes to people, but like even the way he's picked a different angle with each teammate, right? Steph, there's the ultimate respect. You're Batman. Draymond, there's almost like a, hey man, you and me are kind of on the same level. We're going to be the tough guys on this team. Buddy, you're going to be over here and we're going to do nothing but make fun of each other the whole time. Every time, no matter what. We're going to make it sound like we hate each other even though we love each other. Quentin Post, that's my little rookie over there. That's my guy. That's my crazy man. I like Quentin. He's selected a different angle with each player, which is unbelievable leadership. Incredible leadership.
In 2 months.
In 2 months.
Right.
And they've lost 9 basketball games since he got here. I don't know, man. I did not expect this from Jimmy Butler. He is so well-rounded with everything that he's doing for this team.
And the point you make is an interesting one because, you watch a lot of, especially college basketball players, where you all have your handshake with each person and all the rest of it. And that's kind of what Jimmy Butler's brought to this team, where you mentioned it. He's got his own relationship with each individual player, and it's only been 2 months. And it's like each of these guys kind of has their own thing with Jimmy, and maybe it's not a secret handshake that they all have and when they go to the bench, but Jimmy Butler is a guy who has that respect from the young guys and he's got the respect from the old guys, and he came in and he's just doing his thing, but he made it so that everybody wants to fit in with him.
And he played through such pain.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so clear how much pain he was in.
Especially the first 3 quarters. Oh. And then somehow he was able to get through it.
And whether it's been bad or even just a mild one, we've all done that. We've all landed on the tailbone.
Oh.
And it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. And so every step he took last night, it was like we all felt it. We all felt that. And you're just like, oh, man. But for him to power through that and be the team's leading scorer and hit all the free throws and make all the heady plays down the stretch and sky through the air like he was Giannis for the ending rebound.
Right?
I don't know, man. Wow. He has just wowed me since he's gotten here. We'd love to hear your experience. How'd you take this one in? And what was your stress level like during the game? Let's go to Zia in San Ramon. Hey, Zia, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Thanks for having me on. Big fan. Stress level was paramount, as you can imagine. But I think, midway through, I had this realization where I realized, that this is actually the best matchup for us to have early on. Because not because of the reasons most people say, the Rockets are an easier matchup than the Lakers or anybody else like that, but because I think the physicality that they bring and the way that they face guard Steph and they double and triple team him and the way that they run their two big man offense or rather defense, it makes it so that we've had to get really creative, and it's a grit and grind environment for us as a team to score. And I think what I realized at that point, I was thinking to myself, the way that this physicality is and the intensity is here, the future series that we may find ourselves in and we will find ourselves in, I just think that they're going to come a lot more easier. There's going to be a lot more motion and fluidity for Steph and for the team to get going compared to this series. So the stress level during the game was absolutely sky high, but at some point there was this realization that it's not that this is the hardest it's going to get, but I think this is the most physical that it's going to be right now, and I think we're going to see better offense going forward.
Zia, thanks for the call. It's an interesting point. I don't know, though, if that's actually the case. I know it feels that way. We're in it right now if you're a Warrior fan, and therefore you look at this and you're mad at the Rockets, and you're like, boy, these cheap shots, and they're getting under your skin, and the physicality is out of control, right? All the other series feel that way about themselves, too. Chris Finch has literally actually been the one, and that's the head coach of Minnesota, who right now, the most likely scenario, has the Timberwolves and Warriors playing next. If both of them can get one more win, they both play tomorrow night with an opportunity to do it on the road. But Finch is literally the one who has publicly stated, dude, we got to do something about the physicality in these playoffs. It's too much. And what's sort of coincidental or ironic is he coaches the team that after game one against the Lakers, J.J. Redick came out and went, we were not ready for the physicality that Minnesota had. The Knicks and Pistons are literally brawling with one another. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and Kristaps Porzingis have all been assaulted by the Orlando Magic in a series that they're kind of cruising through. So I know right now we think this is as physical as it gets. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know that it might just be this way the whole way, which is, if you're the older team, is a fearful proposition.
Well, I think it's more about being the smaller team that makes it a little bit more difficult because, Jimmy is 6'5" and Draymond is 6'6", and Pods is 6'3", and so is Steph, maybe, and so GP2 is 6'3". You've got a really small team compared to what Minnesota would possibly bring, and, Minnesota's got so much more size with Naz Reid and Rudy Gobert and the rest of it. So I do think that part of the physicality comes from the perceived lack of size here.
Let's keep going. 888-957-9570. Spencer in Oakland is next. Hi, Spencer. Thanks for the call.
Hey, folks. Thank you for taking my call. The other day I called in after a loss, and we had a lot of folks calling in that were pretty upset, and somebody didn't get minutes last night. I won't say the name, but I don't hear anybody complaining today. And I will just say that my stress level last night was through the roof. I mean, for sure, we needed that game. You don't want to go back tied 2-2.
Yep.
You don't want to give up the advantage that you took when you won game one. And what I will say about the physicality is I do feel like the refs as a group, league-wide, are allowing things to be more physical than we've seen in recent years past. And I'm not necessarily against it. And I really like what I saw from Quentin Post last night. When somebody's on the floor, he came up and just kind of brushed off the Rockets player, kind of pushed him back, helped up his guy, really kind of getting in the middle of things as your 7-footer should. And I think we have a couple guys like that with Loon and Quentin Post that, if a forearm shiver is required, a forearm shiver can be given. I'm not saying anybody should ever hurt anybody, but the physicality, if this is the way the league wants it now, we have folks on our team that can hang, and I'm glad that Draymond did not get another tech. I'm glad that kick was not called, although I think the first technical was definitely based on reputation. And I really look forward to them going and just finish this thing out on the road, take it from them, and come home and get that nice rest for Jimmy and Steph and let them be fresh next series.
That'd be
Thanks
great.
for taking my call.
Yeah, Spencer, thanks for making it. That'd be great. That'd be great if they could do this tomorrow night. This is going to be hard.
It will be hard.
It's going to be very
but
hard.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you would get the rest that you think. And Tim Kawakami actually had a great comment on this where if you have all these series that are ending early, like you and I talked about yesterday, how many series will go 6 or more? And I said maybe one.
The East might be done tonight.
Correct.
Yeah.
You've got all that's going to be done. And if Minnesota wins and the Warriors win, well, the only one that would be more than 6 would be the Clippers in Denver. 6 or more would be that. So if Minnesota and the Warriors both win tomorrow, memo to Warrior fans, that series starts this weekend.
Yes. Not Friday, though.
No.
You would get multiple days off. I don't know if it'd be Saturday or Sunday, but yes, they will.
That's the point, though, is
the TV stations need the games.
Correct.
And so they're not going to just let everybody sit
But
there.
if the Lakers and Rockets both win tomorrow, then that series probably won't start until Monday or Tuesday.
Correct. But yeah, then I'd also say the idea of the Warriors and Wolves both winning on the road tomorrow, they're both underdogs, improbable. So we'll see. Yeah, I agree with you. Your ideal scenario is Warriors win and Lakers win. So you should be a Laker fan tomorrow night.
Right.
And so that series has got to keep going because that's how you would actually earn optimum rest. So we'll see. Many more of you want to weigh in. We're coming to you, okay? Ben and Dub Dad, everybody else, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Also, the moment that Coach Kerr outdid Coach Udoka last night. We want to get to that coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Sure does. 5 o'clock. They'll be in Houston, already getting ready. These games are going to start coming at you fast now. Tomorrow night in Houston, Warriors with an opportunity to close out the Rockets. Right here on 95.7 The Game. And I, if I were you, would start calling your boss now or start faking that cough now, because tomorrow starts early. The East Coasters will love tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is a 4:30 tip. Okay? So, you don't want to be working until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Figure it out. Get yourself in front of a TV.
Yep.
Or at least 95.7 The Game at 4:30 tomorrow. Warriors Live at 4.
4 o'clock. Yeah, right here on 95.7 The Game, which, it's basically 25 hours from now.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's a quick turn. And I wonder how that will affect the Warriors, where it's a travel. Both teams have to travel. I know that. But Jimmy Butler clearly was a little bit hampered with the tailbone situation. So hopefully he's able to get some comfort on the flight today.
Hopefully. We'll ask Steve how he's looking and feeling and all of that. Indeed, we are in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grandy, was it you on the post last night? I only caught a little bit, but did I hear you say something along the lines of, where are all the Steve Kerr haters now?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, that was you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, where are they?
Buddy Hield in the starting lineup and played Steven Adams off the court?
Well, that's
the Hack and Adams?
The Hack Adams with 4 minutes to go changed the game, because there are certain things in sports for which you have no answer, and we can yell at our television all we want. But there was no answer for Steven Adams' offensive rebounding. Actually, there was an answer. Steve Kerr found it. He found it. And he hacked him twice. Kevon Looney is a hugger. He's that kind of a guy. And so Steven Adams had to get taken out of the game, or else he was about to be parading to the free throw line. And that is not the possession that the Rockets wanted. So he got to be taken out. And immediately things opened up on both ends of the floor for the Warriors. No more block shots by the Rockets.
Right.
No more offensive rebounds by the Rockets. The Warriors were able to play freer, and they came back and won the game. Also, Steven Adams is a free agent. He should be a Warrior next year.
Yeah, but we're not going there.
Quick aside. No.
We're staying in the moment.
Well, but
and you're a big fan of that. You can say whatever you want.
I just think somebody like that would be really helpful in spots for what the Warriors do. That's all.
That would mean no more Kevon Looney.
Well, that might be the case anyway.
Yep. But, I think you could probably keep Kevon for a lot less than what Steven Adams will cost next year. But to your point, if you want to look at the game log, there is 6.5 minutes to go. Adams rebound, Adams missed tip, and then Şengün gets it. It's a putback. Other end of the floor, Adams block. Then back on offense to Houston. Adams rebound, Adams tip layup. He makes it. Rockets up by 3, and you finally get to the point where the Rockets are up by 4, and Steve Kerr makes the call. He orders the code red. And did you order the code red? You're gosh darn right I did.
Right, I did.
Yeah, you're damn right I did. And it's Looney foul. 2 seconds later, Looney foul, and then Smith Jr. in for Adams. That'll do it.
There you go. Yep. Substitution.
Yeah, and that's when Draymond came in for Kevon as well. Kevon, easy there. You're about to foul out here in 3 seconds, and it was 1 foul away from bonus, and he would have committed it, and they would have put him on the line, because when you're outside of, I think it's 4 minutes, or it certainly is 2 minutes.
2 minutes. In the final 2 minutes, you cannot hack a blank.
You cannot foul off the ball.
Right.
And Steven Adams is not going to be on the ball unless he's rebounding. So Steve Kerr made a great decision to do that, and he basically took him off the floor.
I know that we do this sometimes. Some people dig it, some people don't. But that plus-minus stat, Steven Adams, plus 16.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In a game they lost by 3. And for those who don't speak box score, that means that when he was on the floor, the Rockets beat the Warriors by 16 points. He was low-key the problem. And if you got a problem, Steve will solve it. Okay? Check out the hook while your head coach revolves it.
Nice.
Okay? He fixed that thing. And the Warriors won the basketball game. Steven Adams on the year, by the way. Free throw shooting. 40,
55?
46.
Yeah.
46% free throw shooter.
And 1 of 2 last night, and he would have been heading to the line. And if you're Steve Kerr, you're thinking, okay, go ahead and hit 1 of 2. That means it won't be a Fred VanVleet 3, and it won't be a Şengün 2. If it's an Adams 1, then the Warriors will take that. And we'll ask Steve about that strategy and
absolutely,
whether or not that's something that they'll look to do again coming up today at 5 o'clock.
Closeout game number 1 underway. Tipped off in Indiana. Pacers and Bucks. This is the where's Giannis want to play next year game, possibly, if the Pacers can win it. Yes, the Eastern Conference could be down to the conference semifinals by the time we go to bed tonight. 3 elimination games in a row, and then the nightcap will be the bloodbath in Denver. Game 5 between the Clippers and the Nuggets.
Yeah.
But buckle up for a long day of basketball starting right now. Right now.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
It's really good. It's really good. Okay, let's go to Dub Dad in Pleasant Hill. Hi, Dub Dad. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Got a lot to talk about. I think when I came on, it was a take on Jimmy Butler and why he's helping us win. And there's one word for that. There's one reason why Jimmy's fitting in so well, and it's the Golden State Warrior culture. Jimmy Butler is a winner. The problem he's at every team revolved around losing and him feeling like the people surrounding him were not contributing at the same level of effort that he was putting into it. You don't see Jimmy Butler showing up out of shape. You don't see Jimmy Butler winded. He ain't never breathing hard. That's because he puts in the work. He's got the work ethic that fits into the Warriors culture, just like Stephen Curry, just like Draymond Green, and now Podziemski, right? This kid's showing up, and he ain't never tired because he's putting in the work. And that's why they're winning with Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy Butler's a fit for the culture of the Golden State Warriors.
Well, and Dub Dad, I don't think it's a bad point at all, but my response to it is, who knew? Who knew? Like, let's be real. Never before in our lives have people run around in NBA circles and been like, ooh, Jimmy Butler, amazing culture guy.
Right, glue guy.
That's literally the opposite of what we've heard for over a decade. And so whether the Warriors culture gets credit, whether Jimmy gets credit, I'm sure there's plenty of credit to go around. But the bottom line is, yeah, man, this thing has not only fit perfectly, but Jimmy has opened my eyes to some things that I didn't know that he was.
Right, and what he is an absolute closer, and he's a glue guy, and just the way he fought through the pain of his bruised tailbone to make the plays that he made last night, 5 free throws that he made down the stretch, and the huge rebound that secured the game. That was basically why they won. Steph Curry was very quiet in the fourth quarter, and he was quiet for most of the night offensively. And, Buddy was huge, and Podziemski, whatever he called him. It counts. It all counts the same.
I thought our days of that had ended, but
no, never. They never will go away. And so, as good as he was, you still needed Jimmy Butler to be huge in the fourth, and he was.
Let's keep going. 888-957-9570. How about Ben in San Mateo? Hi, Ben. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
I wanted to say that I think everybody at some point in their life has had like a good roommate or a bad roommate, and Butler is being the good roommate right now. He is aware of everybody else on the team, their little tendencies. He's, the kind of guy where if you forgot something at home, you can count on him to maybe know what it is or maybe fix it by the time you get home. He's filling that spot. where it seems like a really easy fit, but it's really, really hard to come by. And I just give him credit. Like, he's understanding all the little small things of his teammates, and he's just making them better, off the court as well as on the court. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, Ben, I absolutely love it. That's kind of what my number one, and I think to have a good roommate, you need to be self-aware. You need to be aware of what's going on around you, right? You need to clean up after yourself. Don't let mold go on the food in the refrigerator, all of that stuff.
And do your dishes.
Yeah, the awareness.
Don't make a mess.
The awareness is a great word for what has pleasantly surprised me with regard to Jimmy Butler, is the full awareness of everything that's going on around him.
Absolutely. And just to do it in 2 months' time, to come in and hit the ground running and immediately figure out what you need to do to help this team and immediately become that guy. And, even for the time that he wasn't here, the team was good and solid, but they needed that person. And for him to come in and fit like that with so many different people, it's been huge.
We've said it before that Jimmy is a calming influence. Kind of feels like a shower after a hike, as we've said a couple of times. You know what else feels like that? In at the Tides.
Okay.
Yeah. We are sponsored by In at the Tides. Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic In at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Duran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. I've been there, by the way. It's fantastic. You should go. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night now through May 1st. Breakfast is included, also delicious. Book your escape at inatthetides.com. All right, 888-957-957 is the number. We'll keep going with your phone calls. We're going to have a special Buddy Healed segment is still ahead later on this hour, and Steve Kerr joins us at 5. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They're deeply committed to contributing to the client's goals and making sure that they empower the community.
Comes outside, wants the ball. Draymond denies him. Ball goes to Van Vliet instead. Back to Şengün up top. Şengün dribbles on Draymond. 9 seconds, 8 seconds to the paint. Spins, jump hook for 14. It's up and no good. Rebound Butler. Butler is fouled with 4 seconds to go. Draymond got the stop when the Warriors had to have it. Butler. Second free throw's on the way. It's up and good. 109-106. Rockets out of timeouts. Şengün. The Warriors leading by 3. Snaps a pass into Van Vliet. Van Vliet up the far sideline. Takes the heave at the buzzer. It's no good. It's no good. The Warriors hang on.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What you just heard was a man in his happy place. It was Tim Roy, and he was in his bag.
Oh, yeah.
All night long. All night long. Oh, gosh. He got mad at the refs on one of those. Ooh. He called it ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Ridiculous, Dibbs.
And which one was that?
I think it was when Steph got the tech. I think it, right? Wasn't it when Steph got the tech that Tim was like, well, they're going to call a tech. And that's ridiculous.
It was, yeah. He played the cut earlier. I was at the game, so I didn't get a chance to hear Tim Roy, a lot of it. But, yeah, there was a lot that was head-scratching, to say the least. And the one for me was the one you're describing where Steph gets a tech and Brooks gets a tech. And I thought that was a classic double tech. And like it or not, Steph Curry, I mean, it was a taunt. It was kind of a weird taunt because he was on his back. But he clearly, gestured at Brooks and said something that, whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that it was the most aggressive taunt of all time. I saw it, and I thought in real time, that's going to be a double tech, which is weird because it's a villain, Dylan the villain, and the babyface assassin.
Steph Curry. I'm like, how are we putting these two guys in the same sentence?
Draymond Green catches a Dre, as we now call it, not a stray. He caught a Dre. And it's like, oh, of course. I mean, Draymond was in the building, so he gets one too.
Yes, yeah, I would love that. One of these where Draymond's over there on the exercise bike or something.
Right.
They're like, oh, by the way, we've also assessed a Category 2 technical foul on Draymond Green because he's over there breathing. So he gets one too. Yeah, Grady, what do you got?
I'm not sure if this makes it enough for Steph to get the tech, but it also was a build-up from the play before because there was the review. It initially was called a foul, not a foul on Dylan Brooks, and they reviewed it and called it a foul. And as Steve Kerr began to signal to review it, Steph walks past Dylan Brooks as the two are heading to the benches and points straight at him and kind of hits his shoulder as he walks by. So there was some build up there. And then the next thing happened, and then Steph holds up 2 fingers to Dylan Brooks, probably says something like, hey, you got me twice now or something. Well, whatever, called for a taunt.
Listen, all I can do in this situation is go, does that count as taunting? Sure, I guess. My problem is I've watched I got playoff basketball coming out of my ears the last 3 weeks. And if that's taunting, then so's everything. Are you watching these guys?
Oh, yeah.
They are in each other's shorts on every play. They are screaming the most unsavory crap you could possibly imagine right in each other's noses after every single play. And we're teeing up Steph Curry because he held up a couple fingers.
2 of them, Mark.
At the same time.
Right.
That's all. I just want things to match. I don't care that it was Steph. It's not about that. It's just I'm trying to understand. I just want to understand. That's it. I just want to understand. And I don't understand. I don't understand how that stood out to the refs as, that's the problem. Jimmy Butler can sit there on the free throw line and call Dylan a bum, a B.
Yeah.
He can do all that.
And that's just conversation.
No one's worried about it. That's not taunting.
No, those are grown folks exchanging ideas.
That's not inciting anything.
That's a conversation.
But if Steph Curry, who's laying on his back, holds up 2 fingers at Dylan Brooks, now we got a problem. We're inciting a riot.
Right, because Dylan Brooks responded to that taunt.
That's Dylan's problem.
Well, in the moment, it turned out to be Steph's problem as well. And the other weird one, and you talked about this in the postgame, Grandy, and I heard at least an hour of it as I was making my way back to the East Bay.
Yeah.
The Steve Kerr delay a game, and we'll ask him about that because they wanted to challenge and then they waited too long. And so now he does the twirly finger. And it's like, no, that's too long. No challenge and delay a game. And it's their second infraction.
Technical foul.
That's a T. So it's something that,
I didn't understand any of them.
That one I kind of understood because I was watching it from up above. I'm like, that must have been delay a game.
Well, I mean, I get it. I understand what they're saying. We haven't even gotten to the one that I found the most confusing of all. Like Tari Eason tackles Jimmy Butler. They go to review and they come out and they're like, foul on Steph. I'm like, he's 6 feet. He's not even there. What do we? I just.
When was that? Because
I don't know. The whole thing's a blur.
What about the Draymond flagrant Tari Eason tech to keep Draymond in the game?
Well, that one, I thought that was the one where I'm like, ooh, Warriors caught a break there. I kept telling, I'm sitting there with Christy. I'm like, ooh, I think they're going to throw him out.
If Draymond didn't already have a tech, it's 100% a double
it's a tech. Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with you.
See, I see it differently.
I thought they got creative. I thought they went over there and somebody whispered in somebody's ear, we probably shouldn't throw Draymond.
What did you see, Dibs?
I think when you look at it, the infraction initially is Draymond fouls. Draymond gets picked and he dives in and he fouls, but then he does the classic Draymond Green spill into a guy and press your feet into his face and drive him into the floor. That's not a technical, that's a flagrant. So for me, when I saw all that activity, I thought, you know what? I could see it. I can see it either way.
That's so interesting because it's sort of after the play. You're no longer within the act of the basketball play.
Which makes it excessive.
But no, it makes it a technical.
Yeah,
like, what would be interesting, because I see it as very much Sabonis and Steven Adams and LeBron and all of those things. I see it as those things. Were those things called flagrant fouls? Or were those things called technical fouls?
I'll have to look up the Sabonis one because,
like, to me, those were technical fouls and ejections at times. So I thought they got creative there and found a way to keep Draymond in the game. And so that's why I'm not like...
the Draymond stomping was a flagrant too.
Okay.
So
that's the Sabonis one?
Correct.
Right?
Where Sabonis is down, he steps on him, and he kind of pauses, and he does like a little twist, and he jumps, I'm on you, I'm off you, I jumped off you, you're my trampoline.
How about a Nurkic and a Gobert? Let's not forget all those.
Gobert was definitely a flagrant, because that was after a play. He just straight up choked a guy.
So that was a flagrant or a technical?
I believe it was a flagrant. I'm just Googling.
Yes, I don't.
So I started with Green stomp Sabonis.
It was probably all of them.
Now we'll go with Green chokes. Oh, it comes right up. It's funny because Green chokes Kerr is on there.
By the way, Rudy Gobert on tap potentially for round 2.
Oh, I know.
Rudy Gobert.
Yep.
Every series has somebody who wants to get after Draymond Green. Every series. And he'll be there.
Yeah.
The Gobert one was a flagrant too.
And just looking at it.
No technical?
No technical.
Okay.
The score was 0-0. We were scoreless, and we were 90 seconds in.
That was a hockey fight.
And Klay Thompson gets tangled up with Jaden McDaniels, and then Draymond comes in for the flagrant too.
You know how there's some of those hockey fights where the guys, it's already predetermined?
Oh, we're going to drop the gloves.
The second they drop the puck, they're just whack.
Yep.
Two guys are going at each other. And that's what happened in that one with Gobert.
Oh, and if you Google Green hits, there's a few of them that come up there too.
Nurkic,
yeah.
We get a Nurkic in there.
Yeah.
Look, maybe.
Anyway,
I don't know. I'm not.
These are mostly flagrants.
Yeah, I'm not a rule book guy, so maybe you're right on that one. I tended to think that things that happen sort of after the whistle is blown as technical fouls. Those are technical fouls. You're not a foul. You're not even playing basketball anymore.
Right.
You're just two guys laying on the ground, and one of them started to beatbox the other one in the head with his feet. But whatever. Yeah. I don't know the rule.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I thought it was less like he actively put forced his legs into Tari Eason's head, and more so they were resting there, and he made no effort to remove them. It wasn't like there was a lot of force behind it.
You are my ottoman.
Listen to these conversations. I thought that he used his shoelaces to strangle the guy. I mean, whatever we're saying here, it's not good. It's not good.
The way Granny just described it is hilarious. I thought that he was just resting there. Like, I fouled you, and I'm tired. It's been a long series. I'm going to go ahead and just keep my feet on your head.
If it was game 1, I would levitate, but it's exhausting.
Shout out Dua Lipa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, 888-957.
Anyway,
a bunch of people
I found it to be more of a flagrant than a tech.
And it was, and you're
Yes.
right, and that's good, and it kept Draymond in the game. I really, in that moment, I was ready for them to come out and throw him out of the game.
Yeah.
I thought it was possible. And when they said flagrant, I'm like, oh, look at you, evil geniuses. Look at how you maneuvered your way through that one. So, anyway.
But now we do have to monitor the flagrant standings and the technical foul count for Draymond. And for Steph, apparently.
Why? What's the situation?
Well, you get to, I think, 5 points of flagrants, and you get suspended for a game.
Okay.
Which is why he got suspended in the NBA Finals when he punched LeBron in the nards. It's because he had already accumulated points. He body slammed Beasley. He flail kicked Steven Adams. And by the time he came to where he popped LeBron in the family jewels,
good Lord.
It was an accumulation sensation, which is why he missed a game.
This is
It's
like,
real quick.
It's like your driving record.
Totally.
Like, I'm sorry, you accumulated too many
5
points.
points.
Your insurance is going up.
Before you go to the phones, this isn't about the flagrant, but
Okay.
about the tech that he picked up for as part in the Steph and Dylan Brooks scrum. Here is what Draymond Green said about the tech.
Yeah, I got a technical tonight, and there was guys way more aggressive than me. So, yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, I don't disagree with him on that one. If you want to talk about the flagrant on Tari Eason, look, there's no real way. Whatever the hell happened, and I love when we get into who started it. Who cares? It's not third grade. Draymond was definitely over the line on that exchange. Whether he did this, that, or the other with his feet, he's grabbing the guy's shorts, he's grabbing a jersey. It's another Draymond tangle up. And I was terrified of it because it was happening after there was already a technical foul. And I'm yelling at the screen like, dude, you're going to get yourself knocked out of the game. Like, stop. The first one, that's a reputation tech. That's a reputation technical foul.
Yep.
And I personally didn't like Steph getting a technical. I didn't even think Brooks needed to get one. But
for sure he needed to get one.
Well, but I thought that he was the aggressor of the whole situation physically. Steph, I guess, was the aggressor mentally. And if you want to assess for that, go ahead. But I just find it very funny in watching these NBA playoffs that you're going to find it in your heart to give someone a tech for taunting.
Yeah.
You're being mean.
Well,
these guys are completely out of the area code on every play, every series. It's totally out of control. And we're going to get Steph for holding up fingers? That felt a little odd to me.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I could see it. And for the flagrant fouls, it's 4 points, and you get suspended. And a flagrant.
What's he at?
I think he's only at 1. That was his first flagrant, right?
But it's his second technical, right?
Right. Techs are different. There's the technical foul table, and then there's the flagrant foul table. And if you get 4 flagrant points, which would be 4 flagrant ones, or flagrant 2s are worth 2 points. It's all a thing, Mark. And I hate that we have to know this, but we have to know this.
Is he going to win the Kia Flagrant Player of the Year award? When is that being announced?
Brought to you by Right Guard.
Yeah,
I believe.
I would think that he would. All right, let's get back to the phones. People want to chat it up. Mo in Hayward. Hey, Mo, what's going on?
Mo.
What's up, fellas? What's up, man? So listen, I'm gonna try to be quick.
Okay.
But you touched on a lot of things after the fact that I want to get into too. First of all, let's go back to the coaching. I called a couple weeks ago, talked about Kuminga, and talked about him being, Steve Kerr liking smart players being on the floor, and to speak on Jimmy is a glue guy that is also a dog that is also smart. So this is why he fits so well in the system, and a lot of reasons why Kuminga doesn't. Okay? Where I would have liked to see Kuminga being used is when Şengün got those first 2 fouls, hit him in as a blunt instrument and say, go pick up that 3rd foul. Go at his head. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it was the way that we could have got him off the floor. You know what I mean? Because he was killing us at a particular point in time. But as far as the coaching is concerned, the chess match between Udoka and Kerr, man, Joker should be getting tired of getting spanked, bro. We did it to him in Boston. We're doing it to him now. And it's becoming sad at this point. You know what I mean? What I did like as far as what I like about the whole playoffs at this point in time, especially with this series, is they're letting the guys play. You know what I mean? I didn't understand the little shrum that we had last night on several occasions, but the Dylan Brooks situation with Steph, if you would have saw earlier in the game, Dylan, when Dylan picked up his first foul, it was against Steph, and he held up the one finger. Right, and he held it up in Steph's face and said, "That's the first one."
Right.
So when Steph got him on that second time, that's when he threw the two up. Now you can say it was taunting, but it's an inside game within the game. You know what I mean? And refs didn't understand that, or I mean, it wasn't a thing where they needed to understand or not understand. They didn't call that. You know what I mean? They called the reaction to it. You know what I mean? So I just think the guys and the fellas, man, they're grinding. They're doing what's necessary to get done to get past these guys. And I'm just proud of how they come together. I want to see more of the Buddy and Jimmy show because it's fucking hilarious. I mean,
oh, okay. Thanks, Mo. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it was a good run, Mo.
While it lasted.
Yeah.
Felt a little
Close
bit like.
Close the book on Mo. Give him 8 1/3.
Kind of felt like Miami Heat run through the playoffs.
Right.
It was inspiring at first. Came out of the play-in tournament. Put up a good fight early, and then it fizzled and went away. Yeah,
that never gets old.
No, it doesn't. Anyway,
Steph actually made a comment about that very thing, like, you know, where they always catch the second guy. I don't have the comment in front of me.
Life.
But,
I mean, that happens a lot. You see that in football a lot.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Linemen getting into it, and whoever is kind of reacting, not the instigator, but whoever reacts is the one who gets caught. I again, whether he started it, whether he was second, I have watched so much happen in these playoffs that I have a hard time believing that we're going to stop the game because two guys pointed at each other. It's like, wow, that's what stood out to you? Okay, they're not wrong. I can't say they're wrong. I'm just like, that's what caught your eye in these playoffs? Two guys pointing at each other?
It was more than that, but...
How?
Well, Dylan Brooks got up and took a swing at the basketball after he got pointed at with 2 fingers by Steph Curry.
So then that's a Dylan Brooks problem.
Well, whatever the problem is, we all want the refs to have control. And many people are saying they lost control of that game. And I don't think that that's a wrong assessment. And so the way you regain control of a game as a ref is by calling a lot of fouls and tamping down these sorts of incidents that may or may not be boiling up.
I'm with you, but if the word we're all focused on is physicality, then let's keep the punishment on things that are physical.
And that was physical.
No, it wasn't.
Dylan Brooks was.
Yes, but Steph wasn't.
But, I mean, in the referee's eyes, I mean, he was the one who instigated it through his nonverbal taunt. And we can get into this, and you and I have had a big debate about, you know, how players shouldn't get technical fouls for expressing their feelings to referees in certain ways and in certain manners, and that's just the way it goes in the association.
Let's go live to Mark Grandy with this Game 5 Warriors injury report.
Yeah, the Warriors just submitted their injury report for tomorrow, and there's only one name on it. It is Jimmy Butler, and he is probable for tomorrow's game. So better than he was yesterday.
That's as good as you could have hoped that injury report to sound. That's perfect. One name on it and better than questionable. That's a perfect injury report in this situation.
Yep. That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. How about Bleacher Dave in West Oakland? What's going on, Bleacher Dave?
What it do, y'all? I'm glad y'all not so shocked it's me again.
He's the legend.
Come on, man. Bring it.
Man, look, last night's game in series overall, and I haven't been listening, so I don't know if y'all talked about this. And I saw this in a report. The shot clock, the refs didn't notice the shot clock didn't work for the first 5 possessions. I think that's a sign of how poor some of the officiating was last night.
This is news to us, Bleacher Dave.
I didn't notice it,
Yeah,
Dave.
nobody. You're saying the shot clock didn't work for the first 5 possessions?
It took 5 possessions for the refs to notice the shot clock wasn't working. It wasn't on and get it on. And that's I think that's an example of how this thing got away from them. Look, those first 2 games in Houston were ridiculous. And so, we like the physical stuff. I like to see players getting after each other. But some of that, I'm in Thompson, taking the elbow at Podziemski when a ref turns his head, and just so much of the extra stuff, which I think goes beyond. They're pushing and grabbing and holding Curry, who's not getting the calls. You kind of expect that. Some of the other extracurricular stuff is ridiculous. Now, after they lost Game 3, I fully expected that Udoka went to his team and said, look, they're not going to call fouls. Go out there and be dirty and rugged. And, oh, by the way, if we can get one of our guys kicked out or one of their guys kicked out, i.e. Brooks and Draymond, that might be a good thing. And so while his team, I don't think, was as nasty as they were, when the refs called a tech on Curry and Draymond in that first scrum, that was a bad mistake that they then had to rescue themselves from and not get Draymond kicked out because nobody's here for the ump show. We do not want to see the umps kicking players out. People are paying good money, including the league and the TV people, to see Draymond play. And so while nationally people are like, they should have kicked him out, nobody wants to see premier players kicked out of a playoff series.
That's true. Bleacher Dave, thank you. You're absolutely right. Look, we all pick and choose which things grab our attention and anger us when it comes to what they're calling. Look, the physicality in these playoffs is not the fault of the refs. The physicality in these playoffs, I don't even know if necessarily I buy this idea that we hear everywhere with, they're allowing more. Now, I think they might be calling the game the way they always call it, but the players are doing a lot more. The players, the intensity is up.
Yeah.
So they're playing different. The refs aren't doing anything different. And maybe that's what people are noticing. It's like, we actually need you to do something different because the players are doing something different. And if you just kind of keep running the same exact way, that's going to lead to something different. I don't know where the exact line is. And again, all in all, I didn't have an issue with the refs through the game last night. Every time they went to review, they came out with what I thought was a very head-scratching answer.
An interesting answer. And Bleacher Dave just pointed something out that I don't believe any of us realized, including the 3 officials and every single person on the court. The opening 4 possessions, the shot clock did not move.
You've confirmed this.
I just looked at the video replay, and on all 4 possessions, it's just at 24.
Okay, but are the refs running that maybe manually then when that happens?
Not usually. They would stop the game, and they would make sure that the shot clock is actually working.
Okay.
They're not going to run the game. So the 3 refs didn't realize it. The people at the scorers table didn't realize it. None of the coaches. And you got 15 coaches on either side and 10 players on the floor. So everybody was so locked in. Bleacher Dave with a great insight. I had no
observation.
idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Although it also means that they weren't, the game was kind of fast early, so they weren't using the shot clock.
No.
Like they would have noticed if somebody had had a 22-second possession, someone would have looked up at it, but never needed it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Steve Kerr in an hour and 20 minutes. Plenty more of your phone calls. Those of you on hold, stay right where you are. And also coming up next, I do want to get to the fan experience with Buddy Hield. What is your fan experience with Buddy Hield? I'd like to compare it to something that I, quite frankly, just personally, I deal with on a daily basis. And we wonder what your experience is watching Buddy Hield play basketball in the playoffs for your favorite team. This is Willard and Dibs.